Oh, just on time. I ignore the soon TM. We're here. What's up, one and all? It's tournament time, baby. That's right. 2v2s live all evening. That's right. We've got 3 different sets at the Spaghetti ready for you all. In fact, the first one's already on the way. We've got BCat versus Ezra Gully Deckle. These are the 2 that managed to grab a game off of Corn's Dumu. That crazy game where Dumu got reduced down to 9 villages at 20 minutes, which is not usually meant to happen. But they are already in game number 1. We're going to be hopping that. After which, we've got plenty more coming. I also need to just get... Have I got the right observer thing? Hopefully. We've got... Coming up after that one, it's going to be semifinals upper bracket. So we're going to have Vortix Lucifron versus Kilyadi Baltoon. We're also going to have Wham Puppy Paw versus Anatan Scatterbrain. So, pretty epic day of 2v2 content to come. And one sec. Am I missing my OBS on this? I am. I knew it was going to happen. So, let's get that open. Yeah, my PC is being weird for a sec, so I quickly last second restarted it. And then I forgot to, like, open everything on the game PC again. So, whoops. Let me just do that quickly. And then we'll get underway with G1 of the best 3. All right, I think we're good. I think we're ready to roll. Let me skadoosh into game number 1. Good to go. Start talking. I look lonely like this. Actually, let me double check. We're live on all platforms? I think so. Yeah, we are. It's just being buggy. All right. Let's roll. God, I love this song. Oh, crap. I forgot about the score. I knew I was going to forget something. Sorry. Let's roll in 1 second. I need to reset that. Boom. Am I the only one getting an itch for 2v2s? Honestly, the more I watch, the more I want to watch. And why not? Because B has whipped out the Jin Dynasty. We are here in a 2v2 tournament that has been hosted by a member of the community, Carlo. Defend your flag. 3D Clan are active. In the green, it is going to be B, the reigning champion F-tier tournament in the Jin faction. His teammate is going to be none other than French, a standard player here in the blue. To the south side, Ezra will be mirroring. He's also got the French in the red. And then finally, rounding them out, it's going to be Gully Deckle on his HRE. This man has made a statement that this Civ is S tier. He thinks it's the best Civ in the current meta. In fact, he pointed out in the qualifiers, it didn't lose a single game, was picked almost 10 times. So maybe he's onto something. This is also the same guy that in earlier seasons managed to debut on our channel by getting top 5 by only playing HRE. So he's a threat to be reckoned with. We'll have to see what he's got in mind here. It is going to be Dark Age opening coming in, and it is mirrored. I like that play. You have to respond to what the Jin are doing. But the cool thing about this is, like, the HRE is a lot more threatening. Just them being present should, in theory, push you away. That being said, the initial pushback that B achieved with this Dark Age rush, he forced his opponent off the deer. That's already a huge win. Because Wheelbarrow isn't in yet, so Ezra can't really afford the idle time of teeter-tottering back and forth, especially now considering Tech Up has begun for blue. So this is a pretty big edge, actually. You should see it in the tech timings, right? Like Ezra mirroring civs, but he's already about, what, 10? I'd say 15, 20 seconds behind. So Cozy for Cat. And he even added in the V for Victory walls, right? So he had actually slowed himself down. I'm curious what we're getting here, though. B and Anno, I believe, still scrim together quite a bit. And we've already seen Anatan's partaking in the Jin. Really cool idea, actually, that came out from him earlier in this very tournament of using Jin as kind of this bait and switch civ where you go for your cav archers and then try to switch into heavy cav later on. And it could be quite crafty here, just kind of baiting your opponent to react archers because HRE is the infantry composition. And Flower Pagoda. Hold on a sec. Are we getting 2 TC this game? Just get a little bit of fast forward. Usually Flower Pagoda is about 2 TC play. What we've been seeing so far. But in fairness to B, Flower Pagoda received a buff in the recent patch. It no longer shows through Fog of War. So you aren't dead obvious when you walk out here with Pagoda. When you use the flower power over there, your opponents are not going to see it. So actually a significant buff. And maybe a little bit more versatility now as a result. Because we aren't seeing a move out of stone. There's just going to be a commit to the greed here. And he immediately queues. I love this, actually. It's smart because this has multiple layers to the cake. It's going to allow him to gather quicker, but check this. It's also going to allow him to attack quicker. That's really smart. Does that affect the villager attack speed? I'm curious on that now. Doesn't look like it. 3.88 is standard, right? Yeah, that's a weird one, actually. I don't know if it would make it too good, but I kind of feel like you should get the attack speed buff on the workers, too. H3 being a nuisance, but one spearman down, however, 3 of the yellow one's pretty low. They have injured heavily one of the amount of villagers here, but hard to slay, man. Remember, they start with 85 HP. Knights in the midfield. Ezra, he's getting an advantage there. Yeah, he's up on HP. If he pulls away now... Oh! He had advantage! Yeah, I guess, like, even exchange. And it's probably not going to be the case that he gets the kill if it's just a scout. But I think he had, like, a 4 HP advantage there if he just backs off. But didn't want to gamble on it. Didn't want to give the opportunity for Chivalry, so just trades it out. Okay, so macro civs. Which one's doing better? Because Gully's already got some farms coming in. Other side of this is going to be the War Stables drop, and we are going to be seeing Mohede Tribesmen coming out from Jin. I feel like this is the only way you want to play them in team games so far. I don't rate Iron Pagodas. I feel like they're probably... I think they are the worst heavy cavalry unit in the game. There, I said it. Because for cost, what you get just doesn't feel worth it. That's the problem. That's the thing I feel like the devs haven't really fought out with this unit. Iron Pagodas cost more than a French Knight, but are substantially worse. Yeah, they're going to have to reassess that at some point. I think they were just worried about repeating history, because if you guys remember, we've been having a very big issue with the Golden Horde. Their Tortogoods are far too tanky, and it has been a point of contention regularly. And the idea of Pagodas is they aren't very incredible in DPS, but they are very tanky. Yeah, like, I guess that's... I think of all the negatives to highlight around Jin in that regard, the positive is at least it seems like the devs are learning and they're not making the same mistake over and over again. Like, it's probably a better idea to reduce a tanky knight to being a bad value and then scale it up versus what's previously happened at multiple points, which is they've created these tanky knights, released them, and they're too strong. Looks like Knight's going to go down over here. Nicely done. Mohede Tribesmen starting to arrive, but going to be a trickle of troopers. Need to be careful not to get intercepted by Red's Knights. Ezra, he is parking around the area, actually, so there's some potential there. But he's found the pathing past it. And, control groups. All right, so B's riding blind now. Luckily, because it's a ranged cav unit, he has pretty good vision. And Spears beginning to feel the sting. Switching to archers now coming from Gully, as expected. Now, the way this strat normally plays with Jin is you pivot into the pagodas afterwards. They're not going to be able to beat French Knights on their own, but they are going to win by supporting your teammates' French Knights. Speaking of those Knights, tries to intercept the tribesman. Nice snipe so far. Spear count being kept low for the time being, and Gully, interestingly enough, adding in men-at-arms. All right. Moving down to the ball, and there we go. Flower power, baby. And a reminder, before, you would have seen this through the stealth, through the fog, rather. Now, it doesn't reveal anymore, so it shouldn't look like this from the player perspective. So who's better off here? 11 Mohede Tribesmen is quite a lot. You start to scale to the point where you can start just moving in and sniping workers with these. That's the thing they've got to be careful of. I'm glad they're trying to keep it in check and just pressure it. It's a mini version of the horse archers from Rus, like in the conundrums they cause, right? When they blow up, they become the truest of plagues. They do so much damage to spears. They have to. They're an archer. It's meant to be the role, right? Like 7 damage. I mean, you could argue it's kind of insane that they do 7 instead of 5 bonus, right? Like, because I think it calculates. It does calculate as to like what 2 to 3 less hits overall. But at the same time, the trade-off is they are also much more squishy. So if you start scaling archers, these disintegrate. Because think about what you're paying here, right? Like you're paying 90 resources, I believe it was. An archer is, or 95. An archer is going to cost you 80, but an archer is also going to have more HP. Longbow damage versus spear? Yeah, but you're paying the same price as longbows, right? But you're getting less general damage and range than Lombos. Like, there's ways that it's better than Lombos because mobility is king, but also there are negatives. Like, I feel like if you put Jhin against the Bastards will use him as a human toilet, right? If they try this strat. Because you just build spears, archers, and you get boot camp, and then this is pointless. And pagodas will be pointless too against Bastards, right? Like, Ayabids is actually one of Jin's worst matchups, so Bastards kind of similar in that regard in what they can do to you. So back and forth Tiatari. I like this from Cat, though. Yeah, he's pushed into the infantry player. He's forced a defensive reaction, and now he dives elsewhere. Torch is coming out. Ezra needs to rush home fast. Knights are on the way. The one who's leading is going to try to distract. But you can see Cat has got the stake knives out. Goes in for the hit. Workers to move away. Only gets the one. But takes practically no damage in the process and burns the tower. So good value there. Also turns it into a one-on-one exchange over here. Mohid Tribesmen. Oh my god, but the Mohid Tribesmen are so good. Look at how they can't kill one minute off. I mean, he doesn't have... No, he has Blacksmiths. I was about to say, this is bad then. Wow. But, you know, please moan more about the Mohid Tribesmen doing longbow damage to spears. I can't believe they hit the unit they're meant to counter so hard. That's stupid, man. Oh, dear. I jest with you, but it is funny in that regard. And you might go, yeah, but when you get a lot of Mohid Tribesmen, they come really good. And I can see what you mean, but, like, here's the flip side of the argument. You've probably experienced this trying to play mass horse archers. When the bolt gets too big, you can't kite with them anymore. They just always end up in range, right? So you kind of get to a point where it's not even, I have superior firepower. It's like, well, I have to just stand still and get hit. Atria has +1 defense. Not right now. You're talking about the prelate buff, right? Or do you mean in general he got ranged armor? He did, but also ranged damage was gotten by the Mohid tribe, right? So it's not like there's a tech disadvantage, is my point. Okay. Archers. Ooh, where's Red? Oh my god, Ez? What's he doing? He's so far out of position. Mohid tries to move in for the spear clear. He could come in for a backstab here. So many green archers. Jhin sucks in 1v1s, but in team games, guys, come on. You need a micro bit. The attack speed! Wait, does that doesn't buff up allies. So it's not Giga Broken. It only affects the Mohid Tribesmen, but it is allowing him to trade better up against the Yellow Archers. He gets brute forced out. Okay, it'd probably be broken if it buffed allies, but here's my defensive reaction. Why does Kurotai affect allies then? Like, I don't know, man. I would feel a bit scammed that did not buff French Knights. Then again, it would turn Jhin from a good team civ into a broken team civ. Flower power is real though, guys. Allowed him to trade fairly evenly up against the archers, which you need to considering you cost more. And look at the difference in knight count now. 4 advantage for blue. Mohid Tribesman count is about 50% higher than the Atri archer count. Gully's starting to save for a tech up though. But B is ahead of him. Look at the timing. And remember, they tech the fastest in this game. Because the Jhin villagers build insanely quick. I wonder if he'll go for the mountain. Greed over the defensive landmark, right? Kurotai's setup, Flowers instant. Yes, but Kurotai's much bigger, right? Dragon Pavilion coming in. So he's getting a defensive choice, but it's a double tech up. The timings on that are so succinct. And Cat, now about to have a very clear edge here, guys. Regnit's coming from Gully, but I'm worried about Ezra. Because Ezra's assumption isn't wrong here. It's like, yo, we should, like, both the Knight players should be playing long feudal. But the idle time, I think this 4-deer griefed him at so many points. Dark Age, Feudal Age. Even now, it's just teasing him, taunting him, saying, come get me. Straight out from the Tribesman. It's only B poking at this, by the way. But he's keeping that spear count suppressed. Tech ups now revealed. This is the moment where the kids are like, wait, what? How are they both in castle already? Because now the scary part is Ezra could easily end up being an entire fight behind on Royal Bloodlines. When it's French v French mirror, even without confirming, you typically go Royal Institute to be safe. So that should happen. But what's going to matter here is Cat has already queued it. By the time Ezra is going to be in Castle Age, this tech will be complete. And Ezra will not have even started queuing this. That's a problem. Veterancy for Knights is already in. Sneaks around the back of Yellow. And Gully running home quick here. Magnus is going to tech up, but the tree line's a problem. And it gives him more charge distance. Huge idle at the start. Mohade Tribesman coming in from behind. French Knights looking for an engage, but not the best or most ideal of fights. The only reason Cat's not even going to try and trade it right now is he's waiting on Bloodlines. 50 seconds away from a GG moment, essentially. Ezra, he now needs to tech, and the Knights are in his base as well! All right, it's over. Wrap a bow tie on it and call it done. Stick a fork in it because he's done. He's going to try for the Institute now. But the bloodbath over here. Wall up to secure for the moment. But you know what's about to happen here, guys. We're 25 seconds away. Veterancy for Tribesman is also in. The spears have not been upgraded for Gully. He's doing it now. What about his archers? Well, his archers are all gone, guys. He has 6 archers. It's done. It's so done. Jin actually a tier 7 team games. Now the Night Clash coming in. Easy win here. He's already got the Raw Bloodlines. Veterancy isn't even there for Ezra because he still hasn't completed a tech up. Mohade Tribesman will sweep through the archers. French Knight should win for blue. I mean, it looks a bit sketchy, but that's because he didn't have them all there. And GG will be called. Jin don't know how to lose in team games, it seems. That's pretty cool. I don't know if that one's uploadable. It's like so short. I wish there was more flower power usage. All right, so let's get the next game ready. Where is it? Ah, there we go. Load this bad boy up. Is there a custom mode for team games? There is a mod. They also did update the standard one, but the standard one's not that good to begin with. One sec, I just want to open a window. Whoops. Let's flip the boys around and put the score up. Get ready to roll. One and all, it's time for your favorite map for team games. Gorge returns, and once again, the kiddos are at it. Ezra and Gully Deckle teaming up with some comfort picks here. We got Marlians and Iobids in their hands, and they're up against the Freely Clan members. Green, B on the Marlians, and Cat will be in the blue as the Japanese. Okay, so interesting combo meals here. I'm wondering, actually, like, what kind of strategies we're going to be seeing, because Marlians on both sides usually think about the boom. But for a start, positionings is different. Gully Deckle's the back player, B is the forward. Are we going to be getting Sofa, or is there the potential for some sort of crazy Dark Age aggro? Because I actually quite like the idea of Yuumi supported by Donzo Javelins. Right, you'd think the enemy Javelin's secure, but I think the point there would be, what does Ezra do? He's going to have the healing, but I think the healing is better with cavalry in team games. If it goes infantry blob, there's a high risk you get sniped too quickly. So curious to see how these two teams going to approach it. Kura Storehouse is already on the way, and it's going to be built with 2. So this actually could just be a simple fast castle out cap. I wonder if he's going to go mass knights, or if we are going to see the Onimusha strats. In theory, the Onimusha strat shouldn't be as addictive in this situation because Iobids have camels. And usually that means you're always debuffed. Yeah, usually you can fairly safely assume fast castle if it's 1 or 2 villages. 2 could be a bit of feudal presence. 1 is guaranteed they're going for a castle timing. But more recently, a lot of players have found more comfort going 2 villages. because it also just gives you a more competitive timing so that if you have to add in towers to defend yourself, you can get arrow slits. Whereas if you go one villager tech up and your opponent dives your back gold, you're just going to get shot out straight away. And yeah, we already see the outpost coming in. Okay, and Ezra, it looks like it's just going to be fast tech for him too. Maybe, no, not even a Desert Raider, right? Because when you're playing against Malians, Desert Raiders is feeding because they can build javelins. See? Stacking up the cow now. I mean, could it be a fast castle race between all? That would be kind of wild. I'd be expecting Malians to add in at least a Sofa or two here. But I'm not seeing it right now. No, and also the timings are a bit weird now for Gully, right? Like, he stacked up a lot of gold. He has got the cows coming through, so he makes it a double mill. But double mill already mirrored. It means that B is just ahead of him. He's like 4 cows ahead already. Tech up is about to be started. Desert Raider wing is an interesting choice here. 1:40 out. But that means that Japan should be able to tech faster. This is like the most AFK game we've had in this entire tournament. Every player is greeting. Like, without exception. I'm not even exaggerating. Because B may not be FCing, and same for Ezra, for Gully Rubber, but they're massing up the cow. So they are going for a fast castle. Oh, dear. Also, one sec. I just noticed the green screen's being a bit weird. Let me up that. There we go. It should be better. Okay, so Cat, first to Castle Age. Second is going to be Ezra. And then, pray tell, like, who's going up first between the two Malians? Because I feel like it's B. Yeah, I mean, he's actually, like, several hundred resources ahead. I don't know what happened with Gully's build to afford this timing, really. Oh, I guess that's an interesting thought. Is the forward player does spawn closer to the gold. You guys notice that? So it's less walk distance to get your workers over, aka they are working for you faster. And did he go wheelbarrow? There you go. Gully went wheelbarrow to compensate for that. But that obviously hinders your early timings, and we are Farimbering. Let's go. Farimba's really smart here, especially now that you're up against Desert Raider wing. But it should be Cam Lancer supporting, right? I wonder if he just goes straight up Mansa Musafadi. The problem with Mansa Musafadi is Desert Raiders don't care about you, and they are vetted. So the more likely probability is that we get javelins. The other side, a huge difference now. Grand Fulani. So I assume this is going to be double Cav comp, whereas B is going to be providing infantry, and Cat is just providing the knights. Good discipline as well, just waiting here. And it is going to be Javelineers. He's already queued up a few. Very weird timing overall, though, isn't it? Like, usually when you think of Javelineer contract, you're thinking you're going to be scaling them in Feudal Age. Not happening at all here. Okay. So we can do a little bit more fast forward because we're like 2 minutes out from live. 2-3 minutes. Cam Lancers. They do see the threat. They're not going to be able to dive straight away, not with Javelineers being there as well. And more archer rangers coming. Relics are already coming home. That's a good sign for Ezra. They're taking advantage of the fact that, like, the mobility isn't really being leveraged because Cat had to camp the front player, his teammate B, so that he didn't get dove here, right? Because Javelineers might be able to deal with Desert Raiders, but, like, Desert Raiders plus Camel Lancers are going to hit everything here. So a good disciplined approach. And he was at least picking up relics himself with the Shinto. This is a very weird game. Like, no probing, no pressure really at all. It's 11 minutes in, and like those are the first javelin throws we've been seeing, really. We get pings occasionally, but usually it's something like a scout doing nothing. But now, B has had enough of the silence. He moves forward. Javelineers are a significant threat here, folks. They move quicker than standard ones, and they do have poison damage. Yeah, and the Desert Raiders should feel pretty irrelevant here. And again, it looks like the Javelineer count just shy of what they need to insta-kill. Remember, Javelineers do get their bonus damage up against Desert Raiders because they're classified as a range unit. And also have no ranged armor. So you take 18 damage for every Javelin shot for any of you. Knights. I'm going to start poking. How are we looking behind? Okay, so big migration here. Ezra without wheelbarrow running out to the deer. That's going to hinder his growth a little bit, but he's 12 cam lances deep. Pretty strong. I wonder if B now switches from Javelineers at all. Because remember, you can... Yes, he's doing it! We know the timings, baby. We have got Enlist Mansa Musafadi on the way. So remember, the Musafadi, they're going to be able to just wipe Camel Lancers. Because Mansa Musafadi over double the damage by attacking heavy targets. And on top of that, your opponent is now building Sofa. He could technically have just built Donzos, but the thing is, Donzos don't benefit from this unique Mansa stat. The Mansa stat provides an insane amount of melee armor to your Musafadi. You see right there, 4, it goes up to 5 in Castle, right, once he's vetted. So you basically end up with similar melee resistance to Desert Raiders. Before you quit AoE forecasting? Yeah, I took a breakaway. I mean, the goal was always, I said, content creation. I need to think about what I'm doing with that. And we will be kind of reviewing as weeks go on what we're doing on this channel. So I miss casting. I'm back casting. But we're also still going to, like, figure out how to evolve the channel. Because, you know, if what we were doing wasn't working, then definition of insanity, right? So it's all about taking the positive things and then adapting. Dive to the backside, though. Camel Lancers. Not able to really get in. No. Just has to walk off. There was a raid attempt, but nice mirror there from the Sofa. It's interesting. If this was just Japan Mali, right? Like, Japan typically struggles against Mali. When you add another Malian player, this is the beauty, right? Like, I think the thing I love about team games so much is you take the concept of, oh, he's been counterpicked, and it doesn't work that way. But Cat, calm down. Does finish it off. But yeah, the idea that, like, the game is over because you picked the wrong Civ, it doesn't apply as clearly in team games, and that's great. That's actually so much better design-wise than the state of some 1v1 matchup. Nice raid. Does hit the workers on the back. Cat, of course, now having 2 TC can afford a few losses, but he only just began it. Knights are going to rally, and he has got the Uma Bannerman, so bad fight with the Camel Lancers. Remember, the Bannerman practically offsets the effect of Camelanese, meaning that Camel Lancers will just outright lose the amount of Samurai in equal count. Because you attack for less by default, and the attack speed is only slightly better. And then you have to contest the deflective armor on top of the extra 20 HP. Pretty harsh, actually. Oh, new wave coming in, though. So far, into the base. A few Musafadi to wrap, but bloody hell! 32 Sofa now. Goes to the burn on the cow. Javelins are going to be able to snipe down a few, though. I think that's worth for you, right? You lose the ranch, but you don't lose the cow. You kill 4 Sofa off the back of that. We have a careless trade for Gully. I mean, he did force some idle on the TC, I believe, so that makes it a bit better off. Samurai still stacking the numbers, but I wonder if he ever considers switching on Musha. I think the problem right now is he's trusting B to deliver the backline and now provide frontline. But once the Musafadi count is up, I 100% think you could actually just switch over onto Onimusha. The only reason he might not is technically you're both counting the same thing there because it's plus heavy damage at that stage. Chavs. I love the way they just surf as they shoot. It's so absurd. When I say love, that's like, I might mold about it a bit. How many relics did he get, Garrison? Wait, has he got 1? No. Oh, sorry, no, right here's 4. So 4 relics in total. I'm just blind. So far. Trying to cut the reinforcements, but difficult to do. So for a lower base damage than standard knight, like 20 damage on a spear, but you lose 5 damage straight away to armor. That's harsh. Dive going in deeper here. This is all just the B show right now. Cat, he hasn't shown up yet. B is 2v1ing, but the participation ribbon is about to be achieved here. Cat now coming in with his knights. Not a lot of them, though. Only 20. He was keeping the Cam Lancers busy. In fact, helped erase the count, and now should be able to give the cleanup. He gets the recharge afterwards. Cam Lancer count is gone. I think they're gone. This is just a domination from Greedy Clan. B showing you how good Farimba truly is. I think this is the problem of like the concept of what Gully and Ezra tried. I can understand why Fulani seems valuable. The problem is when you look at what they've built, everything is countered by heavy, like anti-heavy, right? So crossbows, or in this case Musafadi, destroyed all. That's the problem. Yeah, they didn't diversify roles, right? Like, for example, if Ezra had been building the Cam Lancers and then Gully had been building archers like he's now trying, very different situation. You still have to deal with the Javelineers, but like if you do a mixed composite of Sofa archers, you're providing solutions, right? I just think it's very crafty the way B utilized Farimba to essentially get 2 units ahead of his opponents. Because they're premium. Javelins are already a premium type of what they do, but then you get the Javelin to make them better. And then Musafadi, the Mansa Musafadi, are insanely padded. 125 HP, 10 base damage, 5 melee armor, an extra 15 against heavy, and you only pay 75 resources for this thing. Cam Lancers are going to try to get some vengeance. At this stage, Ezra can't fight directly at all. Muso going to be able to charge into the choke points. We have got spear spam now coming out, but I feel like the Javelineer count is just too high. And Muso are going to last so long in the combat here. Sofa count at risk of getting erased, pulls back in the end. There's still just as many Musafadi as there are Sofa. And reminder, Musafadi are like 2.5 times cheaper. Cam Lancer raid. A little bit annoying in the back of the base, but return fire is about to get a lot harsher. The Knight should be able to start breaking through here. 2TC for Gully is not going to be good enough here. I wouldn't be surprised if Javelins go hunting for workers and the Knights just clear up the ranches now. Mirrors were actually interesting. Farm shut down. They don't know. They're not even moving now. So 2-0 for the 3D Clan boys. They stay alive in that lower bracket. Okay, so with that in mind, we should now have, I believe, the Spanish Bros versus Kilyadi and Baltoon. They're online. They were waiting. They should be ready to roll momentarily. So I believe they'll be drafting in a moment. Let me have a look here. In fact, can I catch the draft? Don't see it yet. Team games equal good. Yeah, it's just a shame the whole community hasn't built around that, right? Like I said, I think it's... Sadly, it's probably too late for us to be able to even do that. Okay, one sec. I just quickly need to bump something over as well. Sorry. I was like copy and pasting something I wrote, and I was like, oh, I have got spelling errors, which make this very confusing. So the boys aren't in lobby yet, but next up, we are going to be having Vortex, Lucifron up against Kilyadi Baltoon. After that, we then got Wham Papa Paul versus Anatan Scatterbrain. I'm just going to confirm with Carlos they're starting now. I played 99% 1v1, but recently I've been warming up to team games. They can be a lot of fun. Yeah, I think it's like the maps are what lets it down so often. And then, like, I just have avoided casting it because it's great like this with a semi-decent cast UI or a decent cast UI, however you feel. You at least say it's semi-decent. But the default UI is a complete and utter travesty, and it's an insult to viewing experiences. which is why I've always avoided team games. It's annoying enough when you watch free-for-alls, right? But like the fact that there's never been improvements there, it just shows the devs don't seem to value it either, which is weird, considering they probably have a lot of team players. It's just on the esports side, it's always been 1v1s. And because the game is now very small in terms of prize pooling, it's probably going to stay that way, right? Because like if we already talk about a scene that can only support full-time a handful of people, right? I can't do it I can't pay my bills just off this alone. And there's plenty of people, like Puppy Pool has a job now, part-time at least. Like there's a lot of people in that position where it can't provide. Then you're royally screwed if the whole scene had only that same budget and then became a team esports scene, right? Because then it's not, hey, I got first place and I got $4,000. It's, hey, I got first place and I got $2,000. My teammate got another two. Or if it's 3v3, it's like, yeah, I got like $1,300. You see what I mean? It's like so tricky because of that. Okay, so confirmation, we've got 15 minutes until the Vortex series. I think they were just delayed getting set up. What we can probably quickly do, I guess we can watch. Corvinus mentioned they had some interesting games, so we can at least catch one of the lower bracket games there, and then we'll switch over when the lads are live and ready. I think that sounds like a plan. That way you guys actually have something to watch, as opposed to, you know, just staring at my beautiful hand. Which I can't mug people because I've got like a scar there that is a unique identifying factor. So, you know, and who wants to wear gloves if you're going to mug people? It's just lame. Got to feel the crime. Okay, I'll stop. Let's see, what games have we got? A Knights Templar game. Let's watch a Knights Templar game. So we'll catch one of the Corvinus Dimmu versus Myriad MSM ones. And then we should be ready to roll the Boyos live. Sounds like a plan. Okay. Let's switch over. Oh, and let's reset school. It's so appropriate for music when we've got Memology Corv. It's time, one and all. Welcome back to the channel for more #1 Knights Templar player in the world gameplay. Corvinus back on your screen, trying to educate you on all the ways that Knights Templar is relevant in both 1v1s and team games. He's going to have a teammate in Dimmu playing as Jeanne d'Arc in the purple, and then across the ways in the blue, MSN is going to be playing as his signature pick, the Ibids, supported by Myriad in the teal, playing as French. This is, of course, the 2v2 tournament that has been organized by Carlos, which is called Defend Your Flag. The idea is meant to be you're the same nationality, but, like, you know, it doesn't always work out that way. We can stop the meme music now. We're probably getting 2TC, right? No, we're getting Dark Age! Wait, Knights Templar, a Dark Age Civ, you might say? Oh, yeah, apparently so. And this is cool because he's mirroring the Ibid player that's presumably going to be the tech boomer. And it's a 4 gold berries. What? Not just that. Look at it. They weren't expecting it. Because if you were expecting to be Dark Age rushed, would you really walk out onto your deer? I highly doubt it. No outpost rush, though? Yeah, he's going to go for it. He hangs around with the villager. This is the thing. Like, technically, Knights Templar is subtly one of the best Dark Aging civs in the game because of this. Other people would have to rush forward and build a tower. You can just hang here and choose on the fly because you don't need a lumber camp to drop off your wood and actually food as well from chopping trees. And he did scout by. He knows about Myriad. Corvin is stealing Baltoons. Dude, they're in competition. Baltoon does it with, like, Mongols. He's bringing Knights Templar in. And, oh, there's going to be a tower power attempt. But no, the timing. What made them suspicious? Is it the tree chop? Yeah, because he saw... No, he didn't see one tree at that point. I'm curious why they thought they needed a tower exactly at that moment. Maybe it's because he knew that Feudal Age was coming. He wanted to stay on the deer. That would make sense. But that plan is now gone. And that's expensive. Going to lose the house. Could also lose the mill. I think there's more desirable targets like blocking the gold. But not happening yet. Corvinus Is it a stop at 3? He could still keep going. He's got a lot of wood, so presumably he wants to drop a tower soon. Meanwhile, Dimmu almost ready for the tech up to begin. Still, that hurts. Guys, Myriad didn't have wheelbarrow. And he cancelled the mill back here originally to go for the deer. So his timing has just got completely screwed up. Damn. Dark Age Knights Templar. Now he has a choice. He can either block the Iber player or block the French player. I'd assume you block the IU. Walls are coming up, but that doesn't stop an outpost. Still chopping the tree here. Corv needs to commit some of the wood into a house. Yeah, he didn't keep track of that. Whoops. So it's going to be a rush up. And a switch on the gold. So I think he's done what he wants to do. Honestly, could still just go for an outpost drop, though. You're going to have, what, 4 spearmen? 5? 6, actually. Yeah, 6 spears can secure a tower with ease. Because if you pull, like, what, 10 villages, whatever it's going to be, into 6 spears, you're going to end up losing workers real fast. Do we have a pop block coming? Myriad needs to build a house now. Yeah, he has got the wood. So it shouldn't be blocked for long, if at all. And there's the outpost. Corv's going for it. Oh, man, this is brilliant. We'll do a little bit, tiny bit of fast forward. Spears should be able to force him off the berries. And pop block is real. Myriad. Wait. Oh, no, he didn't get the wood. Because he sent, was it 3 over? And he walked it over here instead. So, no, he's just pop blocked. And the wood drop off needs to be forced. Just enough. But still, he's going to lose out on, like, what? A whole worker at this rate? Maybe more. An outpost is coming up. Could Dervish let him dive? That's interesting, actually. I think if you pull the villagers to stand here and delete the wall, you could rush burn this. But the idle time alone would just kind of kill you off a bit. So better to just wait until you've got units. He has got a Desert Raider coming. Problem is, by the time the Desert Raider's out and moving, outpost is going to be up. Meanwhile, Dimmu is just playing PvE. He's got the calmest game possible. Like, so far, Dimmu hasn't had to actually do anything. He will contribute down the line, but I just find it comical that Corvinus is essentially griefed 2 players. He's blocked 2 players with 5 minutes of Dark Age. Because Myriad, he suffered from the pop block. He lost out on workers there. Now, the gold blockage means the MSN is going to have to be honest to the age. Outpost gets fully garrisoned. Really difficult to deal with now. He has got a back goal, but it's pretty far out. And the troublesome part about this, guys, is Dimmu is now adding in knights. So now when you're breaking to the backside of the map to gather gold, which if you look at the spawn, it's the only logical one you go to, Dimmu knows where to go. Like, the only other gold options near him is, well, that's not even near, all the way in the corner or further forward. The alternative, which might be a good idea, is that MSN could have tried to sneak villagers across to his teammate's base, but that also has its own risks. If you get caught midway, you're even worse off than on that back gold. Range on the way. Desert Raider's going to try to poke at her. And the Dervish, nice teamwork there. MSN comes in with a heal. If he gets a charge off, he can still kill that knight, though. Oh, no, she's going to get sacked. Well, the weird part is they're actually going after the knights. Jean is very tanky, but with the body blocks, good idea from Myriad. Get the positioning, though. Third knight now arriving. Dive past to try and intercept her. She's got another Divine Arrow coming in soon, but you need to get them low enough for it. Looks like she's going to have to fully back off. But Corvin has done something we haven't talked about yet, guys. Antioch. Okay, this is a cool idea, but maybe a little bit weird against Desert Raiders. He's got 12 damage. However, there's 5 melee armor. Then again, it's working. That's a sick ton. The spear and the axe thrower. Guys, remember, these axe throwers, they do melee damage at range, which is why it seems a bit weird that he's doing this against Desert Raiders, but it's working. Damn. The team games is so refreshing. I don't remember the last time I saw someone seriously try Antioch. But here, it's looking pretty sick. Because, like, the problem with Antioch is there's certain matchups where, okay, I see this, I'm going to start building archers. Here's the tricky part. In a 1v1, that works. In a team game, if you're building archers and I have a teammate who has knights, you don't counter me as easily anymore. That's the difference. And reminder, these guys kind of want to be hit melee. 4 melee armor of their own. Knights Templar, Dark Age melee builds. Who'd have thunk it? Corvinus looking to be the great innovator of our times. Knights now with the charge in. John be able to catch up soon. Melee coming in from the side. Teal not paying too much attention straight away. Divine Restoration is going to be pumped. They go for the snipe on Jean, but they don't get it straight away. They feed her instead. No. That's a war crime right there. I can't believe that. I mean, at least he wasted the Divine Arrow, right? I think he shot someone that's already dead, but still, 24 XP is 24 XP. You know, like, beggars can't be choosers. If I'm hungry and there's a burrito on the floor, but it looks like it hasn't been eaten or touched the floor, there's a burrito on the floor, but I'm hungry, you know? Same with Jean here. She might almost be dead, but a kill's a kill. XP is XP, and she's already 200 out of 500. And they're moving towards that goal. Desert Raiders are also very pricey. Remember, these are 180 each, so 18 XP for Jean. The Axe Throws, without hesitation, Kobe. Oh my god. Continues the poke. Axe Throws again in. The Dervish. The Dervish! They're both gone! No healing! Corvinus gets the snipes. I mean, Archers would have been more vulnerable trying to do that. But Axe Throws just so tanky. Deal with the Knight charge in. They're going to hold all the front line. Can he target fire down the injured Knights? Teal, oh my god, their health bars here. It's a farm waiting to be tapped. And the Axe Throws are trying to do it. No split micro, though. Just kind of overkilling a lot. Still, Jean is the big winner at the end of this. The big kahuna. 358 XP now. Sergeants are going to get sniped down, so expensive losses on the tail end here. Dimmu, I think he's just going to end up sacking Jean then. I don't know. Was that worth it? That kind of feels not worth it, right? I think the Sergeants were threatening up to a point, but MSN, he started to use range fire as well, which is a smart read. Range fire is fairly high, 7 base damage, or you could do 13. But your opponent has got 4 melee armor. So, like, the difference in damage output is negligible, but the difficulty in getting on top of someone melee much higher. So, great read there by MSN just to go pew-pew camel mode. And now, he'll look to resecure his gold. However, the outpost is bulked up. And also remember, a prolonged feudal now becomes a problem for the Volta Esports members because they don't have healing on the camels end. Desert Raider plus Brawl Knight seems unbeatable. There's a few other ones like it, right? Like, I think Jin Dynasty is a bit different, but like the whole idea of Mohade Tribesman Brawl Knight has proven to be very effective this season so far. Like, actually, there's an argument that Mohade Tribesman Knight is more effective than Desert Raider Knight. Because the Mohade Tribesmen reduce Spearmen to rubble, right? They counterplay the unit that would counterplay the Knights, and then the Knights win the game. The only reason I might say Irobids probably feels a bit more reliable is the healing. But remember, healing OP feels less so in team games compared to 1v1s, because although you can heal a lot more units, there's also a lot more units to kill you faster. Yeah, and healing builds around Irobids, as an example, have been adjusted around the idea of, like, my first 1 or 2 Desert Raiders do a lot because you don't have enough damage. But if we've got 2 players spamming units, we're going to reach the kill point faster. And this is a great kill point. What? XP feed. Myriad, he went in on his lonesome. He loses the fight. Not even close, really. And now, Divine Restoration's coming off cooldown of 30. We've got Jean's Riders into play here. This is grim. Yeah, and now, like, the range fire, it doesn't do anything to Jean. You need to get into melee somehow. Backstab is also on the way, as we've got more Sergeants marching across map. But Desert Raiders need to be careful. Position-wise, this is gruesome. They do see it. They can't easily get away from it. Axe Throws in range again. The Knights are brooting it. I think that worked out nicely there. Myriad actually peels back a bunch of the Knights, gets the space to just retreat. Reminder, MSN's UI is bugged. Oh, wait, no, sorry, he's decking. Sometimes it does that weirdly. So, okay, 1 minute and 10 away from Military Wing. Have they got 1 minute and 10, though? I mean, there's a lot of pressure coming in here, right? It's my fault. And you're kind of at the point where you could consider diving into Myriad's base. The other possibility is like Corvinus, if he starts stockpiling resources, you tech really fast as Knights Templar. Only takes you a minute. Wait, he went 2 TC? I wondered why things slowed down. This makes sense. Yeah, so he did greed up a bit. But in fairness, that doesn't really feel like he's in a position to be punished for it at all, right? Just gets away with it. Kov. He's hunting. The timing is really good here. Catches him out on the deer, forces him away. Myriad even further from safety. Starts to engage with Desert Raiders before they're fully upgraded, because Tech Up's only about to complete. And Dumu's actually not far off the Tech himself. So is it just Desert Raiders? I think it's solely Desert Raiders. And the workers get caught again. -3. Seriously, guys, these are no joke. They hit for about 12.5 damage at this stage. Actually, no, it's over that, isn't it? No, it's 1 melee because he gets is that 15% damage increase percentile-wise. So he's 10 base plus the 1. So yeah, like very close to the 13 damage threshold. So only 4 axe throws to kill a worker. It's a pretty good deal. And reminder, axe throws, they ain't too pricey, right? I think it's like, is it not, I want to say 120-ish? Yeah, 70 food, 50 gold. Which is actually better than if it's food heavier. Like, I actually prefer the scaling point of these compared to Meta Arms, because Meta Arms is a lot of food. But I say that, back when they were the same price. Now Meta Arms are actually cheaper. A few troops getting intercepted. Well, looks like someone's being pinned into a corner. Corvin is now moving over for the backstab. Myriad, he's not steering. They click, is going to buy a little bit of time. Turns around, gets hit straight away. Axe throw is just cutting down more. Desert Raiders are now upgraded. 9 damage. More competitive here against the Sergeants. Sidesteps it, and now a dive deeper. Dumu's got a long way to go to get level 4. Don't think there's quite enough XP in this fight for it, but it will get him close. Especially with the trade coming out. Look at the numbers. They look cooked. They look fried. They look flambéed at this point. Dumu completes the age up. Veterancy on the way. Axe throws galore. And this looks done, guys. GG. He even just waves the white flag. Dark Age meta is in full effect in 2v2s. But I don't think anybody expected Knights Templar axe throwers alongside that Dark Age. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I've just dubbed that one. Templar or a Dark Age Civ. And Antioch is back. Dun, 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 dun. All right, so it looks like the boys are now getting ready. They're going to be getting in lobby. So you can see Vortex is now browsing. So, should be getting underway momentarily with Vortex Luciferon versus Kilyadi Baltun. We've got our draft in. It's going to be French on both sides. And the difference is going to be Vortex's team will have Byzantines. Baltun's team is going to have Malians. Try Arabia? Mali Biz difference. I mean, this would be pretty sick for Biz maybe on like Gorge because you can front aggro with the... Nah, it's weird when you play Byzantines against Malians. Like the mercenaries are odd because you don't want to go jabs against Mali because they should always have more jabs than you. And if you go longbows, they're going to probably go jabs, right? So then your goal usually with Byzantines, at least in 1v1 environment, is to try and just hunker down, greed, and tech. I wonder how it's going to change in a 2v2 environment. All right. What I can do, by the way, guys, since we've got a moment, I'm going to run, let's say, 2 minutes ads so you guys don't get them in-game, okay? I'm feeling generous, but, you know, consider subscribing to the channel. It does help. Every little counts, buddy boy. Every little counts. I need to add more songs. I was going to do the trivia of like, what game's this from, chat? But like, I feel like you guys know. Also, I just realized that Winston listens to Tupac. I never would have predicted that. I'm serious. He's listening to Tupac Outlaw's Hit 'Em Up right now. Would anyone have guessed that Winston is a big on the hip hop guy? Winston Waffles, that is. I'm just internal monologuing what I'm thinking, right? I'm like, now I'm just like picturing him with one of the head bandanas. Which is weird because it's more likely that you get him wearing like his tie around his head. Oh, he's a Tuklak main. Tuklak Shakur. Dude, how long have you been waiting to whip that one out? Be honest, Buddha. You've been sitting on that one a while. I can tell. It came in too clean. You even capitalized the Shakur. Not the main, though. Just shows how little respect you have for Tuklak mains. You saw that in a different AV4 Street. There it is. Sharon's carrot. All right, Sherbear. The boys are hopping in lobby now, so it looks like they're loading. And I am loading up on Red Bull! Okay, I know it's going to send mixed messages, but I really think Red Bull should sponsor Fallout and get Rad Bull in the game. Like, it's weird because, like, wait, aren't you basically saying that, like, Red Bull radiates you? But, like, guys, think of the marketing placement. It's perfect. I'm surprised they didn't do it themselves because they had Nuka-Cola. They could have done Rad Bull as well. Look, Bethesda Microsoft should pay me for these ideas. Oh, wow. They actually do not have any spectating delay. Or they have, like, a very low one. All right, we can do predictions as well. One sec. Start predictions. I'm going to put a name of a player from each team because I was going to put Spain and Nordics, but like that might get confusing for some people. I'm just being thoughtful. All right. Have I got them? I got them right side. Perfect. In we go. I've been waiting for this. Guys, this is so exciting. One and all, welcome back to the channel for something special. We have got the Scandinavians up against the Spaniards. That's right. Vortix, who's now signed with DS, in the orange, playing as the Byzantines. His teammate, none other than his bro, Lucifron, on his signature French in the yellow, and their opponents are going to be fierce. Killardy in the green is the Malians, and this is the exciting detail for me. Baltoon, on his most experienced, he's playing French in the blue, secret +2 buff for being in blue, and this guy has more team game experience than everyone else in this lobby combined. I'm not exaggerating. That's not hyperbole. It's just strict truth. And sorry, just let me move that prediction bar. Baltoon's entire history log is essentially like team games. When you get down to the brass tacks of it, before he came on the scene as a fierce force in 1v1s, he was known in the team environment. And let me just call off some seasons. Season 13, Conk 3, 11th in the world. Season 12, 3rd in the world. Season 11, 1st in the world. Season 10, 9th in the world. Season 9, 10th in the world. Season 8, 11th in the world. There has not been a single season that I can see on this record where he is not ranked in the top 40 in the game for team ranked. That's the experience he brings. And Killardy alongside him, recent topper of the leaderboard in 1v1. So pretty fierce force, and they need to be, because on the other side, this is kind of long experience versus rapid iteration. Vortix and Lucifron are the best combo in the game at rapidly pacing through different strategies. They do it in 1v1s. It's why they've always been so effective in 1v1 tournaments. They're each other's scrim partner, and they will just rapidly go 10 minutes. Okay, I figured this one out. Discuss. 10 minutes again. And they just vomit through it reliably. Like, they are an incredibly scary duo in any environment where we're talking about new territory people have not experienced. That's why if an S-tier tournament came along and they added 7 new maps to be used. These two would be at the front of the pack to win the tournament, alongside B. I think he's earned that right now. So deer gathering out on the flank makes a lot of sense from both players, by the way. When you look and you see Malians and Byzantines, you know Dark Age isn't going to be a problem. Like, whenever I see Byzantine Malian 1v1s, I always joke that this is going to be the most boring 5 minutes, because neither side can do anything to the other. But that is an interesting difference. You guys seeing this? We've got the Saharan Trade Network coming in. And that's a fair point. Yeah, there's a lot of top-level team rank boosters, but Baltoon doesn't participate. So the fact he's been podium finishing multiple seasons of team ranked makes it even more impressive. But yeah, I'm just looking at the spawn here. The berries are kind of horrible. They're close, but they're all forward spawn. I'm not sure how I feel about this for Vortex. He's going to clearly be the target. Because here's the thing, guys. Like, technically, a map this big, if you are green and blue, why wouldn't you just double heavy cav? You can build knights and sofas. Vortex, the best he can contribute is a few Keshiks. But you can build a lot of Limitane. Right? But, like, the idea of, like, sofa archers isn't too bad. Sofa javelins would be insane. It's too expensive. But, like, sofa archers is a bit more affordable. It might be he leans away from it because he went Saharan Trade Network, which means he's not got as much gold early on, but we'll have to see. So tick up starting to complete. Baltoon should be able to just spam knights. Because guess what? I'm going to blow your minds. When you watch a French player in a team game, he's going to build one building production type. It's called a stables. And then he's going to build another one. And another. And it's all he's going to do the entire game. Yeah, I'd say of all the civs in Age of Empires 4, in a team environment, France is probably the least diverse in the game. Because French knights are that good and scale that well. Okay, so extra assistant levels coming in. It's going to be a full 5. Yeah, sometimes when you're up against French, you have to settle for like 3 or 4. But the difference maker here is we're on a very big map, so the French knights can't really get there in time. Well, Kuyari says this was a worthwhile endeavor. Yeah, it was a reaction to the spawn, right? He got double gold and stone, so he just locks it all in with a trade network. So there's no burn target here. I guess in a way it's kind of worth it, because although you miss out the long-term Mansa gold of like 75 a minute from the quarry, you're securing your second pit mine immediately without any panic of a knight killing you. And then you're guaranteeing that the knights and whatever else supports them can't really come in here and burn it down, because the Saharan Trade Network is such a powerful defensive landmark. It's a cool idea. No, I don't feel like I would have thought of that in that moment. I feel like I would have just defaulted Mansa. Usually you think about Saharan Trade Network if you're worried about like a hard outpost rush into developed base, or if you're doing some sort of cheesy strat, or maybe there's like boar deer to secure, for example, like Saharan Trade Network on Socotra could be a cool idea, right? Overall great read, and it is going to be longbows. So longbow spears, and then knights, of course, from Lucifron. French knights moving in already. Interesting choice, bit dangerous, and that was a cut. That was a beautiful cut. Lucifron got in the way of the knight, so he couldn't even stay close to the scout. So guaranteed there wasn't even a sneaking opportunity to snipe one villager, because remember, these knights, they don't need long. If they get the charge onto a worker, they'll kill the worker in 2 seconds flat because of the sword follow-up. So just getting in the way and slowing that down and already doing damage prevents your opponent from risking a die. Because when you're talking about a mirror between the French players here, one knight can be a world of difference. And smart choice by Lucifron. He basically was waiting to receive that hit because it gives him defender's advantage. And technically, it gives him clear advantage now. Look at the health. If you got into a straight A click and walked away, Lucifron should end up with one knight left. Start preferring Chamber of Commerce and maps with decent neutral markets. Yeah, but this one's really far up. And also, if you're playing Knight Mirror, Chamber of Commerce, it just kind of feels like a death sentence on open maps. Because knights can raid you so wide, right? It's like when I see Mongols do trade routes in 2v2, 3v3s, if it's high level, I actually think it's kind of a bait. Like, what they're trying to do is draw attention to them. It's the Mongol player playing support role. But, you know, if they get to farm and they don't get raided, even better. But the idea is you should be expecting to get hit. Oh, outpost at the back. Ooh, -1. Vortex. What a jump. Yeah, Limitano just casually walked across the map and sniped the French villager at the back of their base. Like, what am I watching? That's pretty impressive. And he got the longbow ball up. Yeah, there was no interception because Baltoon's been waiting in his base for the dive. So Vortex brings up the additional firepower. More outposts coming in now from Baltoon. Kilyadi is yet to get a participation ribbon. He's just fast decking. Yeah, he's cow booming up. Okay, he's adding in troops now. So, like, not fast deck, but definitely fast greed, right? He's got, was it, I think, 8 or 9 cow? And, oh, no. That's what 8 or 9 cow cost you. Gets clapped down. So -4 there after the initial 1. And what's up, Jack Theo? Appreciate the sub, buddy. Thanks very much for the support. Man, I think Baltoon and Kilyadi need some additional support here. So 10 cow. But the villages! Wait, what? Oh my god, he was waiting in the woodworks the entire time. Baltoon is now goldless. Oh, this is kind of harsh, actually. 7 knights down here. He's got 10 knights in total. He can win a fight, but it won't be a quick win. The idle time alone is scary because of what's nearby. Like, if you try and take a prolonged engagement knight and knight, the spears will catch on. Nice micro there. Snipes 1. Does lose a knight for it. But I think because he's 7 workers ahead now, you don't mind that. Right, 7 worker lead is big 9 minutes in. I'm starting to wonder if Baltoon has had any idle time on the TC, actually. Well, you can do, like, the base maths, right? So 6 minutes, 10 minutes in, you get 3 villages per minute. You should have 30 there. And then you should have the 6 on top, right? Oh, wait, but it's French. Screw the maths. French produce quicker. I feel like Baltoon has lost workers, but not enough to fully explain. So maybe there was a bit of idle force. Or we missed one small raid, potentially. Because we got the -5. I think there's been -2 there. So it's 8. 8 differential? Yeah, okay, that adds up. So he hasn't skipped on worker production. He just got slapped in the face pretty hard. Never meet your heroes, guys. Oh, Luciferon. I'm such a big fan. I'm like your biggest fan. Can you stop beating me? That's got to be how Baltoon's feeling right now, man. Because this is a harsh lead in a French mirror. In fairness to him, he did get thrown to the wolves. Classic Marley and Boomer here. Like, Kilyadi was like, I'll be ready soon. And what a timing. Goldenhorn Tower now on the way. So this is where the longbow threat gets real, guys. He's at 16 longbows already. Veterancy there melts through Sofa. Because Sofa are lower base armor than knights. And longbows are higher base damage than standard archers. You put those two things together, and it's tears in the eye for a Mali. The age up complete is going to be marching forward. Baltoon's going to tech before Kilyadi is. Wait, what? I think they're going for a double tech play, but Luciferon isn't. So Luciferon reinvesting everything into an attack, and that matters a lot. You may get vet knights in time, maybe, but even if you do, if your opponent's 8 knights higher, you know, you can be a vet unit, but if 2 units are hitting you and you're hitting 1 back, I'm going to back the 2 units to win that fight, especially with someone of Luciferon's micro caliber. He won't fail to pull away. Royal Institute on the way, though. Kind of feels like Stranglehold's incoming here. Villagers just run away before the knights and archers arrive. They start the burn through to make it easier to sneak through here. They tech up. Does he see it? I don't think he glimpsed it. I think he was just a fraction away from seeing that. The Malians, I mean, they can't help, by the way. Like, 9 Sofa here is not going to be impressive against Vet Limitani Longbow. And now he sees an opening! Luciferon, he did scout it earlier. He just waited for Baltoon to miss position. Tries to complete the tech up. Dive in towards those workers too, though. Age up. Come on, get it! Get the funnel tap! It's still not complete! Villagers in from the north side. He gets it. But the cost is high. 31 works. Maybe 28. He's dead. He's so gone. Longbow spears continue the dive. Knights move north further. Baltoon with 23 workers left alive. He just went Royal Institute, has 6 knights, and does not have the gold to get the heyday payday on all those techs. At least not to make it worthwhile. I mean, if you queue up Raw Bloodlines with 6 knights, It's going to be irrelevant. And Kilyadi, he did get castle. Firm handshakes. But can you play the game now? God, I feel like this is always the goal in 2v2 matches from what we've been seeing. When there's French picks on both sides, they become the inting target. Like, you go after them relentlessly. Because they're just spamming military units. So if you beat them back, their economy shrinks a bit. They can't be the front line anymore for the team. On in again. More idle time to be achieved. Cycling past, and the Lombo Limitane move over for the 1v1. Kilyadi, 13 archers to his name. Limitane count looking decent. Lombo's going for snipage there. Continues the press. And wait, was that another pop? Oh no, it's the same. It's just being weird. Dive coming in again. Knights are back in the base once more. It's just full idle sign. Baltun is fake castle. Doesn't feel real at all here. Just doesn't have the economy to be a real player. At this point, he's been reduced to being an NPC. Cataphracts will dive in to draw attention. They'll switch onto the archers. Also, body blocks the Sofa retreat. Kilyadi looks dead. Yeah, GG gets called. A clinical cooperation between the Spanish bros against one of the more favorable duos in this tournament. Shows you just how serious you need to take Lucifron and Vortex. Clean and fast, man. They did not waste any time. Just great, elegant understanding. Like, we talked about the idea that Byzantines want to tech up, but they took full advantage of positioning. And the fact that, like, Malians were being just as greedy as Byzantines would presumably be, basically. So game 1 goes to Vortex, and Lucifron will pay that out. And they're getting in lobby for G2. I'm going to run... I'll run 2 minutes ads now, so you guys don't get them in-game, okay? Actually, we'll do a minute and a half. YouTube are going to be, like, smoking their pipe going, I don't get ads. They always do. Well, they don't. They always do that. They don't get ads, though. Right now, someone in there is like, wait, we're allowed to mock them for that? Yo. Don't get ads either? Wow. Like, how is that, Pencil? How do you not get ads? What is this special ability? French should have stayed feudal, Mali go castle. Yeah. But I think the problem is if the Mali player is not going to participate, the French player doesn't feel like he can do anything anyway. I guess in hindsight, probably the best thing you can do is just run your knights down the flanks and just kind of leave your economy open. Sounds really bad, but if you're trading evenly, well, not evenly even, the idea was that you trade 2 to 1. Because if you're hitting both Byzantine and French, you're reducing their economy. So you'll be crapped out for sure, but then the Mali player on your team can be ahead. I wonder if that would have worked better. It's not clean cut like that because you run into multiple issues of like, well, they're going to be building Spearmen and Byzantine, so I can't dive them. And they will be reinforcing Knights. So if I split between 2, it's weird. So like maybe it would have just been better to have gone in on the enemy Knight player. I just think he was worried that he was going to get pinned because at the start, Lucifron was already trying to fish him in deep to trap him. If you remember that initial raid where like his Knights got low HP. Well, I say low HP. They still had a lot, but they had less than their opponent, which is the problem. All right, boys. Should be getting momentarily in the lobby. Let me check what their draft is going to have. Okay, they haven't picked yet, so they're discussing it. Reminder, the way that the drafting format works is a Civ can only be played by a team twice in a series. And then also, the same player cannot play the same Civ. So, for example, they could draft French again, but Lucifron can't play it, and Baltun can't play it. You don't really get to see much of that so far, because in best of threes, when it's 2-0, you won't see that. But when we get into best of fives later in the tournament, which I think is grand finals and maybe lower bracket finals, that's when... Oh, sorry. Yeah. So lower bracket semifinals, lower bracket semifinals. Sorry, no, this is the best of 5. My bad. Semifinals, upper bracket is also best. So we're in that territory now where earlier on we were just saying you could win with French. Now, even if it's 2-0 up for the Spanish bros, their third game, they won't be able to touch French. And that's where you start to get into this thought process. Do we use French back-to-back, or do we save it for later? Because even though you've got Jean plays fundamentally differently to what French does in team games. Like, yes, you're building knights, but your roles are slightly different. And the way you leverage. Like, I think if you're doing a Jean strat, for example, your A, probably a bit more susceptible to Dark Age Rush, but B, more likely to require your teammate to fight with you. Like what Lucifron and Vortex just done in game 1, that style is perfect for Jean. But what Baltoon had to do, that style's bad for Jean. Because she's 2v1ing, so she'll just get sniped. French should be banned in 2v2 during best of 3 stage. But they picked Jean. Like, you just go down the list, right? You go from top to bottom. There's the problem with, the ban logic is like, well, no, you still get the broken civs compared to others sort of thing, you know? Did B and Cat really lose against 2 guys I've never heard of in the first round? Yeah, I didn't catch that series because obviously, like, we were up the hospital the other day. So, like, I had to skip a day and we could only catch so many series from there. Also, there's a lot of series going on in general. I think lower brackets already had, like, 3 or 4 series played today. So there's only so much we can catch. So, unfortunately, I didn't see that one. But, yeah. It was a 2-1, right? Yeah, B's Jin didn't work in game 1. He was against Shushi French. And he went Lancaster game 3. Lancaster Mongol versus Mongol Malians. Interesting. Okay. What are we waiting for? I could have ran more ads. I could have made more money. By the way, guys, if you want to help give me a bit of money, but also avoid ads and all those kind of things, and also be able to get access to some tools to make stream quality look a bit better, because they've actually got that built in as well. You can download that. Go check out OperaGX. We are working with OperaGX again. They have come back to support us now for the 3rd, 4th time. They've worked with us a lot. We love OperaGX. It's easy to use. You always see me use it in the background when we're looking at things. And the only exception is like if their dark mode gets a bit aggressive and you can't see the flags, but for the most, we use them a lot. So check them out. Use my link, !OperaGX, download it. And wait, did we get... Where's my browser? I had it on this scene, didn't I? I'll have to find it. I was going to check how many of you downloaded it so far. But I don't know where I put it. I think my scene got reset. But yeah, be sure to check them out via the link. You can find it down the panel or just put in OperaGX or !OperaGX. Like that. There you go. I'll drop it for the YouTube people. I really need to set up cross-posting on Nightbot now that I think about it. Because I keep forgetting to do that. There you go. Okay. Are the boys ready? They are. They're in game. Nice. Just refresh this. The links are going a bit ham at the moment, though. What the hell just happened? Well, I triggered one, right? Now that I think about it, that's weird. I don't know why Nightbot isn't scripted that way, so that if someone manually uses the command, then it, like, resets the timer on the command. Yeah, that's very weird. Huh. I'll have to look into if there's a mod to fix that. Alright, here we go. Well, it's not French, guys. No one would have predicted this. Right, I got predictions up. Oh my god. Oh, we need to get 1 point up, don't we? OperaGX links, yeah, I know. They apologize for that, but they can't update the link. So that is how it's meant to be. So yeah, just click the link. It is the correct link. They fudged up. All right. One and all, the meta is so different in team games. Are we seeing this correctly? English priority pick on both teams. Roos also getting picked. And well, Tughlaq, we come to expect this. Top level gameplay here. We've got the Spanish bros, two of the best players in the history of Age of Empires 4. Luciferon in the yellow as the Rus. His teammate, DS is Vortex. His bro in the orange is English. And Killardy will mirror that pick. The top ranking Finn is in the green as English. And his teammate is none other than Big Baltoon himself. Baltoon in the blue as Tughlaq. Reminder, this is one of the top ranking people in team games. This guy is either ranked 1 or 2 at the time of recording on the ladder for 1v1s. And then these two could probably very easily have those slots and have historically had those slots. It's just they're too busy scrimming privately all the time. Gonna be a fun one, folks. Rus back on the menu. Actually buffed. Technically not in need of it as much as other civs, I think, but nah, in fairness, it was needed. Rus was kind of dying. So the buff, guys, is Golden Gate. The TC build is substantially more optimal now. A long time ago, if you guys remember, they nerfed the cost of town centers to be 350 stone. This civ was the reason. Every civ was doing 2 TC, right? But at the heart of it, this civ kicked it all off. Because with the Golden Gate landmark, you used to be able to get an aggressive timing on your town center by trading 2 tickets for stone. That change made it free, but with the recent reduction in cost of town centers, where you now spend 50 less, all of a sudden, fast 2 TC Rus is back on the menu. I'm just not sure if we're going to get it here, because his teammate is playing English, and English have been majority builds 2 TC for quite some time. Other side, the choice should be more clear-cut, right? Unless... Guys, we just had a super aggressive game out of Vortex and Luciferon that got a quick win. And I think we're now about to get double greed on both sides. That's an interesting change. For those that haven't noticed the map, we were just on Dry Arabia previously, now we're on Rocky River. Dry Arabia and Rocky River are very different for team games. Because Dry Arabia, you typically spawn a decent chunk closer. Like, I'd say almost a full screen length, maybe? Closer to the enemy bases. So you can do more. You can rotate around the back easier. There's a lot of options. But in Rocky River, it tends to push you further back a bit. And I think that's why we're seeing both sides being as greedy as they possibly can be. Dislike this map too, Boomy. Yeah, it's weird. Rocky River could be so much better, I think, if they made the tree lines a tiny bit looser. Also, in team games specifically, I'd like to see them spawn closer to each other. That would be pretty cool. Like, what? Actually, in team games, I think this is the type of map where you spawn people here, and here, and here, and here. So like, you put them closer to their opponent and very far from their teammate, maybe? I think it's cool to have maps where, like, you feel like you're a team, like you're in the same base, like Hill and Dale, but then also have maps where you feel like you've been left in your 1v1 duel. But, you know, if you have the length and the opportunity, you can still assist. Tree line's better for Lucy and Vortex? Well, 100%, because if we do some basic maths, if you guys realize something, it's not just the tree line positionings are maybe better for certain things. It's that there's a tree line completely missing for Baltoon and Killardy. It's 3 versus 4. All right, and 2 TC. Are we getting 2 TC? He's got the hunting cabins coming down. Maybe Pro Scouts instead. Yeah, okay. Luciferon's going Pro Scout build. That's cool because he can sling deer for both of them. So he can pull his deer, and then he can pull the ones close to Vortex into his base. You're probably going to see him go, but KP, he can build farms. They're cheap. They are, but English also gathers quicker from hunting if they drop a little campfire. So there is actually some merit towards doing that, because then what Vortex can do is, instead of building lots of farms, he could super fast castle. Let's count the trees and make sure it's balanced. Oh, you're right. There's a little hole here. Let me... 1, 2, 3... No. So how greedy are we going? So it is a true TC, 2 TC. And he's keeping on stone. So it's going to be 2 TC, at least 1 castle. Maybe 2. I think this could be the ultra greedy build, which is 2 TC, 2 castle. And then 2 TC, second one on gold for Killardy, just so he has the potential to tech up as time goes on. I think Luciferon just rushes castle, right? Why would you ever build knights against this? This is the most toxic crap imaginable. English 2 TC you can't touch. and Tuklak castles are undiveable. Like, I'm a really big hater of this build, if I'm being honest with you guys. Like, moment of truth. Because the problem with the castle build for Tuklak, there's kind of a reason why you don't have access to castles in Feudal Age. Pretty good reason. Because every time you see a defensive landmark like Kremlin or Barbican, your best option against it is to go Castle Age. And the problem with the Tuklak castle builds is when you're up against it, diving is not an option. You just lose too much value there, right? And like ram rushing it is also really slow and expensive. If it was just a castle, maybe, but the thing you have to remember is with this Civ, it's economy. Like he's going to choose the governor that gives him food for all the houses in range of this. Ooh, okay, Lucifon's not fast casting. So he's going aggro build. Yeah, he's spamming knights up. Because, like, technically, he could crack castle quicker than all of the other players in the lobby. And then with Warrior Monks, he could rush all the relics. So kind of interesting that he chose to play the Age. But in fairness, Mass Knights can scale. Castle Elephant Raiders incoming? It's fine. You've got English spears, lol. Johan, you main English. You know how this works. You know what you do when you see someone trying to raid a elephant. You just vomit out spearmen. Kilyadi starting to prep. See he's halfway towards castle already. Will Tuklak still be good on water hybrid now that the fishing bonus is removed? Wait, did they remove it? Did I miss that? Was there patch notes for that? Did they take away elephant economics from fishing? I still think they'll be good for it because the thing it gives them is Raider Elephant spam, which is not possible without fishing. Like maps like Frisian, they'll still be really good. Because on maps like Frisian, it's all about light cav to rotate and burn. And Raider Elephants are really good for that. So yeah, I think maybe other hybrid maps is a bit rougher. Maybe something like Kawasan or Kalauga, they'd probably be weaker on. But I think on Frisian specifically, Tuklak will still be pretty good. Okay, so Kilyada almost ready to tech up. Vortex a lot slower, actually. Yeah, big difference. Because if you look at what Kilyada's doing, he's eating through all the sheep. Whereas over here, Vortex has prepped a lot more farms and has more sheep in reserve. Still a little bit surprised that Lucifron didn't share, though. No, he's just fully committed to going ham on the Knights. Triple stables now. Starting to save up, though. And green will be the first player in lobby to trigger the age up. White tower now being built. King. I like this, actually. Just kind of being a nuisance, because look at the north side. Yep, French Knights go for the dive, too. He has got the undermesh. Big deal. Really big deal. Yeah, English TCs are a nuisance, but the +1 armor, you know fast castle means no arrow fire upgrade. A lot of other time being achieved this dive. Is he going to try to microwave the injured Knights? No, he commits to the king kill. Oh, damn, and he'll get it. Nicely played there. Charges through on the other side. Raider Elephant coming in to assist, but Workers going down. And the White Tower, it's being built by one. One villager. Not exactly optimal. Vortex about ready to start his own age up now, so not going to be that far behind. There's going to be another dive coming in here. Ay. We'll look to just stagger the garrison. Shifts out the other side. Great micro there by Kilyadi. Lucifron, I think he gets... No, all the Knights? Guys, that entire dive, he only lost one Knight. And he's got full HP Knights coming in again. This is getting ridiculous. And remember, the king is alive! So they can just bring him over and heal. This is what I mean about English being low-key very strong in team games. Is like, if you're playing double raider type comps, or rather heavy raider comp like this, like, you know, if you're French, you can sort yourself, but if you're not, you need assistance. And that's where the king comes in clutch. Unfortunately, Vortex doesn't care about that, which means Lucifron's going to run all the way home. But he will heal faster over here. That was sick. One Knight lost in total. But the idle time achieved, probably double the cost of a Knight. Not to mention the catch-up and... Okay, King's Palace. Why? Why would he King's Palace? Think about what's happened here. One team has Knight spam, the other doesn't. So, like, you're not that diveable, right? If you do this and just start spamming Spearmen, Can your opponent really get in? I don't think so. It's greedy as all hell, but I do see the logic in it for Vortex. And also, newly buffed Landmark. The first time we're seeing King's Palace since the changes now produces villages every 18 seconds as opposed to... Does still feel like a bit of an underwhelming buff. I wonder if it could have been the effects all TCs, but maybe that'd be a bit broken. The Knight does get takes down one. Still, that's a 1-to-1 exchange, and the reason that's not great for Baltoon, I mean, it's even. You have to remember that these guys cost the same as the Knight. Tech up coming in. He did save that spot. Get your numbers in, folks. We're going high on the high trade house. Knight's rejuvenated. Not really a fight the blue wants anymore. And wait, they didn't get rid of Vortex's scout here. The campfire. The campfire is going to see when he sets up the further out farm clusters. So it would be a good idea to actually burn that. But Kilyadi isn't clocking it, even though it shows as a giant orange structure on the minimap. How much vision does the king get when he goes in range? Let's have a look. Wait, I thought it increases his range too. There we go, denies it. Oh wait, no, it's 100 HP, isn't it? Like, I always forget about this change. They buffed it. It has 100 HP now. Oh my god, that takes so... But soon, brothers, soon. We'll check back in on the scout in 5 minutes. I think he might still be there when we come back. House of Learning now on the way for Baltoon. Vortex is going fast in. Oh, this is filthy, guys. Okay, can we... One's in chat if you agree. It's 2-0. I hate to be a negative Nelly, but I've seen what mass Wingard Raiders can do. And Vortex can afford them. A lot of them. They need spears. They need a lot. Technically, Baltoon can provide the solution. He needs Neza training and mass spearmen to hold back what's coming, because this is about to be full cav spam. Barkshy on the front. Wait, what? Okay, I'm wrong. Okay, we got a game. Why Berkshire over Wingard? I guess the 4Ks aren't secure, but I would have thought with this many farm clusters, you just get enclosures, no? Like it's quadruple farm cluster. That's... In fairness, okay, in his defense, I think Vortex's thought process is he didn't go White Tower. So if he imps now, he's got nothing to defend his base with against mass raiders, right? Elephant raiders could just run through and destroy everything. So I get it. But man, if he had gotten away with Wingard, the flood would have been vile. Yeah. I reckon there was probably a strategic thought there where they were talking about it, and then Lucifron went, but if I'm Knights and you go Knights as well, they're just going to build spears, and it's English Tuklak. And they're two of the better they're two of the better spear sieves in the game, right? English with the attack speed, and then Tuklak with the Neza training, which allows them to produce faster and do more damage. So yeah, I think this was the more logical, safer option. All right, high trade house, 170 gold. So not entirely insane, just quite insane. I mean, it's over 2 relics worth of gold, but pretty cool. Only one player is going for relics now, by the way. And he's confident he's going to get the ball. As he should be. Vortex adding in spears. Kilyadi's going fast in, though. He's going for the Wingard, isn't he? We will be getting it. I mean, you kind of have to when you see Vortex does this. I think they did scout out the Berkshire. There might have initially been a worry that your opponent had gone Wingard Flood, and then a kind of wipe of the sweat, and okay, we can still do this. So Wingard Palace now on the way for Kilyadi. Knights charging in. They've got the boars, so they've got extra HP coming through. Problem is, Raider Elephants are so obnoxiously tanky. Yeah, not going to be easy to clear those. A lot of spears being downloaded by Vortex. The problem is, unless they wall the map, it can be very hard to chase these elephants. Even more so if he goes for some broken decks, which he already did, didn't he? Did he get... Yeah, he's got the healing. Guys, they still haven't balanced this. The healing says that it's 2 health a second, but it's actually 2% health a second. which scales really well with Raider Elephants. And War Elephants. Oh, Trample coming through, though. Tries to burn on the castle. Spears. Those are elite spearmen. Oh, my God. Is this the right choice? Burns coming through. Dive towards the workers now. Some assistance from Yellow, but orange spears are the ones to watch here. They should be able to trade really well against this. And the castle's going to be brought down. He can't keep it up. Burn speed just about there. Gets the final flourish and brings it crumbling down. Spears will get cleared out in the end, but considering the castle costs and the follow-up for the Knights, they're going for a charge now. We have got Wingard Raiders being spammed here, so Green's going to get cavalry into play fast. A new castle coming up. So far, he's only got the one, right? I think if we get to Elite Army Tactics, I'm going to be quite worried for those elephants. Because I don't see Baltoon going Imperial quickly. In fact, let me check. Vortex. He's going melee upgrades, but no University yet. No. A little bit surprised by that, actually. If I took that type of fire afterwards, I'd be like, man, Elite Army Tactics would have won me the engagement. At least it's healing. Look, watch that health bar. 192 to 198. 198 to 203. The tooltip is a lie. The elephant caretaking is bonkers. It's probably the best tech when the situation is right for it. Best tech generically, I still think is Nezza training. You know, increasing production speed by 50% and bonus by 35%. Really, really strong in most games. Just build this again. Maybe we should just stop trying. Dives in deeper now. Spears fishing for more. Knight reaction coming through. Man, the Knights, the green silhouette color is so ugly on this color spectrum. Now, oh, he baits him to defend. Raider Elephants turn around. Knights now moving across. He's got the Saint's Blessing buff. Allies, of course, aren't going to benefit from that, but still, it means your own Knight's going to last a lot longer. And Cannoneers spamming now from Kilyadi, but this is Defender's advantage, and it still looks a bit shaky, but the bodies at the end tell the whole tale. Probably, what, close to 10 Knights lost there in total, maybe more. Spear count, like, you don't care about them dying as much. It's the fact that Luciferon's hemorrhaging a lot of Knights in these dives. We do have hand Cannoneers now coming out from Vortex. Well, stagnant engagement would benefit. Knights have to pull back a little bit. Goes to recharge. He's body block to protect the hand Cannoneers. Trample trying to move in. They're stacking on top of spears, and the Raider Elephant count is looking bad here, guys. He's down to just 10. They're gone. Kilyadi now needs to carry him. He's got the footmen, pretty strong, but up against the Knights, not looking that strong. Numbers not in his favor. I think the Spaniards have found their timing now. It's the elite spearman, man. Like, you're seeing Kilyadi realize how good it is. He's just queued up feudal spears, but he's a mile behind on that detail. Because look at what else Vortex has coming. 40 seconds out from Elite Army Tactics. I guarantee that Kilyadi hasn't got that queued up. No. In fact, he's eliting his horsemen right now. Wait, really? Why are we elite? I mean, I know he's doing Wingard Raiders, but why are we eliting horsemen over spears? Because he stopped... Guys, this is getting a bit weird. Because he's not actually mass-producing horsemen anymore. He switched to the Wingard footmen. They buffed elite spears recently? Yes. So when you get elite tech on spearmen, they go from 1.25 movement speed to 1.3 base. Even better on HRE in late game, by the way. HRE tend to zoom with that change. They're a bit ridiculous.
This task is complain.
Luciferon just begging for a small splosh of cash. Gets given it. Is that biotech? Oh no, he's just getting more Knights.
The work is done now.
Never noticed how fancy that looks. This is Death Bush Point though, guys. 5 Rams. They're going to delete all of this. You know, it's not the cleanest way of dealing with castles, usually, but when you've got this many bodies backing it. Raider Elephants have been spammed up again. Countering it. They have to hide behind the castle. He's waiting for the reinforcements to arrive, and Kilyardi's now here. Gonna be a pullback. Spears look to engage. Knight's gonna go for the charge. Rams are gonna be exposed. But the Spearmen, they get the good trade. They find the Raider Elephants. Knights on the northern flank, up against the Footmen that get bonus against them. But very tanky on these Yellow Knights. She better hold on long enough. Orange's hand cannon is doing a lot of damage from behind. The tech up complete. Baltu now into the Imperial Age. But he's lacking an army to elite upgrade here. Yeah, he's down to just 9 Raider Elephants. He does get the upgrade in with a handful left, but he needs more. Food, non-existent at this stage. They are going to be able to hold on, though. Castle stays up, and all of a sudden, Lucifron looking like the odd one out. He's holding no food back. He sees value in commitment. Continues to dive. Moves towards Green's hand cannoneers. Attack speed buff is there, but Orange's hand cannoneers are assisting now. The villagers trying to rush outposts up is ambitious. Horsemen is now starting to rise. Spears as well to distract. But Kilyardi just forced to trade hand cannoneer to hand cannoneer. Workers will be able to walk away. He cuts the reinforcements, and they will get the reset. And with that, Lucifron is now odd one out and beginning to feel weak. Yeah, instead of just backing off and prepping Imperial, he wanted to punish the play. Now, he just has to accept the inevitability of us going into Imperial. But cool detail for him. What can Rouge build, guys? It's a pretty good thing that they could prep that his brother's doing right now. You've got your own hand cannoneers. They're much cheaper and damn effective in prolonged fights. And think about what he's going to be fighting. Raider Elephants will force a standstill for a long time. So Streltsy could be incredible traders with that. I think the other thing that's missing here is just slow down and get an outpost. Because you're fighting into English attack speed. That's a really hard advantage to overcome. So if you just creep outposts up yourself, how close the fights are kind of feeling a lot of the time these dives, I think that outpost aura could win. Castle drop on the flank. Kilyardi thinking about those 8Ks. Spasskaya, very defensive actually from Lucifron. A few knights do slip by the wall in though. It's going to distract and waste some time. Cool thing is these spears we mentioned earlier move a lot quicker now. Should better quickly shut that down. And Footmen have not been reset and rebuilt. Yeah, actually, Kilyardi's not even really using the landmark right now, which is a little bit surprising because he's not pop blocked. So, good shut down the raid. And wait, Raider Elephants into spears? Oh, he thought he could reach the hand cannoneers. I mean, 530 HP goes a long way, but the trample just ran out. He's stuck. He can't move away. He has to force the retreat, and he'll do so. Nice reinforcements there by Kilyardi. Time for the meat grinder, guys. Seriously, I can't believe it's that. 538 HP. This is obnoxious. And the healing, like, come on. The healing is ridiculous. 429 to 440. He's healing for 11 health every second out of combat. Reminder, a monk, hard healing, will only heal for 7 health. And you get to move while healing for this. That's crazy strong. It's like playing a better version of Order the Dragon. You've got this very tanky unit, and unlike Order the Dragon where the health pool goes low and you're kind of in trouble, this thing just fixes itself. Great throw on the wall though. Looks like Vortex is going to go into the base of Kilyardi. He's not set up his own outpost though. No, the count's looking good. 13 hand cannoneers versus 6. Wingard Ranger switch is pretty cool by Kilyardi. That'll give him range advantage for. Ow. It's like you need more spears to defend against this, but the problem is Orange has pop blocked themselves, right? They don't have any more spearmen to spawn. They'd have to send them all the way back from here. Nice, just trying to slip into the back. Nice idea there. It's a weird little tug of war. I mean, the weirder part actually is Kilyardi's not really attacking back. Yeah, he's not building enough range, right? Like, he's actually losing trades like this. He just needs a hard commitment. Like, he's got 21 horsemen, but So many spears to clear. But hello. Raider elephants from behind. Forces the retreat. Outpost being rushed up here. Elephants can stop that. That's important. You want to remove the network of citadels buff. A 30% attack speed differential is huge at this point. And he does cut down the last of the Raider elephants. New castles are coming in, though, as Baltoon is prepping more and more of these castle effects. He's already got 4 online now. Pushing to attack speed. Kiyoyaki's going to learn, just like Vortex had to. Not a good idea. He does back off. Wait, there's no way that's going up. Yeah, it's like, let me help you with the decision there. No. Guys, this is going to be such a long game. Have you guys got anywhere to be? Because it doesn't matter. It's like too late. Buckle your seatbelts in, boyos. Rocky River doesn't do quick games. Especially with English websites. The teams do picks bans. They do the pick process. No bans. Like, the ban is that you can only use collectively as a team, you can only use a sim twice in a series, and each player can only play that sim once. Radio again. I don't like this now. They've waited quite some time, and we've got the damage buff coming through, right? No, wait, he hasn't got Poleaxe. Lucifron hasn't got the bonus damage on his knights. Quite surprising, actually. Raider Elephant's just kind of frontlining on the lonesome, it feels like. The spears from green. Barely counting anymore. The hand cannons get jumped. Horseman now with the backstab attempt. Lombos to retreat. But the Knights are king here. We've got Horseman, Raider Elephants left against Mass Roots Knights. War Elephant trying to do what he can, but he's outnumbered 2. Going to be brought down. Lucifer, what a timing attack there. 52 Knights still. Now to push with. And the military difference. It's a double up. Not just that, guys. It's quality double up. Half of the total military force are Knights. The best unit you can get on these 2 civs on the left side. I want to pass back, and I'm pretty sure, yeah, he forgot about Knight Poleaxes. He's missing out on +4. I guess he's like not ready because he's waiting to pop, and then he can prep it. But to be honest, 60 Knights definitely feels like it's good enough for Poleaxes. Like 60 Knights with +4 damage. Every 2 seconds, you're doing an extra 180 damage. It's quite a lot. Even without it, though. I don't think he cares. He's reached the workers. Raider Elephants moving to defend. He's got War Elephants as well. Jesus. 1,211 HP. Have mercy. Spears are getting baited the wrong way. We'll pull them back. Kind of a stranglehold moment. I mean, they've still got gold access, so they're not going to get drained. How do you sneak raises? How do you not just get pressured here? The thing is, they've got so much more economy. You see it in the count. But like, the trade-off is in military because of that, right? Like, they can't get close to the raw size of the Spanish troops. Like, the goal with what Baltoon and Kiyoyaki are doing is essentially you keep grinding and you remass quicker because you have better economy. But they're not grinding them down, right? If anything, the numbers are going up. Lucifer now at 72 Roost Knights. And scaling. Another 11 in queue. He's going to buy some time. Knights charge in from the other side of the tree line. Geo slipping around towards economy again. War Elephants try to march up. The Longbow hand cannoneer. They don't really care about Lombos. They've got 12 ranged armor after all, but the hand cannoneers are a problem. Spears as well. Trample gets activated. Baltoon just using it to stand still. I mean, it does kind of feel like the War Elephants are being ignored. Oh my god, he loses 40 Knights with that dive. Where are the spears or the hand cannoneers? Oh my god, Vortex got baited. He's at 42 Lombos against Mass War Elephant, Raider Elephants, and Men-at-Arms. These do nothing. It's because he's been prepping to protect against spears the whole time. Got caught on the transfer. Oh, the Mass War Elephant's definitely a problem. With all these stacked buffs, the increased attack speed, the increased health, the increased movement speed. What do you do? Is it worth 1 or 2 heal elephants? Hell no. You don't need it. They heal the... Like, seriously, look at the health. Like, are you seeing this right now? It's not balanced. 274. Wait for it. Wait for it. Is he still in combat? It does affect War Elephants, right? Because it just healed another one a moment ago. There we go. It was just really delayed. 274 to 298. He gets 24 HP a second on a War Elephant. Man at Farms is correct. They are all heal elephants as long as they're not in combat. It's insane. You're expected to fight these things and then keep fighting them long enough for them to die before that healing kicks in. They take a different thing. They move over. They do find Kilyadi's economy. Nice snipe there. That's how a lot of the woodworkers. He can shift for more here. Remember, the trick with Rocky River is the tree line. There's barely any wood. And we highlighted at the start of the game, remember, is there's one less tree line for Kilyadi and Balti. So at this rate, they can blame the loss on this one. Also being sacked though. You can't, like, I actually like the change here. They communicate, okay, he's got mass War Elephants, we can't do anything about it, but what we can do is ignore them. You can't use War Elephants on flanks. They're too slow on 2v2s and 4v4s and whatever else. The only way it would work is if they stonewalled up and then created funnels. Nice. I'm going to base again. Oh, they baited him out of position. Kilyadi's stuck between the two. War Elephants are holding back though. Knights. Just going to poke a little. Don't really want to hard commit here. Kilyadi is scaling ranges, by the way. He's up to 12. Ranges are solid here. Johan's mentioning as well. Like, they higher base damage, higher range, just overall better stats than normal Lombos. Nice, gonna have to keep retreating. It's just so hard against these War Elephants. It's such a stupid unit. Even if you build spears, it doesn't feel efficient as a trade. It has 1,232 HP. Like, is there any unit in the game that has more health than a War Elephant? I don't think so. Oh, sorry, a castle. A castle has more HP, guys. So it's balanced. It's fine. It's fine. Imp Katas? I don't think so, right? I think Imp Katas don't even touch it. Imp Katas cap out like 550, 560, is it? So even per population, I mean, I guess against the population because it's free pop cap, right? But still, the whole idea is you have to kill these things because if you don't, they'll fight you, then heal before the next fight. That's what makes them so fundamentally different. And cannons coming out too slowly. Vortex now in a bit of a pickle. The Berkshire is under siege. Is this the most toxic combo for 2v2s? Like mass English meta arms and War Elephants? Raider Elephants? It's the ultimate melee blob, right? Like, I mean, the only thing you're missing is an HRE Land Snake. Just live to that in a bit, right, for DPS, but you don't really need it. You got splash damage anyway. Kilyadi lost a lot of eco. Yeah, but Baltun's kind of in a position where he can carry. Like, reminder, this is meant to counter all of this. How? Continues to push. Lombo's still there to support as well. And, oh, hold on a sec. Sick idea. Lucifron, he goes raiding. Straight into the economy. Baltun's build up reserves, but if they can just whittle this number down on economy and then fight back the main army, they have a way. A sick read by the Spaniards. They need to be fast about this though, right? Because they need to be ready for that fight soon. Still, damage most definitely done. Baltun under 100 workers. Kilyadi down to 64 and falling. But the move is on the way to the heart of Vortex's base. It's a slow move. The elephant sieging in now. This hand cannoneers trying to hold the choke points. Trample's going to be coming through. Roost Knight still raiding, and oh my god, Vortex moved the Lombos up too! Kilyadi's down to 30 workers! The elephants. Are they running out of steam? There's only 6 left. He's lost 2 War Elephants on the front side. Raider Elephant count is getting quite low too. And new Roost Knights are stacking up. Meanwhile, there's more workers dying! Okay, Lucifron has done his signature. Full Rainer's Raiders in effect. He bludgeons the worker force down into submission. It's 203 to 103. I don't know how elephants do anything fast enough here. And they're still diving. This is ridiculous. It's like you can move in and shorten their economy, but they'll replace the losses elsewhere. Whereas what Lucifron done, you can't replace the losses because you're losing them everywhere at once. Lombos are now going to get sacked with a backstab, so finally they get some vengeance here. Military count going to inflate further for Baltun and Kilyadi. Now they come in to try and clear up the Raiders. Mass spears producing. It should blew out of the base. But now the idea, surely, is just a rematch. Lucifron is pretty cozy with that idea. Look at his reserves. He does need to find gold, though. Gold is his weakness. Ideally, Vortex should probably be leaving this for him, actually. That is War Elephants down. New wave has been built. And they know, they understand. After a hit like that, the desperation sinks in. You can't just sit back anymore. It's a renewed assault coming out. Quick enough. Can he do enough damage? Will the forces of Spain simply be too strong? Men at arms spears from Vortex. More knights from Lucifron, but he's down to just 37 now. A heavy hit on the heavy cav. About to be even worse. Gets found outside his base with a few knights. They get sniped too. Kilyadi blobbing as much infantry as he can for a push. I mean, this is a ludicrous army size, right? 50. Oh my god, 50 Raider Elephants, 575 HP each. Someone want to do the maths on that? That comes out at, what does it end up being? It's something like 28,500 HP. And now the relics, they're knocked down. Green. Pretty underwhelming push in comparison. Orange, wait, they're going in again! Wait. Is this a base race? Are you quick enough for this? Let's go in. Torches out. Yeah, he's going for it. He almost got confused. Primary TC. It's a base race! Oh my god. Vortex with the mass spears, mass men at arms. Marches into green space too. TC to be sieged down. Spasskaya being sieged in response. Villagers moving over. More knights coming out to try and protect. Cannon emplacement's going to be threatening there to slow it down. But the burn is real. Town center almost down already. Body blocks coming in. Kilyadi trying to buy some time. The White Tower isn't going to last long against this much burn. Vortex, he's got the stone for a castle drop. Movement in. High Trade House down. Golden Gate being targeted. The Spasskaya, the repair. It's an L. He gets it down. Halfway to victory for Baltun and Kilyadi, but they still need to deal with the other base. TC, now targeted. Vortex trying to buy some more time. The White Tower, the burn is real. And the villagers, he pulled the workers as well. It's all in. Moving over to the final one. Goes for the Hisar Academy. This is going to be tight. Golden Gate down. Primary town center still up. Repair on the Spasskaya keeps the Raider Elephants here. The King's Palace now being targeted. The Berkshire already went down early, remember. TC about to go down over here. It's going to be tighter than you think. For the Hisar Academy, he needs that finishing touch. He gets the damage. He gets the burn. Hisar down. There's one left in it. It's the primary TC. The last stand. It comes down to this. The Wingard. White Tower dead. I think there's one missing over here of blues. That's going to be it. Insane end. The repair, though. He buys time. Green's coming over. Spasskaya is not going back up. And the Spaniards are going down. What? I can't, man. Team games are pure cinema. Well, I think it's fair to say that this series is 150,000% delivering. GG. Kill Yardi and Baltin showing just how broken Elephantos are. This one might be uploadable. You know, I think so. I think maybe, just maybe. I put team games are pure cinema. It's base race time. What a game. Like, you just need a moment to digest that. It was tighter than you think. I couldn't... Where was Blue's final landmark? Could you guys see it? What was I missing? They were all on one screen. Because there was 2 left for them. So one of Blue's must have got repaired, I think, when the Knights went deeper. But yeah, I mean... Lucifron was farming like a madman. Jesus, the difference between them. What an insane game. And this is a best of 5. So we get at least 2 more. Oh. And we've got another series after this as well, remember. Team game has enormous potential. It's absurd that such a fun format is getting neglected for whatever reason. It's because the game hasn't been designed around it at all, sadly. It needs, like, I genuinely would be 100% on board with them dropping focus on 1v1 and shifting it fully to team. I've, since day one, wanted that. But there's been no effort in any regard. There has been exactly one effort, and that's adding Gorge to the game. That was it. That was, like, the only true effort into, like, making team the bigger focus. But don't get me wrong, they made some balance changes. Like, Magadai got nerfed for team games specifically. But, like, are you kidding me? The esports scene would be, I think, a lot better if team was the marketed element. It's just it needs the right maps. And it needs more asymmetrical overlaps of, like, how civs synchronize. Yeah. That's my take on it anyway. It's just sad that it won't get that now. Like spawning backline and Gorge so I can boom to imp. There you go. Yeah, the dude, like, everyone else has the problem. Unless you're beastie, in which case you spawn front side and then you go imp anyway while your teammates die around you. I still remember watching 3v3s where he would do that with Delhi. Especially since most casual players are team game players. Exactly. It's like the problem is we've gotten too granular on, like, the focus of 1v1s. Like, okay, I'm going to say something potentially controversial. I feel like a big part of the attraction to 1v1 esports events for viewers isn't even the entertaining outcomes, even though it sometimes can have incredible outcomes. The more intriguing and alluring part is people learning build orders and crap like that. Agree or disagree? Because over the years, when I've been on income, people are like, can you switch to, like, work account so I know where to put my workers? I hear it all the time. Whereas in team, you give less a crap and you watch for the entertainment. Like, I think that's the difference in my eyes. If you were to think about the two, you're more likely to watch 1v1 to try and get better yourself, and you're more likely to watch team games to enjoy yourself. But you might still get better from watching them too, right? And yeah, big shout out to Carlos. Yeah, dude, they are, like, in general, tournaments are always a nightmare to organize. I speak first-hand experience with that. And it's like an unsung hero thing. I think, like, don't get me wrong, there's people who appreciate it when I've done it, and there's people who appreciate it when other people do it. But, like, in general, it is... No, people just don't know the ball ache that goes on behind the scenes. But yeah. It deserves more than it got from day one, I think. I also think there's probably an argument that for some top players, it's probably not to their merit to try and push that agenda anyway, because if you're a really, really, really good 1v1 player, it's more sustainably reliable for you in more than one way than a team environment. So the obvious one is your paychecks, right? But the other thing is, like, you see it all the time in team esports of, like, the person who's the best player in the world, but then they can't win anything, right? The memes about Arteezy where he's the best player ever, but he can't win TI sort of thing, for example. Like, that's the thing that I think would make team-focused environment, not even that pushable by a lot of top pros. It's like, you know, take Marine Lord. He might be able to easily go and set up a team with Louis, Anatan, whoever's going to be whoever he wants. But then if some fracture happens, and then like over time you have to choose different players to work with, you maybe get swings and roundabouts to how strong you are, if that makes sense. Why is one of your friends literally named after a grocery store? Wait, what? I don't know. Who is this? It's not Corvinus this time, is it? We're just waiting for the boys to start, by the way. So we should be getting underway shortly. Is there any chance for a KPMM comeback? Don't need to answer if you don't want to. I need a method that works, if that makes sense. RTZ TI5? No, RTZ wasn't on EG in TI5, remember? But so I for a start, I need assurances. Like, I still don't like that nasty rumor that was going around in the scene that I got paid to run KPMM. The people who start spreading that should be kind of ashamed of themselves, because I never received a dime. I received money to distribute to the players, so the prize pool was covered. But, like, none of my costs of, like, spending relentless hours running the tournament, like, I never got paid anything. Like, basically, it would have been more profitable for me across all that time spent on KPMM to go and just find casting gigs and work on other people's channels. So, like, I think for me to reapproach KPMM as an official Microsoft support thing, there would probably need to be some sort of financial support. Not paying all my bills per month, I'm not going to be that greedy, but, like, there'd have to be some money allocated towards all the hours I put in, if that makes sense. So in that regard, I wouldn't say never, but it's like, I'd also need that goodwill after I feel like me and World's Edge mutually burnt bridges with each other in how we approached everything earlier this year, right? Like, once again, I'm not shifting all the blame elsewhere. I done what I done, but, like, I think there needs to be a mid-ground. Once again, I'm not going to say never. I don't like to be that type of burnt bridge permanent person, but, like, there needs to be a lot of empathy from both sides of the table. So yeah, possible. It just needs the correct alignment. Need World's Edge to come beg on their knees with 50k prize pool? Yeah, it's like, I mean, I don't think that's going to happen because the money that has to go around the scene. That's like when we were talking about EGC the other day, right? The direction they're going and what they really want to do. Depends on how they project themselves and how they progress, right? But for the time being, it's still going to be EGC top heavy, and then obviously Age of RTS takes some money for, like, Homestead Cup. But, like, I don't know. The money gets allocated either way, I guess. Because the thing that probably people didn't clock is, like, from a business standpoint, for marketing efforts, 100,000%, no tournament that they have ran was as cost efficient as KPMM. Because if you tally up the hours watched, the hours and hours of entertainment, and the amount of people that watch it on my stream, other people's, for what, like, was spent, like, it's like, it's a bargain. It's called dog a dog. You deserve to get paid for your time. You did things at your own expense. Exactly. It's like, I think it was Jack, though. I think I saw your thread the other day asking who could do full time. I resisted, like, responding on it. But I was like, even pre what happened, I long term couldn't afford what I was still doing, right? So, yeah, so, sorry. Like, this is turning into, like, money thing. Sorry, apologies for that. Basically, the TLDR in the end is I would consider KPMM again, but the circumstances would have to be different. So, that'll be the short TLDR. It's not a two-player game, it's a four-player game. Your filter is wrong. Oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry, yeah. I noticed as well. I was like, because I'm so instinctively used to doing that. But we're literally just 30 seconds out from live, so it worked out. One of the greatest songs in RTS history, by the way. Hype it up in chat. Where's my KP Pogs? You guys ready? One and all, it's time for an epic series to slash deeper into our veins. Tap it deep inside me. Baltoon and Kilyadi has delivered one of the best games of the tournament so far. Best of 5, 1-1 apiece. We now head into the best team game map, full stop. Baltoon is going to be on the south side on the Marlians, mirrored by Vortex in the north in the oranges Marlians. And it's a full mirror because we are getting Sengoku in the hands of Lucifron and Kilyadi. Folks, this is epic. Both of these sides have cut deep already. You are seeing that correctly. Getting into this, a lot of people would have assumed Vortex and Lucifron runs away with it, but no. Baltoon and Kilyadi have shown if that game goes deep, they've got some cheeky strats of their own, and I think that's important to keep in mind here. Fast, clean, that's where Vortex and Lucifron lean. Deep, messy, and I needed someone that rhymes with messy. Nah. And Farm and Bessie, see, because they got Marlians. That's where I think Baltoon and Kilyadi thrive. The deeper it goes, I think the more Baltoon's knowledge of team game environments in late game comes into the picture, and he becomes the chief shot caller. So interesting to think about as we get deeper in the series. But boys, what are we going to be doing here? You've got Sengoku both at the back. I wonder if we're just getting fast techs from them and mass Donzos from the Marlian players. Would make a lot of sense. I mean, there's got to be a temptation just to scale with Sengoku in feudal though, and let the Marlian players be full greedy. I don't know. We've already seen some Farimba in the tournament from B, and honestly, it kind of convinced me. I feel like Farimba can actually be better than Fulani in team environments. Because you get to just prioritize the good counterplays, right? And you get more opportunities for your Mansa units to counter something on the other side. It's not just the hours watched, I guess, but it's also the pros staying at the game if there's ongoing tournaments producing content. Oh, yeah. Like, I mean, and, you know, the players had to turn up and evolve the meta the way they did. But I think the midweek muster weeklies we done more to evolve the game state and improve the level of play than, like, any single other event has. Because it was continuity, right? It was regular practice play, and it was doing exactly what esports should be, which is not gatekeeping. Because any player could sign up, and if they were getting good enough, they could face off against any player. Whereas when you talk about major tournaments, you know, you can't. Your practice won't be against the Marine Lord unless he wants to scrim you. I'm not saying Marine Lord's gatekeep, but like as an example, why would Marine Lord want to scrim with MSN? Sorry, it just comes to mind MSN straight. Like, he's not a top 3 contender. So, like, that's an interesting thought as well. But, man, I like, this is the thing. Like, people talk about how much 1v1 has evolved over the years. Imagine how much more team games would have evolved if there was more tournaments happening for it. Also, shout out to the players. There's a lot of top names competing in this tournament, despite the fact that the S-tier 1v1 tournament starts in just a few days. So props to them for taking the time out to have fun with it and to actually help market the game in a cooler way. So Manta coming in. Ryokan, but yo, we have a pivot. This is the thing you're always looking for. When you watch a mirror, you're looking for the deviation point. And it usually doesn't come this early. So we've got the Coca Township coming in. An ambitious choice on a map like this because the stealth forests are going to be pretty far away from the enemy base. And remember, the ninjas got nerfed a while back. They don't summon for as long anymore, right? They only have 45 seconds to do things. Ryokan, on the other hand, is going to get more value on a bigger map because between fights, there's a lot more downtime moving to a new area so you can heal. Coco's pretty good? Of course it's pretty good. It's a damage buff, and the cool thing about that is when you're talking about team environments, things like Kurotai from Mongols comes up a lot because the damage buff applies to teammates. The damage buff that these grenades apply will not just buff your units, they'll buff your teammates' units because it's a debuff you apply to the enemy. But still, there's gives and takes with this for sure. Should you put Ryokan near from all the units? I think the problem is their spawn. If he wanted to put Ryokan upfield, it would be here maybe? But I think because of the way he's going to prep his production, he wants it close to the back tree line where he's going to be gathering with a lot of workers, it seems. But guys, wait, what? Baltoon's gone 2 TC Mali. Another side, it's going to be Mass Cow. Vortex already got 4 cows out, so he's going for the full ranches fast. Okay. So very different ideas here. Takeda Clan's going to be coming in, so pretty standard there. It is going to be a focus on cavalry. And that is going to be mirrored as well by Kilyadi. 2TC into Farimba? Interesting idea. I can kind of see it working. You're going to have to be careful about the gold secure, because like one concern I have is that type of game strat, you're probably going to be eating a lot of gold. And you are playing with a civilization that also needs a lot of gold, right? Because most of the time, you're just talking about mad samurai spam with Sengoku. So they kind of need the 8k even more than the Malians do with enough. So what Scarlet Louis did versus you? What, 2TC Mali and then Kalbum? But like, what was the teammate? Was it French in that game as well? That would make it quite interesting. If it was French, I'd be quite surprised. Because that's an insane gold drain, right? That's so greedy from Mali. Kyle's coming in fast from Vortex. JD versus Mali. Yeah, interesting then. That's kind of cool. I guess 8k goes a long way, but like, it still limits your night count. I think it depends on the civs whether you feel safe doing that, because the logic is, yo, if there was like infantry versus cavalry, then this is a more confident play, because if I'm against infantry, I can go for this, right? But if it's cavalry, it's a lot harder. So far, Lucifron has added in the Daimyo, but hasn't committed more. It's going to be fast castle out of him. I like this build, though. Just getting the Daimyo is worth it. It's a feudal mountain samurai, after all. I mean, the health on him, 252 is kind of nuts. Sake Brewery now on the way. It's been nerfed, but not sucky Brewery. Still pretty damn strong. This is Farimba, by the way. Like, the way he's building this is Farimba. I think they're baiting them and switching. You could Fulani drop here and buff all of the cows still. But then the question would be, why are you walking this far out as opposed to building it here? And now he's building the archery range. This looks like Farimba. Because if you're going Javelineer build, you pre-prep archeries, right? Interesting strat. And how are we looking in your ties? Yeah, so he's got the first Matsuri buff coming through, so 5% increase there. But the problem is Kilyadi's economy isn't here, right? It's like, I think he's trimming the berries at this point. Yeah, just barely buffing this area. And he's running out of sheep fast. It's just kind of a weird placement, I guess. But he'll add in farms later to make this worth it. Remember, the Yatais, the hot dog stands, return packages which buff gathering by 5% per tier in the area around, up to 30%. Nice to take. Kilyadi's going to deny the Yatai just before it would actually spawn out the goodies. Oh, repair, Vortex. Now you've just lost the villager as well, maybe? Okay, he gets away. Tech up completes. Lucifron should start spamming knights now. Moment of Truth is fast approaching for Vortex. He still hasn't added any jabs just yet, though. Kilyadi rushing out the deer now. A little bit risky out there on the flank, especially when your opponent just went Castle Age. Yeah, this is scary, actually. Because remember, there's 2 enemies, so there's 2 scouts. So it increases the probability you get spotted. Because we're 9 minutes in, there's not really much more to scout on the map at this stage. Luckily for them, though. Looks like focus is on the backside. Gonna dive in now towards the workers. Mad Samurai have to pull back. Just body blocking to protect the retreat. And here we go. It's Farimba time, baby. Oh, that's awesome. Contribute like $40 a week per week if you could make a weekly tournament. I think, yeah, it would have to be. I think it would have to reach similar numbers. I mean, it's like I said, I kind of burnt that in the end, but I had reasons at the time that I felt were right on why I said no to continuing it. But like someone's mentioned crowdfunding before. It's something I need to think on and cook on whether we do it or not. The interesting part, and I don't know if people would really want to see this, is like technically, if we grew the channel to a certain size and it was off of crowd support, the weird thing is I could probably go get more money from like a gambling sponsor to sponsor the scene. But then there's the point of like you're bringing gambling into a new esports scene. And I know some people are against that. For those that don't know, most esports scenes function off of gambling sponsors. Like Counter-Strike, if Counter-Strike banned gambling tomorrow, 2/3 of the teams would disappear. And Farimba on both sides. Okay, so Javelineer, but I love Baltin's move. It's the Musafadi. He's a fan too. Musafadi's really smart here because it can chase down the Javelineers and shut them out, and it shuts out Mounted Samurai too. Like, you're scaling Javelineers, you now want to have to scale Archers too, because that's about what's going to happen here. Other cool thing is he can also rush into Freeborn tech so that he gets Musafadi Mansa and then gets Freeborn specifically to counter Javelineers. And then if your opponent goes Archers, it muddies the fight because you've got basically a Men-at-Arms and then a Spearman together. Think about it in that way of like an Archer will counter one of them and not the other. That's what happens with Freeborn Mansa. There's so much Yari, actually. Like, I thought he would be looking for a tag, but this kind of weirdly works, doesn't it? Deals with the Javelineers, and you can kind of assist up against the Mounted Samurai. One thing to note, guys, the ninjas, where are they? Oh, he built the house! That's sick. Lucifron with a forward house for the Shinobi spawn. Unfortunately, it's too easy to avoid. Yeah, they just walked away. Now, Musafadi step up. Yadi cavalry coming. Vortex and Lucifron out of position. Oh, this is going to hurt. They've got the speed tech as well. They move fast. They look for the clash. They look to die pass. Mounted Samurai, not enough in the body block here. The Yadi, they're getting past it. If they get past this line of knights, they can allow the Musafadi to catch up. And that's exactly what they're doing. Look, moving in tandem. He's actually winning the fight against them. This is wild. Those are only feudal cav units, right? Continues to push back. Numbers are shrinking, though. He needs to get that finishing touch. Okay, so a lot of space gained. Kilyadi behind this isn't that far off of attack. And he did shrink the Mounted Samurai count. You can see there, like, what, 5, 6 of them going down. He did lose a lot of Yari, but the difference in cost balances it out, I think. They're trying to ban Gambit in CS2, not Valve some countries. Okay. But like, yeah, but Valve, I don't think Valve's ever going to ban Gamba. They might restrict certain types of Gamba where it's like, if it's truly illicit, you know, like if it's non-ethical, maybe. If there's enough hoo-ha, they'd step in. But outside that, yeah, for those that haven't experienced the Valve esports scene, it'll be the same for Deadlock. They just let things happen. Valve is, their whole esports approach is let the community sort it and only get involved when the community turns to pure chaos, if that makes sense. They've always been big on this approach. Like, it almost gets that feeling of like, I can't believe you're making me rule on this, right? You think they would ban gambling if it's unethical? I think if it was like, it would have to hit the bottom line. So it'd have to be like some crazy illicit gambling operation where children are wearing oversized vests in an underground casino and not being fed. You know what I mean? And that would have to then turn to a press outlet that would make them worry. Because, guys, that's how most big companies are. If it hits their stock, that's when you're worried. But otherwise, they're happy to let it be its own Wild West. In fairness to Valve, they have some of the best esports structuring because they make Wild Wests. It's silly to just have one stakeholder who probably doesn't understand what's best for the community choose what an esport is, if that makes sense. That's why it's good that EGC is not the only people making tournaments. Because that's flawed. And by the way, I mean, I don't know if that's what Lytical what, but I know that Pesty never wanted that. Pesty was super scared of that idea, that he would be the only person making tournament decisions. Because if you get hit by a car tomorrow, the scene is dead. Flash coming in though. Switching to Archers, it's been pretty aggressive in Vortex. A little bit surprised actually that Lucifron didn't try and deal with Yuumi. Now staggered retreat. Mounted Samurai cover the exit. They're hugging the tree line to try and minimize the exposure because, guys, this is mass melee. Like, it's only mass melee. We do have those Freeborn coming in as well, by the way. Are we about to see Spaniards on the ropes? I think we are. They need a bigger switch, don't they? Kilyadi's economy is a bit weak. That's the negative I'd say right now, is like his food income is non-existent. So there is an upside there. Is because they're attacking the enemy side. Lucifron gets to gather out on the map, and Kilyadi hasn't been able to. But they now need to press this advantage. But damn, is it impressive what Baltoon's doing. Look at the economy lead. He's up 30 workers over anyone else in this game. And remember, both Malian players went for Rimba, meaning that Baltoon's just miles ahead. Playing with Jab's the worst feeling that wind-up. It's not too bad, but it got nerfed, remember. You used to move at 1.38, and then they nerfed it to 1.31. Archer's now taking over is the optimal. And this is the thing, like, old Farimba, the game is over at this point because you chose Javelineers and it sucked. The good news is Vortex can pivot now. For example, he could start adding Lucifer. The reason he's not is because his economy sucks. It's not on him. It's just if you look at the income per minute. Okay, wait. Why is it higher right now? It doesn't matter. GG gets called. Muso Fadi Flood is real. And it turns out Javelineers ain't king of the Farimba after all. And neither are the Spaniards king of the 2v2s. Dude. This is impressive as well because we just mentioned that like aggressive builds have been favoring Vortex and Lucifron over Baltoon and Kilyadi. They just beat the aggressors in 16 minutes. Baltoon is genuinely the scary brainchild of the entire thing. That was sick. But yeah, to the point, like his food income should have been higher. I was a little bit surprised how low it was, considering it's 2TC. Resource gathered. Oh, sorry, I forgot to hit the resource gathered. I can probably pull it up here if they're not privated. One sec. Oh my god, spoilers. So it's gonna be nuts, right? Oh, not as crazy as I was expecting. But I say that, like, what? Vortex was how many thousands behind him? Such weird numbers on the charts, by the way. Like 5,000, 6,000 behind me? No, less than 5,000 actually, isn't it? Yeah, probably like 3K or so. But it's just like there's resource gathered and resource lost, right? And the resource lost is what would matter because when you get a military count, yeah, that's a huge difference. Well played, though. So, reminder, best of 5. If Lucifron and Vortex lose this game, they're in the lower bracket. I think him knowing the good strats alone is worth so much. Exactly. Like I said early on that, like, there's potential for the Spaniard bros based on rapid iteration. Puppy Paw and Wham seem like front runners because they won the GV2 tournament, but I think the problem there is like their strats are probably outdated now. I think front runner packs is Louis MT Scarlet, and I think Baltoon and Kilyadi are high up there as well. Just noticed that Epic became Valiant. Yes, I've parted ways with Epic talent because I just don't... I have very different ideas on how an agency should run and how creators should be handled and protected. So I've started up Valiant Talent. Valiant Talent is an agency that I own. So now I get the opportunity to represent creators and have full control over that process to give them the best experience. And it's been a great start. We've got about 20 creators signed exclusively and a wider network of creators that are working with us already. So that's great. And I think there's going to be more joining in the coming weeks too. That's why I hadn't been streaming as much recently. Is like I started up a new business, so it required a lot of love and care. And still will, but trying to get a better balance of it overall. All right, I'm gonna run a minute and a half of ads now, by the way, so you don't get them in game. Okay. Wait, are Louis and Scarlet already out? Is that right? You sure? I must have missed that if so. Oh my golly, Ezra, what the fuck? What? How did you beat Louis and Scarlet? What the? I wasn't expecting that. Well played, Gully and Ezra. They 2-1 Louis and Scarlet. Okay, Kilyadi Baltoon frontrunners, maybe. Really late match, to be fair. Okay. Okay, maybe that explains it a bit. Like, because I would have thought Louis and Scarlet just trump all with experience, right? They should have more games than everyone else. By far in team environments. Damn. That makes it more spicy, though. Healing God's bracket? Exclamation mark bracket will bring it up. This is a 2v2 tournament organized by Carlos. He's put $1,000 on the line to be split between the top performing teams. Shout out to him. He's been doing a bunch of different tournaments. He's been doing different rankings as well. It's not just been conk levels. He's been doing lower ranked ones as well. So, guy's been hard at work. Really big props to him for that. He's renamed to Night Shift Gaming now, I think. Which I'm glad to see he's done, although it's got a 5 at the end. It's Night Shift Gaming 5. I did tell him about this before because I think he had a YouTube channel called that, but then his Twitch was Carlo, and I'm like, you just need to get branding aligned. It's like if I was called Killer Pigeon here, but called Falafel Waffles on YouTube. People would never find their way here from YouTube at all. So yeah, glad he's got that aligned better. I think lesson for him from this one will just be trying to figure out the schedule a bit better. Because he's obviously had gaps where he's had to wait an hour for the next set. It's just the nature of the beast sometimes, but it's a learning thing. Falafel Waffles goes hard. It does sound pretty good, don't it? Just taking falafels and just squashing them into waffle shape. Because, like, a falafel, you get, like, think about it. It's like a ball, and you can only carry, like, one. It gets weird when you try to carry 2. But if you just, like, stamp 5 falafels into a big floppy waffle, you can just carry that around. It's much more efficient. Is it best of 5? It is indeed a best of 5. We're just waiting for the boys now to get in the lobby. In fact, let me check and see what civs they're going to be drafting for us. They have not drafted the civs yet. Which? Maybe Rockstar catch Valve earnings at CS when GTA 8 third year. Yeah, but it's like, I mean, let's be totally real. I love Rockstar. I love their products. But I do think they get a pass a lot, even though they are one of the most egregious exploiters of the microtransaction system in the history of gaming. You can play GTA without spending money. You can say that of most games, though, that have microtransactions. I used to have a nickname for GTA 5. Do you know what that nickname was, guys? Grand Theft Loading. I struggle to believe that as the years have gone on, and there's been no optimization around, I struggle to believe that the long loadings, the amount of loading screens, the length of them, the quantity of them, wasn't intentional design to drive up shark card purchases in GTA. Am I the only one has anyone has had this thought? Like, to me, it's all too suspicious. And they're way too smart of a company to not have, on some level, optimized around that. And that's also, by the way, further supported by the fact that, like, they don't stop modding, but they never made modding easy in GTA, from my experiences. Like, modding the game is a ball ache compared to other games, right? Notice once, because Rockstar games fill up all the memory you have as policy. Most games just fill up 16 meg and ignore the rest. Rockstar will fill up 64 gig if you have it and 128. But they don't use it, though, right? I don't know. That kind of makes it even weirder and less justified. I don't know. Unless I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. Are you guys ready? It's confluence time. One and all, it is time for a return to one of the most cursed maps in the history of Age of Empires 4. They're on release and then released into the wild to never be seen again. Confluence, or Big X, makes its return. In Pro Play, 2v2 tournament in the blue, Baltoon as the Chinese, his teammate Kiliardi in the green is Knights Templar. They are on match point and about to eliminate the Spanish Bros. That's right. To the north side, Lucifer with the Chinese in yellow and Vortex on his Tuklak in orange. If they lose this game, they are out of the upper bracket. And a huge upset will have been achieved in many people's eyes. But then, I keep warning them, this man is a knowledge bank worth buying up. All right? Baltoon stocks are rising. 1v1s wouldn't back him to win a tournament. 2v2s, this guy is invaluable. Let's see what they got in mind as we head into Confluence for game number 4. For those that have not seen Confluence, or it's been a long time, a refresher on this map. You have got a bunch of crossings. Even in 1v1, it spawns like this, where you basically have all the different crossings. You go into squares. And the whole idea is that there is fishing you can play towards. There is also blockage. These didn't used to exist. Bridges used to not be a thing. So it used to be if you won fishing, you won the entire game on Old Confluence. But then they rebalanced it, so they separated the fishing into 5 different areas, which gave a bit of combat potential. But very big map still overall, because we're in the 2v2 environment. Corner spawns make it quite campy too. This map, I think, probably had one of the highest average game lengths out of all maps back in year 1 of Age of Empires 4. You can tell why. Just taking one look at it, you can see it's campy. Right? You're just kind of locked in a corner. But the weird part is I think outside of ladder play, in tournament play, because people honed into on the fishing being the win condition, it actually became a cheese map for Delhi in Chinese picks. Because Chinese would barbican the cross back when there weren't bridges, and Delhi would just spam lots of fishing boats to beat you. So yeah, very different time now. So, what are we going to be seeing from Kilyadi, I wonder? Because obviously fishing opening for everyone makes sense. None of these civs are maybe thinking 2TC straight away. Like, technically you could with Knights Templar, but fishing is also quite beneficial for you. I love what he done as well. He secured the aggressive position. Why is this advantageous? Like, if anyone competes with him here, his harbors are much more tanky, so harder to slay. But it's also the fish count. Check this. If I'm not mistaken, there's more fish. Oh, for God's sake. There's more fish. I don't know why deer overrides fish. There's more fish in the central area. I will eventually select these all correctly. Than there is on the outskirts. Yeah, because we've got, what, 16, 17 fish here? But then if you check over here, let's see if my theory is right. I'm not going to click those two. Yeah, there is. So there's 14 fish on the outskirts. So you get 1,500 more food in the center than you do on the outskirts. And also, the cool thing about securing center for Kilyadi is if he plays infantry comps or he gets walled off or whatever, he can transport to every single quadrant within seconds. Whereas the other players can only transport between one quadrant in seconds. Confluence, the most crap map of all time. I can still remember some of the... I like to think I've got a pretty good memory. I think that's fair. You guys have heard me utter off games with these. I can still recall so many games from this map back in the day. Do you guys remember Iaguz and his infamous HRE strats? I still remember the Water Slaughter game with the fast custom night spam build there. There was an epic French versus Abbasid one that just turned into choke point bridge holds with mass Reboldiquins, and that went 2 hours plus. Because that was the difference. Yes, the bridges were in Old Confluence, but in Old Confluence, the bridges were here. They were on the outskirts. Burn on the dock, though, by the way. Kilyadi's not teching, is he? He's on the way now. He's going to lose one of the docks. He should be quick enough to protect the second, though. This is really slow, guys, because Vortex is in Dark Age. He only does 10 torch damage. But the Harbor has 750 more HP and 2 fire armor compared to a standard dock. So these are the situations where the extra 100 wood is worthwhile. Seem to remember one of the bridges on the enemy side was quite a good strat. Yes, because basically it allowed you to get past the choke point and then flood out. That was the whole... You didn't want to get stuck in a queue. Yellow and blue fish are going to run out? Yeah. Like, them sharing pool is a bit dodgy there. So, fair point there. But, nice move now. Baltoon's going for the south side. Second dot going to be burned. He has got an archer ship coming out. Luciferon already counter-pressuring. Pickup has complete for Kilyadi, and it will be a Springwell boat straight away. Honestly, I really like Vortex and Luciferon's approach. They have a means to secure center now. This is sick. Oh, wait, sorry. You talking about blue and yellow. Yeah, I got baited by you. They're enemies. These guys are enemies. So they're not sharing. They're sharing, but they're aggressively sharing. There's just too many boats out here, right? Yeah, he's got Garrison for 4. He's got Hulk now on the way, but Burn's going to continue. So he's come back in again. No follow-up boat just yet from Luciferon. Yeah, you baited me too, dude. I was like, oh yeah, fair point. An archer ship's here too. Oh, man. Lucifron maybe biting off more than he can chew here, trying to address center and outskirts. And it's a smart move by Baltoon because if this becomes a war zone, he still has fishing down here. Kuyadi, he does secure it in the end, so he scares the spears away, sinks the boat, has his demos up. Counter pressure coming in now, as it looks like we actually have got spears moving inland. But Kuyadi, you know, he can set up. He's already got archery range on the way. So remember, the fight is not, it's not northwest, southeast. It's southwest, northeast. So green. Wait, no, I baited you again. Sorry. It's north. No, it's west and east. Easy. Do it. Just east and west. So green and blue versus orange and yellow. Shout out to Carlos for having color ruling and it being enforced. So you're looking for similar colors. Like blue and green is in a similar category. Orange and yellow most definitely are. That's why we've been seeing a lot of pink and purple. It's so important in team games, because otherwise it gets completely confusing. Green, nice secure. So you can think about gold if you want to. Important for extra boat spam. Nice sinker there. Kuyadi splits it off. Denies Vortex as well. Yeah, so both the Spanish bros have docks in the center, but it's just not worth fighting for now. They've already taken heavy damage on the northern dock. And your opponent has got double archer ship, one springald, and he can always prep more demos. Yeah, so they'll forfeit it over. Meanwhile, on the outskirts, Baltoon has done a good job of separating value from Lucifron a bit, but he's still got the fish down here. This map should have only middle full water and the rest being shallow. But then you wouldn't have the cool bridges. The problem with bridges, they're not cool because you can't destroy them. Destructive bridges. And yo, is the classic Chinese strat. We're getting Barbican at the central crossing. You've got to be careful, though, because I think this is close enough that springald ships might be able to reach. Bring a lot of workers, too. He does see the foundations. Starts to hit it. Kuyadi, he needs to... Oh, the archer ship can reach! The archer ship can reach! The workers are not safe! And he's got so many archer boats! Lucifron cannot secure the center. Oh my god, he can't secure a zip bag with a move like that. Kuyadi miles ahead of him. And we have elephants. I didn't even notice Vortex done that. He didn't go Tower of Victory like most people do. However, Baltoon is a step ahead. Imperial Palace, quadruple stables. This is feasible because of the amount of fishing he's got. Yeah, like Baltoon, how many fishing boats? Up to 21. That main bridges that could be destroyed and repaired would be awesome. Yeah, but like they have the technology because they have it in Company Heroes. That's what makes it even more annoying. So Lucifron has to sell for pretty crappy Barbican by comparison. Secures half of this straight. Still, like Baltoon doesn't mind because remember, he's got this. He's already got the flank. Kuyadi, what's he up to? He's just prepping more army. Yeah, so if you're hanging around the age. Pilgriming is getting blocked out, though. Vortex is doing a good job of aggroing here. They haven't AoE 4. That's what I thought. I couldn't remember, though. I don't know why they don't do it. I don't know. It upsets me. There's so many cool things like this that could be altered to make the game better. I think... I like to be a positive person, but that's something I've given up on hoping for. Pilgrim's still getting harassed. Kuyadi's a bit pinned here. And we've got double tech up now. Vortex and Lucifron are about to come in with a strong spike. Baltoon needs to start controlling the map fast. Kuyadi still feels stuck. Remember, he had to add in a lot of boats to secure this central area. He lost a lot of fishing boats initially, if you remember as well. That slowed him down a lot. Front age up is going to be Mirroring Knights. Lance is already moving across from Baltoon. Wants to be fast about it before the boats cut him off on the crossing. Now going to arrive at good timing. First Lancer hits the field, but he's outnumbered already. Baltoon is looking to flood his mirrored counterpart out. Yes, dives the TC. Is just going to move away. Out of time being achieved big. Lucifron lacking gold, actually. He's queued up 3 knights, but can't afford more right now. Meanwhile, in the base of Kilyadi, it's happening. The elephants are back. Oh, God. Did we not do enough to get rid of these things? The double elephant. Isn't there already a map called Bridges that uses the destroyed and repairable? Yes, but the problem with destroyed bridges in Bridges is you can't go through them. That's the problem. So like even if you could destroy these bridges, I think they still have an issue where you can't take boats through them, which sucks. So the Knights are still scurrying around. They're actually switching over towards Vortex's base now. Still harassing around towards the docks too. Dive towards the tree line coming through here. Raider Elephant's going to prove a nuisance. These are vetted up. I mean, Kilyadi's dead, right? Like, he needs help, damn it. And Baltoon's finally to the rescue. Lancers are starting to move over. He realizes he can't leave him like this for much longer. Problem is, you're sacking your Lancers one by one against a few spears. Lancers, they know where they got to go, right? They go to the tree line. Guys, please hit the villages. Come on, no. They get stuck on Raider Elephants. Not ideal. However, he has rebutted the main army. Kilyadi can now prep the tech. There's going to be a counter raid. Lucifron moving into Blue's base. Knights scare him off though. Who's winning this? I mean, Vortex and Lucifron have a noteworthy economy lead right now. Kilyadi definitely struggled from that fight. So you need something that catches him up big. Heavy spears would be a pretty dead obvious choice. It's a very big map, but like the value of Angevin spears, noteworthy. Your opponents are going to build elephants and knights. Like you counter everything. The other cool thing about heavy spears is he can buff their effectivity around the harbors, right? Because you have harbors, castles, buff Angevin spears. Kilyadi? It is indeed. Angevin on the way. Lancers. I'm sneaking again. I mean, any other time is big here. Goes to the taxman. Doesn't really matter. He has the Imperial Academy. Workers are more value kill. Problem is, he's getting a bunch of them low and never actually finishing them off. We'll exit for the time being. He's got a stare down here, but walls have gone up, so Lucifron has at least protected himself. Kilyadi. Just upgrade, maybe? Textiles is finally coming. I could have sworn he had that down there for ages. It looked like it was bugged. And Horseman, wait, Horseman going in this time. It's like, okay, if the Lancers aren't going to raid, we'll do it for them. Textiles does make it difficult, though. I mean, this just looks a bit stuck, right? It's weird, because Baltoon has got 16 Lancers. It's just, where are they? Right? Because, like, Lucifron has 17, but it feels like they're occasionally being seen. I think Baltoon's just looking to try and group his army up gradually for a big fight. But Kilyadi needs so much babysitting, it can't happen. I think with the heavy spear wave coming out, he should be secure now. My only worrisome thought here is, like, crossbow switch for Vortex kills everything, right? Crossbows or spears. Because your opponent has heavy spears, but you can get a lot more via Neza training. And this is the type of map where it can work quite well as you wall up. You need to be careful of transport ship plays to get around walls, but if your opponent doesn't have a dock, you can just wall up and then play infantry. It's not ideal because it's such a big map. That's why everyone wants to play Lancers every single day of the week. But it's feasible. It's quite nice denial there. Demo ship coming out, tries to increase some of the fishing. Baltoon does catch him in the Spell Forest, but Lucifron, pretty sure numbers are on his side here, actually. Baltoon with 15 knights, Lucifron 15. Okay, so he evens it up the second wave. And actually comes out better for it because of the forced retreat. He's got Archership assist. Horseman. I feel like Kilyadi has done more damage with these feudal horsemen than anything else in this game. And Vortex doesn't notice. Guys, there's like There seems to be a slight horse in my berry bush. Okay, that sounds so wrong. Anyway, he gets a bunch of worker kills off of this. Might even deny a relic, actually. Warlord's going to come out. Kilyadi just walks away. He's like, that's fine. I'll just kill something else. The Four Horsemen. The stories that these lads will tell. Nice sneak in with the knight. Looks like Luciferon's raining towards the back of Kilyadi's base now. And he is looking for a bit of a death push here with the heavy spears now. Army is on the way home. Yeah, no demo ships guarding the crossing, but it's difficult against archers anyway. And did he lose the horseman? He did. Some 07s in chat for the 4 green horsemen. They were not able to bring around the final apocalypse. Castle drop now from Baltoon. To secure more stones, Sacred Site, and then just creep crawl. Creep crawl? Keep crawl. Keep creep. There you go. Keep creep is the one you want to say 10 times. Anyone sensing a long game? There's no killing blow coming for either side right now. Oh, backstab attempt. Ambitious against the heavy spears. He has got a war elephant, but once again against heavy spears. Crossbow count is fairly low as well, and you're against archer mass. Starts to target in. Radio elephants try to go for a little bit of a trample. Problem is, you stand still way too long here. The war elephant goes in deep though, and now surrounded. He's going to be going down. There's no way. He just trapped himself. Minus an elephant and minus an army. That's a huge win for Kilyadi. Vortex, what was he thinking? Overly ambitious with what a trample can do there. Sometimes trample just feels like a poker face moment. Like, yeah, call my bluff. And without hesitation, if there's a player in this tournament that will call any bluff as Kilyadi, mainly because he just wants to attack you anyway. Even if it's a bad idea, Kilyadi always is sitting there going, I'll take the bait. I'll nibble. And over here, Baltoon. Ooh, concave again. And spears! He catches Luciferon sleeping. So many bodies hitting the floor on both sides, but the Spearman gives the edge now. Luciferon still has knight numbers in his favor, but he's going to be forced to retreat here. Spears can be massed up quickly and cheaply. Baltoon's also prepping more castles. He also has got 2 TC in the corner and Granary Switch coming. Luciferon doesn't. And Kilyadi is winning against Vortex. Yeah, so right now, it's a bit of a stalemate on the west, but the east is a full pushback. The problem with this is it's not going to stay a stalemate for long, because blue has got infinite food coming, and yellow hasn't done that yet. And wait, War Elephant? Not again, War Elephant. Come on, bro, stop sleeping. I think he just likes being hit. You know, just like hit him with a pillow, like... We'll be able to walk off and heal at least. I think relic-wise, he done okay. Not great, just 2. Did anyone else... Okay, yeah. There was a play for relics over here, and it got 4. Wow, Baltoon is loving life right now. Luciferon still has 2 to pick up. He's going for them now. Yeah, because you spawn 2 relics on every island, right? Which is comical, because it means Baltoon took both of Kilyadi's. He doesn't need them. Guys, he's got Pilgrim Gold. It's fine. Great Wall of Baltoon coming in as he wood walls up. So that's going to prevent raids in now. He has so much vision as well. Bloody hell. Is that just... Yeah, that's just the Imperial Palace, right? This landmark is insane. It's a smart play on this map as well, because it pretty much reveals your entire island if you get the placement right. And, ooh, castle drop. Oh, that's sick. That's actually disgusting. Vortex hadn't cleared all the fish yet. He got most of it at least. But yeah, castle drop comes in. Vortex now has no fishing eco here. He's got 1 sliver left down here. And Luciferon is not going to be sharing the north side. That's pretty much gone. Nice. Are going to raid in towards Kilyadi's base. But remember, he's mass spearman. Heavy spearman. Luciferon actually bum rushing down the shoreline fish now. What is Luciferon's win condition? I feel like the longer I'm watching this game, the less apparent the win condition is for the Spanish Bros. And the more obvious it becomes for Balti and Kilyadi. Castle drop coming. That's losing a few workers, but good denial and protection there now. Should be able to get it up. Archership, actually, I say that. Archership goes back in for free. Whoops. He does get the burn, though, so villagers... Oh, no, he lost them all. The sit-out castle. Lance is going again. How many Raxes has he got? That should be enough. He's got 4 Raxes he can supervise. And second wall's going to buy the time. Nicely played there. I can see Luciferon's desperately trying to turn this into a raiding game. Luciferon looks best when it's about raiding. But what Balatune is trying to do, and it makes sense because of the way they won game 2, they're trying to force a blob and fight. If you think about the way that the Spanish Bros dominate the scene, it's tempo. It's always been tempo. Vortix, these ultra-aggressive builds, Luciferon raids his opponents to death. Balatune and Kilyadi are trying to bypass this to a point in the game where micro raids where they'll maybe have the edge doesn't work. They're trying to make it about macro economics. Gotta respect that, man. Like, understand your opponent and play away from their style. Lance is just mingling into the Chinese economy. Oh my god, what? 30 workers? He's got more knights nearby. A castle drop coming in. He needs to buy time, though. But Luciferon, he does see this, right? Just about, yep. Has he got the troops, though? He's got 26 lances. However, most of them are out of position. Entirely out of position. And the castle is looking like it could go up. A bunch of gold workers getting harassed in the meantime. He's going to shift over to the builder crew. Textiles is there, but that is going to be a doubt castle moment. Balatune will have to cancel it. This game is so messy. Spear count now up to 39. Demo ships are coming in. They'll be able to control the choke point against mass spears. That's a good value demo. Yeah. Oh, maximum damage. Lance, dude, MVP right there. He's not being noticed. He's like, oh, another kill. Oh, another kill. Oh, another kill. Second demo. Balatune at least tries to micro away from that one. The castle. He didn't cancel it, actually. What? If he was rushing there straight away, the spears get there, right? Now I'm not so sure. It's a bit greedy because Luciferon didn't pull the workers, but he should get through this. Yeah, map feels too big. Balatune will not be able to protect his foundations. Has to cancel it in the end. Raider Elephants are sneaking by. Looks like the Pilgrims have been going all the way to his teammate to get maximum gold. Still, the lack of walls is kind of a problem for Kilyadi. Like, this is the thing. Balatune's been able to cover Kilyadi against raids because he's walled himself. But because Kilyadi still hasn't walled or full castle dropped the crossings, this keeps being a problem. Reminder, Vortix is an Imperial Age. It's pesky Raider Elephant, man. Like, did he go... Oh, wow. He didn't get Elephant Caretaker, so no healing. The gold worker's not going to be able to find them. Backstab. Only going to find a few workers here. Knights do scare him off. And remember, this is now 2 TC, so Kilyadi looking to inflate for a later phase. And guys, that's it. He actually calls GG. They've thrown it in. 3-1 victory for Balatune and Kilyadi. In many people's eyes, a big upset taking down Luciferon and Vortix. But this is the power of Balatune. And Kilyadi, I mean, I've been giving Balatune a lot of credit. It's a 2-man effort. But they are full min-maxing the brain power of this man. And that means they are now in upper bracket finals ahead of the Spanish Bros. And they'll face off against Anatan and Scatterbrained or Wham and Poppypaw. Who would have predicted that at the start? That's crazy. What a freaking game. And now... that other series I mentioned is going to be happening, by the way. So we just saw Balatune and Kilyadi make it through into upper bracket finals, but they still need an opponent. And up next, we should have Wham Poppypaw versus Anatan Scatterbrained in a best of 5 too. That's going to be spicy because Anatan is one of the people that picks Jin. And I don't know if the Canadians do. I don't know if they believe in it. But the other thing is, so far we've seen some Chinese representation and European representation, as well as European representation influenced by China. But we haven't seen Canada. We haven't seen NA. right? I think we had one dabbling of NA, if I'm not mistaken, in the qualifiers at the start of the tournament, but they got knocked out. So this will be a true clash of styles, actually. Yeah, it's got me excited. All right, so let me check in with Carlo and see how long we've got for this series. The ETA for Canadians versus Belarus. Booster champ. Wait, what? How dare you accuse the Honorable Baltoon of dishonorable boosting? Or are you trying to, like, request? Is this like a request for boost? It's like, Baltoon, sign my account. And also level it up, please. One sec. Alright, sorry, just messaging about some deals for my wonderful creators in the background. And waiting on Carlo's response. I'm going to run 2 minutes ads now, guys. And then hopefully I should have an update from Carlo. I'm just also going to refill my water in the interim. But remember, we got one more series today, which is going to be Anatan Scatterbrain versus Wham Puppy Paw. Actually, I don't know. There might be other series going on. I don't know if Cat B versus Gully Ezra is happening right now or what not. And maybe, if this one ends up being fast, maybe we consider checking the VODs of Dimu Corvinus' Series 2. But back in a sec. 2 minutes ads running now. All right. Song of Storms? Hell yeah. It's a chill hop, though, right? Relaxing vibes. Where's Carlo? What's that?
Navia has passed over to the finals. And they're waiting for the winner from Canada and Wayne Papipo and Belarus. And we have here. Okay. Let me check. Yep.
Because I think, based on his schedule, Canada
Spain
versus
will be
Belarus,
playing
Russian
here.
should have started already.
Against Demo and Corvinus. This will be tonight as well. Let's
That's
jump
Carlo,
to the
you
game.
can hear.
Check if they have started or not.
His cat isn't in lobby. Oh, sorry, no, it's cat. Anatan is in lobby. Papo is. Okay, so I think we're beginning soon then. Because I've got both of them online. Yeah, I think we're getting on the way soon, so it shouldn't be too long, guys. Let me check if there's been a draft, actually. Yo, what's this song from? Come on, Stan. Anyone else? It makes me want to play it, actually. I never played this one, weirdly enough. I just discovered the soundtrack on it. I'm like, what the hell? I can't believe I haven't played this. No guesses? This is from Sonic Generations. Yeah, I don't know. Like, honestly, I kind of prefer this to the OG Sonic songs. Am I like blasphemous for that? It's a good vibe, right? So I think we had another one from the new Sonic too. Oh yeah, I think they, yeah. Oh, dude, this is like what I mean about like some of the new Sonic games songs are impressive. Like this one. I love this song so much. I'm like, I plan to use this in some of my YouTube content. But like, you know, and finally the resolution. And you just play this because it's got that epic kind of feeling like, yeah, we're gonna do it. I'm also in general a sucker for those style of songs. I absolutely love kind of like Final Fight type songs. All right, where are my boys at? All right, looks like they just went in game, so let's see if it's showing. There we go. Boom shakalaka, baby. All right, 2 minutes to go. I can't run more ads, though. What game shows have happened so far, by the way? I just remember I need to catch up on those. I've heard some things have been confirmed. Like, you guys seen the new God of War spin-off that people weren't happy about? Dynasty Warriors Remaster got announced, whether it'll release finally. I'm trying to think what shows are left. The Xbox One isn't until the 6th or 7th, right? I think they've still got a few days. Is that right? Anyone know? Yeah, 7th. Up. All right, looks like we have a decent quick remake. What other shows haven't been done yet? Because obviously it's not going to be like a two-day gap with nothing, right? Because Sony already done theirs. PC, is it PC Gamer's got a show or whatever? Summerfest? Oh, yeah, they've got, like, let's have a look. So State of Play, yeah, State of Play already happened. That's the Sony one, isn't it? And then, what we got today? Latin American Game Showcase, okay. Women-led games, okay. There's a lot of extra, I don't want to call it fluff because that means, you know what I mean? There's a lot of extra separated stuff now that I'm seeing. Like, this is the list, and it's just like... So you got Black Voices in Gaming, Latin American games, women-led games, Day of the Devs, I remember that event, Southeast Asian Game Showcase, Wholesome District, Story Rich Showcase. There's a lot of just extra stuff that... Of like Pride Parade and whatever for like a gaming event. I didn't know about all these things around it. But it just feels, I don't know. I don't want to say, like, it does kind of feel out of place, right? But I guess they needed someone to fill the area. Because like my mentality is like, look, you go into this show, you care about Sony State of Play, Summer Game Fest Showcase, Xbox Game Showcase, and Nintendo Direct. And the rest is like, what? Oh, sorry, and PC Gaming Show. I forgot PC Gaming Show is there as well, right? All these other things I never even would have known were going on. Like, it's quite the bountiful list when you look at it. Like, I imagine, I don't know, they'll probably have like a bunch of indie games and whatever showing on those ones, right? Like the most excruciating 3v3 ever. 114 APM over in 1 hour game. Oh, dude, what was it? There was a game that Dave was casting of Sing Sings the other day in AoE 2, and his effective APM, I think, was like under 30. Which, if you're familiar with who Sing Sing is, it's like, that's... Nah, you should be that low. Did you guys hear about the game Yamato had in Age of Empires 2, though? He ran into a known troll on a ladder who used this game strat where you just basically build towers and castles and don't come out. 6 hours. 6. And London experience, like he accidentally built a bunch of traders that used up all his gold. He also tried to build a wonder, which isn't a win condition in 1v1s in AoE 2 ranked. He went through the works. He got dragged through the coals. Oh my god. Alright. I'll switch this round. Epic matchup arrives. The Canadians are on the battlefield. That's right. NA rise up for Puppy Paw and Wham go into the clash of the 2v2 champs. In their way, on the other side, we've got Scatterbrained and Anderson playing as Jean and HRE in the green and yellow. But man, do these boys keep it classic. 100-year war, but instead is a 100-year peace. English in the hands of Wham to the north with the purple, and Puppy Paw in the red as the French. One and all, welcome back to the channel for an incredible tournament. Honestly, I want to see more of these. It's been so fun to see this, to watch this, and to have some of the top players competing in it. A 2v2 tournament that was organized by Night Shift Gaming. Shout out to him for the $1,000 prize pool and some epic matches so far. But we already have an upset. Spaniards lost 3-1 to Killarney and Baltoon in the upper bracket, and now await a challenger from this best of 5. Will the Classic win out, or will the Innovators take the lead? Because interesting thing, when I think about this, is like Anatan's approach is usually more chaotic. And HRE could be that. I wonder if we get a Mindwork build and a double attack out of Jean and HRE. It is going to kick off with a Dark Age Rush, though. March over towards Puppy Paw's base, but great reaction out of the Canadian. He already has a tower up, minimizing any impact Anno can get out of this, unless he now wants to commit a villager as well, which seems unlikely given the distance and time. Yeah, and for Wham, we've already got farms. Oh, guys, this is a blast from the past. When was the last time you saw 2-farm opener? English just kind of settled on sheep if they were ever seen anymore. But like, this is obviously a slower timing if you're thinking 2TC. But this used to be a popular build because it meant that you could scout for longer and thus get more sheep than your opponent. Yeah, pretty cool to see it coming back. Very cheap as well, because you have to remember that English only pay half price for their farms, 37 wood. I know. He is going around wide now, but, I mean, they already scouted this, right? They know about the tower. But he can at least try to force some idle time by jumping in, jumping out, I guess. And Sheepfall, how are we looking here? Dude, Jean has been in for how long? This bug has been here for how long? He's got 5 Jeans right now. How have we still not fixed this UI bug? Are we going to see Council Hall? You know what? It's a possibility when he's not playing for optimal 2TC timing. Because look at his food and gold. Why wouldn't he have gone to stone yet? Like, I think, yeah, we're getting Council Hall. Oh, this is going to be sick. Is this going to be an all attack from every player? Because like, the other interesting thing about this is Wham could have technically still done Lombos, but gone the Abbey of Kings because his teammate has Knights. So you get that, and it means you don't need Chivalry as quickly because the Abbey of Kings King will heal you. I think they understand. Like, when you see Jean and HRE, they're planning to attack you. So, you know, when you play 2v2s and you see French or Jean, there's a very big difference between those two, like an insane difference. Because French can attack, but it's usually to, like, cover something, you know? I'm going to attack so my teammate can greed, for example. Whereas with Jean, she wants to attack. She wants to fight. She benefits so much from fighting. But if you play the roles of distraction and greed, where, like, let's say you played Jean and your teammates are Bassids, Jean has now been thrown to the wolves. Like, she's going to die. She's going to die a lot. Because if it's a double aggro build, she can't do anything. She doesn't scale her economy, and she'll keep losing before she gets XP is the idea, right? But I think the optimal way to play Jean is double aggro. And HRE, although they're known for being greedy historically, are actually a very good aggressive civ. Especially in this matchup. And we are going to see it Mindwork coming in. Because the cool thing now is you can open a Horseman alongside the Knights, which means the Council Hall's kind of worthless. Then you force Spears and you switch Archers. And you might think that Archers sounds really weird if you're playing with HRE, because when you go Arhen, it makes sense, not so much Mindwork. But it's the timings. You get Steel Dowry very quick. That having been said, I think we've got 2 workers on this. So this looks like macro for Fast Castle, which means it's still going to be about cavalry, but it's going to be about a different type of cavalry. Heavy cav. Remember, when you go Mindwork, you get +2 armor on your cavalry. You essentially get English men-at-arms armor-clad for Knights instead. John. Already in the range form. Outpost going up, so Scatbrain is going to be playing defensive. Guys, remember what we said about throwing your teammate to the wolves? Anatan is kind of doing that. But in fairness, it is a lighter version, right? Like, what he's doing compared to going 3TC is very different. He's greeding, but it's so he can attack. So I don't mind this. It does mean you're unlikely to get a fast level 3 drop. Wow, a few more farms coming in. He's already got the first Lombos out, but the problem is when the map's this big, you probably are a bit paranoid about leaving your base. Yeah, he's actually walking them over to Puppy Paw's base. This game's weird, right? Oh, I forgot to do predictions as well. Where are my mods? We'll do predictions on the next one. But 1's if you think Canadians are going to win this. 2's if you think the Belarusians are. Nah, Nation Cup events are kind of underrated fun. Also, where's Marine Lord? Where's our baboon? I can't believe he left his teammate Elyona out to dry. General Mates has multiple French players. He could have been it. Like, BC at least has a excuse, right? Like, I don't know who the number 2 ranked Serbian is on the leaderboard. Like, how many hundreds down you have to go in the comp ranks. Burgrave. Whoa! Belarusian, not Belarusian? Did I say Belarusian earlier? We'll call him Belarusia. All right, so Burgrave is surprising to me, actually. So it doesn't really use Mindwork for the traditional sense. But for diving English, it gives you craploads of armor. A little bit worrisome he does this against French Knights, but he has French Knights as well. Like, this is the type of thing that I don't think you do. I mean, you could Spears, but it's Longbows, right? But the difference there is, like, the weird nuances is, like, if you've done Spears, it could be kind of wonky. But because you've got a teammate doing Knights, it mirrors the enemy Knights, and it means your men-at-arms can assist that with heavy maces, which gives plus damage against heavy, but then it can also destroy the English on a dive. That's pretty sick. Another cool thing is like the charge damage is noteworthy now. Because remember, you get the Forlorn Hope buff, which gives 50% more charge damage, meaning you hit just as hard as you get hit by the Knights. That's sick. Probably, Spacey's probably the only Serbian who plays AoE4. That's true. He was, I mean, let's be totally honest, he was given the top rank. He was sweating, but he was very fortunate when Doubt decided to stop playing AoE4, Kappa. They're stepping up as well, which makes Anatan's life kind of easier. It means less distance to cover. He's going to have to retreat from the Ford berries. Or sorry, Ford Dio got baited by the fact he's holding berries. John's got a long way to go though, right? Yeah, only 126 XP so far. But these guys are committed. Lumbo grouping is getting decent in size, but I'm worried about the ranged armor. Because here's the thing, like, he can benefit a lot from going ranged armor too, which is super cheap here. He's already got it queued. Yeah, he's paying the same price you would for a tier 1 blacksmith for a tier 2. Mine works pretty damn good, guys. And that means those Lombos are going to be doing 1 damage while being absurdly slower than Men-at-Arms. Yeah, it's like 1.24 compared to 1.12. But that means as they get closer and they start charging, you're just going to get walloped down. Wham might have to go White Tower, guys. Like, this timing on Men-at-Arms, he needs to be fast on a White Tower, and he needs it soon. I like that he's identified it. But this is already looking a bit dicey. Yeah, Wham, he's still 500 food. More than that off, actually. Line formation from Lombos, but who cares? Maybe he can bait attention away from the tech up. Night Clash on the left side. But this really is the win condition now. Relic's also now being picked up by Anno. Men-at-Arms, they're about to get in the base. Like, where do you put a White Tower? Oh, God. The Knights are needed here, but the problem is they're being mirrored. So any move they make, Green makes too. Moving underneath the TC. He goes for a King's Palace? I mean, I guess like you're not getting a White Tower up anyway, right? So you might as well greed to make up for the losses. But if Anno sees this, he'll shut it down. He draws him back to the south side. Is he getting a tingling feeling? He almost sees it. He moves over the gold. That's it. That's the reveal. He finds it. Workers might be in trouble now. Anatan, he's got heavy maces queued. 50 seconds out. A good fight for the Knights. Men-at-Arms get bogged down. Workers are forcing a kite. And the Lombos, they sack themselves. Knights with the backstab. But where is Scatterbrained? He got kept away, bogged down for a long time. King's Palace almost complete. Workers do manage to get it off in the end. Body blocks coming for the Knights. So tech up secure for Wham. Cost him a few workers, but honestly, a lot less than expected. Yeah, honestly, I think Scatterbrain got baited big time. He was missing from this fight for far too long. Heavy Maces is now there, so that's better trades up against Red's Knights, but Green needs to be farming this to make this worthwhile. That's insane. Scatterbrained. Like, if just Jean had been here on her own, he would have been farming up a storm potentially, right? To make it worthwhile, but instead, Jean, 250 XP off. Castle Age achieved for Wham. And the Men-at-Arms strat, looking a bit flaccid. Only 10 now. Unbelievable. Just a sick read coming in from Wham and Puppy Paw to just force enough pressure onto those Men-at-Arms to bait their reaction here. Because if they continued marching for just 5 more seconds, there's no doubt in my mind that Wham is going to lose 10 plus workers on that. Just trying to get it up. Nice, trying to sally forth, but Scatterbrain only equals Puppy Paw's Knight numbers. He's not ahead. John is going to brawl for it. Nice snipe there. That was a good little micro. Scatterbrain surrounding the Knight on the edge. Equal trade's pretty good for him here, considering the progress. 325 XP. Puppy Paw does realize the problem. Backs away. Crossbow's now queued up for Wham. A counterplay to both Knights and Men-at-Arms. The villagers going to get chased away. Puppy Paw able to narrowly escape for most. Economy is worrisome, actually. Puppy Paw's only up by 1 worker against John. That should be a bigger advantage than that. I'll dive in. Heavy Mace is a big deal here. Like, these Men-at-Arms actually beef very well with the Knights. Lombo's coming in behind, but no veterancy queued there. So Wham's not upgrading them. John does get sniped, though. Now, that's big, because Scatterbrain was 50 XP away. He was so close. And the Knight kills, you see, they just happened moments afterwards. The two here. That would have been the game changer. Knight charge to the south side, does find the workers, but wall up just in time. -3, Puppy Paw down to 31 workers. Yeah, this is throwing your brother to the wolves right now, so you can run away faster. It's 2 TC on Wham, but 1 TC Puppy Paw, so he's definitely feeling the pain from this. And what worries me is Scatterbrain is now prepping tech. Wham does have the right idea, though. He's building a lot of crossbows, but I think the scary part is they need to make sure they've got full walls. Because Mass Knights can avoid crossbows in 2v2s in a way that they can't as easily in 1v1s. And what an avoidance there. Scatterbrain with the Ringer and Rosies. Gets away from the infantry ball. He's trying to break out. He's just going to go through the base again. There are crossbows, but if he just gets a charge... Oh, that Knight. Puppy Paw. That was a sick little micro. Charge comes across onto the workers instead. So he's going to sack these Knights for 2 worker kills. 2 worker kills for 2 Knights doesn't sound that great. Make it 3. But I guess the thought here is you're in a mirror and now you've pressed your opponent's head into the mud. Men-at-Arms. Wait, did all the crossbows... Oh no, all the crossbows left. Anno was waiting for this moment for so long. Dives in. Double TC fire plus a few crossbows. Should be enough to scare him off eventually, though. Force is a little bit vital. The good thing, at least for Anatan behind this, is the map secure has given him relic advantage. Right? He's already got 3 relics garrisoned, and it should be more on the way home soon. The good news for these men-at-arms is they can always avoid the crossbows. The better movement speed, right? But I wonder if Wham just hunkers down and turns it into a full macro game now. I mean, the liability here, guys, is the one still in feudal. Puppy Paw is looking like a shriveled specter, like a shadow of his fallen self, right? Because as French, you should be several workers ahead of Jean by now, courtesy of producing quicker. He's down by 13. Now, range Jean level 3 is in as well. Flash coming in. Late reaction there by Scattered. Oh, and Jean does get pinned. She's dead. Divine Restoration? It doesn't matter. She's got no melee armor. Nice snipe there. Big snipe for Puppy Paw. Veterancy's in, though, and this is where Plastic Knights are in trouble. He tries to micro away. Good catch there. Scatterbrain doesn't allow for it. Failure to micro his own injured away, though. Look at the health bars on the bodies. 4 Red Knights down. Compared to 1 plus light heavy cav. I call them light heavy cav. The heavier version of the light cav. Heavy maces, man, it's doing work here. That's it. They call it. Guys, today may be a day of upsets. People expecting Canadians in finals. Maybe the finals of the lower bracket. It's only the first game, but we begin the best of 5 with an Anatan Scatterbrain dub. After what looked like a failed better arms rush as well. I mean, that's impressive. Yeah, it didn't really look like the men-at-arms rush worked, right? It did genuinely look like it fell flat and we were 2 minutes away from the Canadians taking over. But I think the pattern we've been seeing in these team games, and these 2v2s, is int the French player. Like, it always goes wrong for that team when you attack the French player. Because their economy is so fragile and also so expensive. Does Atri men-at-arms charge cancel out Knight's charge? Yeah, they do just as much damage. Because I'm pretty sure Forlorn Hope affects bonus damage. So your 10 base... Actually, sorry, 12 base, right? Is it 12? No, 10 base in Castle. 10 base plus 6. You're at 16 damage. You get 50% more. You're at 24 damage. A Feudal Knight charge is 24 damage. Right? I mean, their sword attacks afterwards are still going to be better. But then you have to remember that Knight costs 3 men-at-arms. So mathematically, you shouldn't be in a good position there. How can you play French, English, and pump longbows but let H3 get castle? Because it's a big map and their timings are kind of off, right? Because like the problem you have is you don't want to rush out your longbows because if Jean is waiting there with the knights, she can win like the early engagement by shutting you down. It's also like, I don't think they scouted that it was clearly fast castle. When you see Minework, it can, that's the thing that I like about Minework. Minework can be fast castle, or it can be aggro feudal. So if you're building Lombos and you see Minework from HRE, there is a tingling in your brain of like, oh, I'm about to get hit by horsemen, right? And even if you have knights to support you, horsemen knights will just run in past you, kill the Lombos, and they can run away. So it's like, it's a very scary position to be in. All right, let's see. New game up? In fact, let's see if they drafted. Belarus versus Canada. It's going to be Mongols on both sides. Belarus takes Ayabids to support. Canada takes Jean to support. Rocky River, maybe? With Mongols, what else could it be? Let me double check the map pool. Confluence? I think Confluence is maybe a bit too big for Mongols to do what they want to do. Cliffside, maybe? Or Prairie? Ooh, Prairie? Do you try and trade, though? Well, they're in lobby now. We'll find out momentarily. Gonna run a minute and a half ads now, guys, so you don't get them in-game. God, I still want October here so I can play Dynasty Warriors free. You just don't know how bad I need it. I feel like this part of the song shouldn't work as well as it does. It's weird as well because it's more horror themed with that kind of like noise. If it wasn't for the electric guitar, it couldn't pull off, you know? This is like one of those examples where you just say Chinese music is weird but incredible. Oh my dear God, what is that LSD infused thing? Alright, they're getting game now. You know what I want to do as well, actually? I was just thinking about this the other day. I really want to find the funding to run an Olden Era tournament. Like, we cast a lot. I want to do some Olden Era casting. I don't know, dude. I need to figure out a format that I think would be good for that game. I think Olden Era has a big spectating issue for tournaments. Because you're like, the thing you should always be trying to figure out when you're thinking about hosting esports tournaments for any game is like, how do I make this watchable for the widest audience possible without compromising the quality of like the core experience, if that makes sense. And we were right, it was Cliffside. Mongols make sense here. We'll explain why in a sec. Okay, are we good to go? I'm shocked we've seen so few of them. Mongols, an S-tier support civ in team games, is appearing on both sides in this one, folks. Game number 2 between the Belarus and the Canadians, and both sides have opted for it. Wham will be representing Canada's best hope of Mongols. Meanwhile, it's going to be Anatan on the Mongols in the yellow. Scatterbrain going to be supporting teammate with the Ibids in orange, and then finally rounding out back to the Canadians, we've got Puppy Paw in the green playing as Jean. Interesting matchup here, actually. Jean versus Ibids can be a little bit tough for Jean, and by a little bit, I mean it's brutal, man. You just want to cry into a pillow sometimes, depending on the maps. But the Mongols changes things a little bit. Like, Jean actually hates Mongol picks because the Keshiks can sniper out. Sounds weird because you're like, well, Keshiks lose to Knights, but like there is that threat to keep Jean away at all times. Curious to see what the two boys want to do, though. Good map for it as well. Cliffside tends to spawn you a bit closer to your opponent, so there is the potential to rush sometimes. But looking at the way Wham optimized his base, he pulls further away. And also, it just guarantees that if anything, the Mongol players are going to rush the other Civ on each side. Which can be decent. You have to be a little bit careful against Jean because Jean herself is so tanky that 1 or 2 spears, she doesn't care. She has 150 HP. So she just doesn't flop dead easily. Oh, and we said we do predictions. I remember this time. Let me get that up for you guys. So we're going to game 2 here. And so Canada or Belarus. I'll give you guys 5 minutes. Canada's on the left in game. Spears are on the way. Well, I'm a little bit behind on spear production timing, actually. What happened here? Was this intentional? Or is it because the... Oh, the spawn's kind of ugly. Guys, what? That's wild. Also, yeah, we should probably get rid of the blinking screen, I just realized. Holy crap. Bye. Sorry, but I just realized how aggressively on screen it is. I'm still not flashing on my second monitor. But yeah, this is interesting, actually, with what's happened. Look at the spawn. Wham doesn't have safe gold at all. It's so exposed. Then look at the comparison. Anatan robbed him. They both have Mongols, but those spawns couldn't really be much different. He's got Uvu in range of tree line, gold in range of TC. Wham had to settle for tiny tree line and Uvu. In fairness, Anno got tiny tree line too, but that's crazy. Spears. Able to idle him on the gold. Wham. What are we looking for here? I mean, does he just blob spears non-stop, right? Because technically, you can send them across to annoy Ibids afterwards. Because Ibids are usually thinking about fast castle in most games. Or mass dervish. Sorry, double dervish with mass desert raider. Going to be buffed temporarily, but nice turn around there. Anatan just trying to keep the pressure up. Baits a lot to spin away, but good reaction overall from Wham. In fact, he does have the spin and lead ever so slightly. The macro for tech timing, though, Anno is going to be ahead in that regard. So yeah, begins the age up. Is going to be Deerstone. I think that makes a lot of sense. You're playing against a Night Civ. You don't really want to be trading. And also the same respect is being shown by Wham, because if he tries to trade here, you're up against camels. Either Desert Raiders or Fast Castle Camel Lancer. Either way, you know your trade is not going to be safe. Mongo's going to do trade on a map like this, like Cliffside. There's 2 problems, right? So one thing with Cliffside is, despite all these choke points, in team games, the map is so big, you still feel very exposed in early mid-game because it's not wallable quickly like a 1v1 might be. But the other thing that's really important to remember here is the trade option is mid-map. It's not in the corner, so you don't get maximum trade. Unless, and this is where it got really cursed, unless you spawn in the alternate positions, and that in that case, you can build Silver Tree here and get good trade route, right? The problem is, the Mongol players are both closest to their trade post. So it's not even on the table. But healing strat's coming in. I like this. Anno can just try to blow up army, and Scatterbrain can focus on greed because Anatan will provide the army to protect, and you'll provide the healing so he never dies. Really nice combo. John signing up. Problem is, can John actually get kills? With target healing, I don't think so. Spears charge forward. And there's that target healing we talked about. He uses the divine arrows on Derv. That's such a waste, man. Cheeks are about to get thoroughly clapped. Wham! He doesn't have hardened! Harden your spears, sir. There we go. I beg your pardon, thank you. 6 spears remain, but that's now spear advantage. Anatan has appropriately protected his teammate. And we're close to unleashing probably the Desert Raiders here, actually. This is so toxic in team play. How are you... I feel bad for Puppy Paw and Wham, because what else are you meant to do with Jean Mongol? You have to attack, right? I think they just got hard out drafted on this one. Because Jean, like, you might as well pick French here and scale for Castle. For Jean, your goal is to try and get level 3. You're meant to benefit from real fat fights. But unless Anatan and Scatterbrain fat finger the keyboards, I don't see you getting a good fight. So tech up begins, and it is going to be Desert Raiders. 1 minute and 45 out. Ano, what's Ano going to add in next? Maybe Keshix or... No, he goes Archers. So he's going to cover them against the potential Spear threat. Which makes sense, right? He does Archers and Spears, and then Camel Lancers is the final part of the triangle that Scatterbrain provides. With Desert Raiders as well. It's just like, what do I do? In a game where I need damage to get XP, nothing dies. And oh my god, come on. Okay, they got one Spear there. Maybe a second? Yeah, a little bit of miss micro there. Scatterbrain ran away too fast, but he'll chain heal in the end. Just so much gold already. 340 banked. So trip Camel Lancer easily. Maybe just look to get a little bit more so you can vet your Desert Raiders too. Then again, I mean, I don't think vetting Desert Raiders is a priority over getting Camel Lancers. 6 Archers already for Ano. Yeah, the problem for Wham is he has to walk double the distance to get his Archers in. So although he began an Archer transition earlier, he's not stronger. Right, he just got the 8. Meanwhile, another grouping coming in now. Good idea there, actually, from Puppy Paw. He tried to cut reinforcements, because if he can find the Archers, he can kill them 2 by 2. They're just so close. Like, guys, have you noticed the drastic difference in the spawns of these two? Like, Wham gravitated away from his brother, and Ano gravitated towards. So for a defensive strat, like, you can see the difference in intent, right? These guys wanted to attack, so they didn't really care about being close or not. But the genius of Scatterbrain and Anatan is the choice to hunker down together. Like, Ano's movement and positioning, and also, to be honest, his spawn was so good for it. Minimized the risk point traveling down here. Ram now coming in. Desert Raiders already out in force. Fortifications coming in to make this a nuisance. He didn't leave any villages to garrison, weirdly enough. And there you go, he cancels it. That makes more sense. So gold denied. But it would be a shame if he walked over into his teammate's base and... Oh, come on. Another cool strategy you get in team games. You can hide in your teammate's base. Whereas in a 1v1, if you do this, you're out in the middle of the map. This is dangerous. Not so much in team games. Cam Lancer spam begins. Night count is very high for Puppy Paw. 13 in total. Yeah, he's pretty hefty. But neither of them thinking about tech up. I mean, when you get around 20 knights, you could start thinking about Royal Institute. One thing that is scary, though, is the moment you start thinking about a tech up, so will Anatan. And Anatan is more scary because the Kurotai buff, right? Like, yes, Wham has it as well. But I think the nature of the baton passing is like Wham will probably be forced to play a longer feudal than Anatan does if Puppy Paw wants that age up now. No, starting to gather and pop reserves. I think he's going castle. Cam Lance is perfect. They find the perfect trades. Like, Knights, I don't know what happened there. Puppy Paw, maybe just a bit of A-click behavior with the mass Knights. Loses multiples for free. Scout knows about the backside. Would love to see just one Cam Lancer go over there. And Ram's being built now. Army, ooh, this positioning. It's the Dervish heal still. Like, they can't easily reach in and snipe that. John also getting pretty low. Charge comes through. They begin the chase. Desert Raiders to follow up too. Extra weight. I love this. He leaves the Desert Raiders to protect the Mongol economy against Night Raids. Smart trade-off. Divine Restoration gets pumped. Camel Lancer's frontlining here. The Dervish are being ignored. They're not being denied. Kind of frontlining a little now. But this is looking like a cleanup, maybe? I mean, Archer count is in favor of yellow now. Green Knights are a bit of a problem. The Camel Lancers pull back a bit. The Desert Raiders also have not switched into melee mode. They're ranging in melee. They switch now. And that is a race at the front line. Puppy Paw has got a lot more Knights in reserve, though. Moving on the front side. Army count starting to bounce out a bit, though. Archers just need to survive this, and they'll be able to. Spears come in to reinforce. Wham's army seemingly out of position, and Jean does get the level 3. A big deal there. Camel Lance is also getting sniped out. This just got really weird. Archers will target her down, though. She's gone. So Jean is dead. I can't believe how well that went for the Canadians, actually. Considering it was a bit of a smushed fight, so Melee didn't fully engage straight away, it felt like Scatterbrain's Camel Lancers should have done a lot better than they did, but a little bit of weirdness on the positioning, it felt like, and also the Desert Raiders in Melee form would have been more beneficial there. And Puppy Paw and Wham just target firing optimal the whole time. The weird part is they didn't care about the Dervishes, and why? Because wasting DPS on killing Dervishes doesn't make sense versus insta-killing anything else. It's a great discipline there out of the Camels. Nantan now forced to heavily reinvest. No tech up shenanigans coming from him. Cam Lancers need to slow down a bit. Everything is gone? Wait, what do you mean? Oh? And ooh, I wondered where they were. The Desert Raiders, they're looking for the economy. Ah, and they'll find themselves a worker pick. Night reaction is rough here, guys. Desert Raiders can win this. Melee mode, very strong. And if he just switches range, that's going to be -1. If he, oh, no, he missed it. Okay. Puppy Paws, got to be thinking jackpot after that one. Going to come back. You can buy it back, but Jean is really expensive. At level 3, it's 500 gold. Pretty pricey. Especially for a guy who's about to run out of safe gold. Oh, that's great micro. Scatter, but quick reaction by Puppy Paw. He realizes he's being pulled away and baited. So they're just going to get sniped down. Some idle time to be achieved here, but Desert Raider will get denied. That's like Camel Lancers trying to get rid of the champions. Really needs a top off on health here. He has still got the Dervish right, but I believe... yeah, Scatterbrain's starting to pick up relics, so he doesn't want to be stuck healing. Might be worth just adding a second Dervish at this point. Tech up soon from Wham, by the way. Yeah, he's got 35 archers, actually. Kurotai's really strong when you scale archers like this. Also, the Knight count is pretty solid. Puppy Paw is going to benefit a lot there. Even if he's stuck in Feudal Age, he's going to get 20% buff on all those Knights damage, and they're high base. Quite like the combo. Challenge usually with that combo is that Knights want to move a lot more than Kurotai lets you. Also, the timing might be a bit rough here. Cam Lancer's charging forward. Nuva Speed Arrow gets him away. Backstab opportunity, maybe. That's all I'm looking for. Good snipe there. I know. Cheekily gets one. Both of them respecting the power of the Khan Hunter. Love to see that. Feel like it's something that often gets forgotten about with Mongols, but 0.5 extra range when someone else is archering off against you is a pretty big edge. Bloody hell, the passion count, I know. But he's actually not going to be too far off of Wham's timing. He's also got more workers, so should be able to compete. Do a Khan Falcon call. There you go. It's more like a dolphin falling from a cliff. Not going to do it overly loud. Everyone knows the correct, true noise, though, that the dev should have used is caw. And I'm disappointed to this day that they didn't. Cowards. Kurotai coming in. Almost the exact same timing from both of them. Yeah, be more like... No, it's more accurate for the wing flap. Yeah, it's the wing flap. That's more of a pig flying. Puppy Paw aging up now, runs 2. So we're going to have every player in Castle Age. Timing for the attack, though. Scatterbrain has got a hell of a lot of camels now. 15 scaling. Timing, look at this. They're double downing on one player. Kurotai about to complete. That should be enough to scare him. Mass archers with Kurotai buff. Bit spooky, but no, he goes in. He says, hell no, get the hell off my lawn. Cam Lance is a bit far forward of the archers of Anatan, though. This is gambly. Against Kurotai, very gambly. Knights are slowly making their way around towards Yellow's economy. And he is going to reason. I think this is the correct call. Like, the moment the Kurotai goes up, it's just too dicey. Desert Raiders are still feudal. Yeah, I think this is where it's worth upgrading them. He's now got 9. So the veterancy starts to pay off at this point. Earlier on, I understand why he didn't bother. Puppy Paw. Looking to block the Camel Lancers raiding in. They are going towards that berry patch. Problem is you've kind of sacked the Archers of Anno. However, Puppy Paw hesitates. Yeah, well, he didn't know exactly where they are, so he's riding a bit blind there. But the Cam Lancers, not so blind. They have great vision, remember, for the extra charge range. And great split there. He'll win the fight against the Knights, and he'll definitely win against the Workers. Reinforcements coming in. Backs away at the perfect moment. Nice and clean. Scatterbrained. Not losing any cams just yet. Spearmen are going to intercept. But he uses that as an opportunity to bypass going after the Workers. -1 there too. Yeah, a lot of pressure actually into the Canadian space. But not a substantial worker lead so far. Cam Lancers further going to be denied. Yeah, running headfirst into the veteran Archibald is not great. And more XP for Jean, guys. Yum, yum, yum. Me like you very much. Long way to go, though. 181 out of 1,500 XP. When everyone has Kurotai, no one has Kurotai? Yeah, except when you fight in my base and I have it, but you don't. Wow. It's like a kind of crazy defender's advantage, right? Because you just anchor around it. That's why usually you don't want to fight into the Mongols' base. You want to fight into the other player's base. Which is kind of what's happening here. The Anatan has already postured. Scat has like 7 relics. He's got the 3, 4, probably a 5th one on the way home somewhere. I wouldn't be surprised. There you go. So looking like a 5 relic game. Nice down on the north side. Love that again. Just one knight every time. Scat is being so cheeky with this. It buys him time to get the worker kills too. Gotta be careful though. This hard commit can get a bit dicey. He doesn't know when Raw Bloodlines is coming in. So it does back away. Interesting twist here. Yeah, just sacking the Desert Raiders to get the rest away. Archibald, though. What? Anno? Bro. White Stupa? Not even, like, getting an army. Look at the archer size. Wham has almost... What, he's got, like, 150% the sizing? That's crazy. What's the game strat for Anno? Is he trying to rush Elite upgrade? I don't know if you have time. I mean, he hasn't got an outpost here, so cannon emplacement strats isn't on the table. I was not expecting rushed imp out of Mongols. Kurotai's looking to park up. See, now you just got me doing Falcon impressions. No quick scale, right? Because you don't have Guildhall. But Raw Institute's meant to be your pass fight. They just need to kind of get together on... Or, hold on a second, maybe find some raids like that. I know punished on the flank. Those spears are not going to fare well. That's such an unfair fight. Moving in deeper. Camel Lancers are mirroring the move, though. The Kurotai is packing up and moving over. Archibald looking to benefit a lot here. Has he prepped it? Anatan, yes, he has. Elite archery in 50. The Kurotais are on top of each other, guys. But he needs to try and buy the time. 40 seconds out. But he's about to get +1 in 10. That's a big edge already. He also has Yam. That's huge here, guys. The Deer Stone. The Deer Stone wasn't moved up. It's still back here. And also, he just got the extra Khan Hunter range. He outranges Teals. Burn. Wait, the Kurotai. The Kurotai. No, the Kurotai! They forced the fight! Elite Archery, still 15 seconds out. Cams have to go in. Knights are receiving the damage buff that the Camelonese is offsetting that. Leaves the men at arms, pulls the Knights back. There's a push forward here. Anatan, that elite upgrade in 3 seconds to juice him up, to overload the damage. Divine Restoration comes out. Kurotai is packed up. No DPS increase right now. But the Cam Lancers, they're gone. It's all on Anatan to carry the torch. And he still has to clear a bunch of Knights. It's so much work. Too much work, surely. The Khan does tank a lot of shots there, but inevitably goes down. And the elite archer's being chased now. And he's got TC5 to assist him. Wham, this is a bit of a crazy dive now. He knows it and resets. They're not dead yet. Okay, they're dead. I thought they'd try and peel that back a bit more, but they felt too much damage done. Caster Curse comes in. GG does get called. Absolutely wild snipe. The Kurotai difference making the distance in the end. Not dead yet. Yeah, but they technically, I'd also like to point in my defense, technically I was correct. They were not dead yet. All right? They took 2 more seconds to be dead. It counts. Why no defense wall? Yeah, you're not going to get a wall law against mass archers. I think the tricky part there is, like, because the way he's laid his base, the Kurotai can't ever retreat, and it was already injured and damaged. Just, it's a great understanding of timing. Like, if the Canadians wait 30 more seconds, I think that's a much harder fight. Because the thing that happens is Camel-Lancers, they're going to lose against those Royal Knights, but then when you add in the Kurotai buff on both sides, and then the Camelanese, then elite archers, like, you can kind of hold a bit, like, you have a chance, right? But the moment you lose that Kurotai buff, the Kurotai buff for the Knights offsets the Camelanese debuff. So then you're just miles behind, right? All right, so let's update scores 1-1 apiece. Damn, what a vibe song. I wanna open up Spyro right now. Points for you. Ooh. Ooh, a lot of points. 20% of the votes went on to Canada. Damn. All right, guys should be getting in lobby momentarily. I'll run a minute and a half ads now so you guys don't get them in game, okay? No problem, no problem. All right, so let me see. What are we getting on the picks? Ooh, double Knights Templar. And then Canada takes Tuklak, Belarus take Ottomans. Is this Confluence? Confluence, or could it be Rocky River? I doubt it's Rocky River. Probably Confluence with double Knights Templar. Puppy Paw Wham versus Lucy Vortex. If Puppy Paw and Wham lose, that's possible, yeah. Because if they lose, they go into the lower brackets, and then they have like Dumu Corvinus and I think Cat B or Gully Deckle Ezra. But like they'd have to both win their quarterfinal lower brackets to face off in lower bracket semifinals. Because Vortex and Lucifron lost to Kilyadi Baltoon. You can check the VODs for that one. Quite the epic series. I especially recommend watching game number 2. That one. I'll switch the scene. Looks less ugly. There we go. Okay, one sec. KT's actually so much better in team games than solos. Yeah, because it's like, it's a difference in roles and specializations and how you apply them, right? But it's like, yeah, and I think you just get you can arc in so many different intriguing directions as well. Confluence? Yeah, of course it's Confluence. Like, it's double KT pick, right? Like, I don't think everyone's clocking into KT and what they can do with 2TC on land maps. Like, you know, Corvus is proving it right, but like a lot of people wouldn't go there by default. I wouldn't expect these players to go there by default. Aren't there like 8 relics by default? Yes, there's 2 relics per land mass. So per corner. Or quadrant, rather, is the word I used earlier. Like quadrant. And there's 4 sacred sites too. Canadian anthem while we wait, dude. Knowing YouTube standards, it probably would get me demonetized. Like, dude, have you seen the value of Canadian dollar versus US dollar? They need to demonetize creators when they play the Ashland anthem. They gotta get those pennies, man. Like, we need more rainbow money. All right. Knights Templar is the meta. I'm sorry, come again. 2v2 time, baby. We're into Confluence. It returns once more, and it returns with a whole bulk of vegan knights heading into the Middle East to try and justify something. That's right, Wham in the purple playing as the vegan knights. Knights Templar coming out here. Teammate is going to be none other than his bro, Puppypaw in the red as the Tuklak. And on the other side, drumming out some Knights Templar of his own, it's 3D Clan Scatterbrained. Cooperating with his fellow Belarus, it is going to be Anatan in the yellow on something of a specialist pick and a powerful pick, at least in 1v1s. Here to prove they're just as dominant in team environments. It is Ottomans in the yellow. Let's go. One and all, if you have not seen this map, it's probably because you weren't there in the earliest days of Age of Empires 4. It got a reputation, and usually not for good things. Confluence, the crisscross, the bridges, the fishing, the weird relic distribution, and the fact that it has an impossible sacred site win condition, because if you have all 4 of these sacred sites, you should have already won the game. Let's see what the boys have in mind. Are we getting a 3-hour-long game, or is it going to be a fast one? Oh, this is going to be a fun one, man. So, Knights Templar on this map makes a lot of sense, right? If you have Knights Templar, you can play for the central fishing, and there's more fish here than there are on the outskirts. Because reminder, fishing is going to be a big part here. There's shoreline fish everywhere. This used to be giga broken and would insta-win games. Like, old Confluence had these bridges out here, which meant that all the fishing was accessible, which meant that everyone wanted to fish. Now it's a bit more balanced. We actually have seen people just ignore it and go trade. People ignore it and go 2TC. Louis the other day played English TC Corner Boom, for example. Last time we saw this was Scout animation cancel bug. Yeah, like the good old days. You guys remember Boulder Bay? That game between Vortex and Marine Lord that was over at 5 minutes because I think Marine Lord lost his dock to animation canceling. Oh, God, the game has come far. Puppypaw, though, going for the double dock here. Yeah, versus the one harbor. Now, he can try to short-range shoot the villager away, because he's got the fishing boats to attack. But it's, like, not worth it. In the early days, Delhi used to break this map by massing fishing boats and killing you with Dark Age. But nowadays, players optimized around it and realized it for what it is. If I was to pull my fishing boats to go chasing this worker, he's -1 worker working, but I'd be -3. Right? The same mentality goes out to, you guys know the Malian transport ship cheese? Where you just put a bunch of villagers inside a transport ship and it shoots javelins? It's super cheesy for a good reason. Because if you put 7 villagers in a transport ship, that means you have 7 workers not working. So if I just kite away from it, you're worse off economically. That's why you don't see those weird, cheesy Dark Age plays as much. And I did military school opening. Not just that. It's a trade game. Sultani Trade Network coming in the corner. Military school opening to provide a bit of pressure. And I imagine he's going to be requesting that his compadre, Scatterbrained, adds in a marketplace in the corner. Damn. Okay, I wasn't expecting trade. It's been a long time since we've seen a trade opening landmark from Ottomans. Even players that were infamous for it don't do it anymore. Even in team games, even with fishing, they always choose Madrasa. We had a game the other day where it was full fishing, and I went, well, this should obviously be a Sultani game, right? Built the Madrasa. Okay, so Wham, what are we getting from him? So he went for Knight's Hospitaller. He has got the Pilgrims already coming out. And he's going long distance to his teammate's side so that he gets maximum gold. I wonder if they just have Puppy Paw fast. Nah, he wouldn't fast tech here, right? Like, technically, you want to scale Raider Elephants. If either player was to fast tech, I'd probably expect it to be Knights Templar. The other cool thing is, like, technically what you could have happen now is Scatterbrain could fast tech the south side, and Anatan could long feudal. Because trade will escalate over time, but on top of that, the other important thing is that you would spend feudal age scaling Sipahi. And Sipahi are really good. Sipahi scale phenomenally into the late game. Oh no, they nerfed the cost of them by 5. They have slightly less... Who cares? They're still the best light cab in the game. Like, you know what? World's Edge can try to take that away from the Ottomans, but they'll never be able to truly. Tower Victory coming through, so... Yeah, Elephant strats... we saw one earlier today. It actually looked pretty good against the Knights Templar player in particular. But not going to be seen this time. I think the problem with healer elephants is the maps are too big when you get to 2v2, 3v3. To just make that a bread and butter strat. A lot of fishing going on here. And good blocker. We've got, woo, Spring Warden placements coming. Guys, are you ready to see the most epic looking but underwhelming shot imaginable? It looks really cool, but has less DPS than a Naval Arrow Slit. And for some reason, you pay more for it too. I don't understand Naval Spring Warden placements. You're paying extra for it to look cool. It's like people that buy Alienware PCs. All right, there goes my hope of getting an Alienware sponsor over. It does look cool, though. Thumbs up. Yeah, it does 42 damage. Arrow Slits is lower, if I remember correctly, but it was higher DPS is the problem. Demo denial, nicely done. Yeah, he's just camping him, though, to burn him down. And the double scout is a smart play here. They will get rid of this. Will killing Demo make it do less explosive? Nah, not this close to you. So what's Anno's game strat? He's going for the Akinji point. Is he going to scale Akinji? Akinji spam would be kind of interesting, though. But it costs food and wood, and you're getting trades, so there's no merit there. And rip Harbor. And the short bow fire from the fishing boats. He's going to go for the repair, but now he just gets denied here. So nicely played. Harbor going to be going down. And he's going to try to establish fishing elsewhere. The problem here is you're never getting assistance, real assistance from Anatan. Because Anatan is trade kabooing, right? I don't know what trade kabooing is meant to be. But we are now getting Akinji, so he is looking to get aggressive. The scary part, I guess, is he's doing this into Raider Elephants. Raider Elephants that get bonus damage against Archer tag units. These guys are. The range tag right there. 2TC in the meantime. I like that from Scatter. I think, like, trying to get fishing online when you're this far behind already is a bit of a throw. Like, Puppy Paw just has so much fishing. Anno's booming south side. Yeah, like, Anno's getting economy split. I think the problem here now is that Scatterbrain has kind of been thrown to the wolves. And although these guys are sharing the central area, it gives them a lot of burst because there's, like, 8,000, 9,000 food in that center area. So although it's going to run out faster, it's going to last a while. Raid Elephants being a nuisance. Nice wall, love that. Underrated walls, things like this. You guys remember that map, Hidden Valley? Terrible map. But so easy to solve because you spawned really close to the edge of the map and then there were cliffs to force you all the way back. All you had to do was build a tiny wall at the back and your opponent can rotate. It's the same kind of thing here on a small scale. You can't 360 the base. Is that like a rule of thumb of how many fishing ships per available shoreline fish stack? No, shoreline fish always runs out. It doesn't regenerate. Deep water fish is different. But shoreline fish has 600 per. Actually, 600, he's got, I think it's 17 stacks in the center. So someone can do the maths on that. It's a lot of fish. Ends up being actually like over 9,000 feet, right? So headbutt complete. And now we're corner camping mode. Is there a tech coming? I know he's floating a lot of food, but I think he just wants more army. He also isn't actively trading. Yeah, so he's just banking the trade network. And thank you, Fatlop. 10,200 food in the center here. That's a lot. That's going to last you probably 20 minutes in game on a pretty chill status. So what's the win con here? I guess Anno is just looking to blob full feudal as much as possible. I'm just a bit worried that Puppy Paw's life is made quite easy by the way he's doing this. Because he's gone a Kinji plus Sipahi, but with Trample, you can run past the Sipahi, right? That's a bit of a problem. You can microwave. It's like, I think it matters where you fight. When I think of this type of strat, what Puppy Paw is doing, I'm expecting him to do this a lot. Dive. And cavalry strats only work when you are attacking. Like, when you're defending your base, cavalry is redundant because they can't fight. This is painful, man. They're on to the second TC. Wait, without ranged up? Puppy. Buddy, it takes 5 seconds. He doesn't have the undermesh. They're taking a lot of damage now. Free per stack when it doesn't regenerate. You can go more than 3 on shoreline fish. Because it's not going to regenerate. It doesn't really matter. You can aggressively gather it if you want to. There's a lot more burst gathering with shoreline. Like, it really comes down to a game strat. If you're looking to play the long game, you shouldn't be burst gathering. But if you're looking to play for a timing window, which is what Puppy was doing, then just going full Kirby mode makes sense. Interesting. Wow. Ford racks. What? Wait. Yeah, because he teched. He's got Angevin spears. Oh, no. Oh, that's disgusting. Anatan is going to be 2v1ing at this rate. He is in the base, though. Dive coming through. Ranged armor removed. He's got archers to try and defend this. Only a few Sipahis are not too threatening for Puppy Paw. He can even shivs out at this moment to defend, and he's going to do exactly that. Great read. On the other side, more Dire Straits. With Angevin spears here now, I don't know what Scatbrain does. He's just going to lose the TC. Looking pretty dead on my screen right now. He's going to wall up. And no assistance is coming, by the way. Because although he went to Kinji Sipahi, they aren't coming. They're still fighting over here. This is over. Like, you're going to be playing 2v1 at 15 minutes. Dive towards the primary. The villager... Oh. We're playing a dangerous game right now. Barely gets away with it. Wham knows about the wall, though, so he's going to be riding around. And he's sieging the primary. He's so dead. Like, you have archery ranges or racks, but you have no food income. Like, bro, sling me 1,000 food right now. Oh, God. When do you see a TC get demolished at 13 minutes like this? 2-1 lead. The Canadians are on track. Damn. Well, this is swinging around quickly. This is like my plat games. What, like, hey, bro, you gonna be okay? And you're like, I think maybe, but can you make sure you're there in 5 minutes? Of course, of course. 20 minutes later, he's still just watching you get dove. Hey, it could be worse. I remember when I bothered to play ranked team for a season. It's the one that people judge my account on, because if you look at my account, people say that I'm gold rank because I have a team rank from season 6. Because I played 9 games and the 5 losses were all games where my teammate got hit by a knight. He'd lose like 2 villages and then would leave. Don't play team games on your own, guys. That's the lesson. You ever play anymore? Not really. Last time I played was 2 years ago. Actually, no. I played more recently in like custom games and free for all or whatever, but I don't play that much. But yeah, dude, I have such great disdain for team ranked because just beginning is just boring. I've said this before that I don't think you should be allowed to leave a game early without a penalty in team environments. There should be a surrender option, and it should require a majority vote. So if you're in a 2v2, it requires both. If you're in a 3v3, it should require 2 people. If you're in a 4v4, it should require 3 people. And there should be no argument on this. Because it's just like such a stupid deterrent to playing the game unless you have a pre-stack. It sucks. And that's why I just don't bother with ranked at all. Like they create an environment that made me not want to bother. You know, Valve does it the right way. Like, I actually like the way Valve does it, where like sometimes it feels like an extreme, but I understand it because you can still figure things out to a certain extent in games. And also low rank players are muppets, so you can like usually they're gonna make mistakes. But like Deadlock, Dota 2, there's no surrender button. Play the game. Alright, so where are the boys? They should be getting in lobby momentarily. Draft. What are we looking at here? Sushi Mongols versus Jean Golden Horde. I think this might be... Is this a Rocky River draft? Probably Sunken Lands, actually, with Golden Horde. Might make more sense. Make sure team games is trade. Trade is easy behind the base. Less so in 2v2s, though. Right, I was doing it in 2v2s, and it's boring. It's just like random queuing is boring. And I hate the defense of just get a friend and play with them, lol. It's like, that sucks, though. There's plenty of people that are trying to experience RTS for the first time, and they prefer a team environment, and they're just screwed. Dota doesn't have this. Well, like, Dota's solo queuing. Do you know Dota has, like, literally designed a solo queue system, like, separate. So you can tick that, and if you're queuing solo, you'll only find other solos. But like I said, within that, because someone can't just abandon the game, it doesn't get ruined for everyone. Whenever you're put in a team environment, you have an obligation to the other person on your team to not be an asshole and just leave. Because you're spoiling it for everyone. Or because you got hit. Like, or because at like 15 villages, you lost 1 villager. You're not that perfect. Like, red alert for like a person who's ranking in at gold or platinum. You're not that perfect that 1 villager loss at 15 villager total is losing you the game. Even AoE 4 pros aren't at that point where it ends the game straight away. Right? But these people rage quit and act like it. Basically because they need a special mode that's white piece for 15 minutes so they're not happy. But then stop queuing ranked at all. Go like play custom games with custom rules. That's what AoE 2 people done for years before. Who won Spain versus Scandinavia? Scandinavia did. Check the VODs on that. Game number 2 in particular. Absolute banger. Alright, so the boys are in game. I just don't seem to get an auto refresh. Hello? There we go. Having 3 beers on deck and queuing 2v2s is sort of fun. That reminds me of when grinding rank in MOBAs. Yeah, but like, you just vibe then when you get your ass kicked and enjoy the beer. Don't leave. Don't be a pussy. That's like pro level advice for the end of the evening, guys. Just don't be a pussy. Oh, dude, it's Prairie. I totally forgot about Prairie. Hell yeah. Stream myself playing a couple of games a couple times a week. Maybe start strat requests. We done that like a long time ago. Do you guys remember when I done that? We done a charity fundraiser, and then some of the challenge, like some of the tiers we had, villager only, ram only. We done them all, by the way. You guys, anyone remember those games? We kicked people's asses. Ram only against like French Trade Boom was hilarious, and then we had Mongol TC Rush. But obviously, like this was after the TC Rush got nerfed. But we done it on Hill and Dale against French. That was funny. Did it pass if you play like Ask since you're a caster? Oh, yeah. I mean, the majority of people with brain cells will be fine with it. You'll always get the haters that will be like, this is proof he doesn't know how to cast. Look at his gameplay. All right. We're going in. We're going in deep. Prairie into tournament playing a 2v2. This is going to be night central. But who's going to be going night? Is it going to be the Canadians? Are they going to be forced into game number 5? Or will they come out here with a combo of Jean and Golden Horde? Or is it time to say farewell to the Belarus? On the east side, they're going to have the Shushi in the yellow, manned by Anatan, and Scatterbrained onto the Mongols in the green. Map is Prairie, remember. This is a map with very little wood and big gold veins. So typically, what happens on Prairie stays on Prairie. Nah, I'm kidding. It goes everywhere else. It's Night Spam. Night Spam is the meta, not just in team games like it is for most team game maps. Even in 1v1s on Prairie, Night Spam has been the meta for the majority of existence. This is a different Prairie, though. Did they update Prairie, guys? Did I miss that? There's no longer an 8k gold in the base. That's big. That's huge, actually. Wow. Okay, huge change since we last saw it then. That's going to be refreshing. Makes it a little bit less campy. Because the problem is, you know, you can spam knights out of this base and not budge for a long time because it's not just the gold. Prairie maps tend to have a lot more sheep. School of Cavalry coming in, Jiangnan Tower, everything to be expected. Oh my god, Golden Tent is so different. Nah, Golden Tent coming in. And last one to get rolling is going to be Scatterbrained because he is going for Dark Age Rush. And wow, that's interesting. He doesn't try to target Puppy Paw at all. No, he goes straight after Jean. So Denial of Knights, I think that makes sense though, because if you look at Puppy Paw and Wham's combo, it's so much heavy cavalry. They've got Tortugud and they've got Knights. And Anatan and Scatterbrained have got Keshiks. It's pretty bad. So you need to remove the premium Knight to then give advantage. Prairie's a Bassid trash unit spam map. Change your mind. With these tree lines, you're spamming trash units? All right, no shade, no offense when I say this. I'm gonna predict that you're in plat lobby to be getting away with that. Am I right? Be honest. No way at conk level do you get away with spamming spear archers. You bet you're right. I know my ranks. Oh dear. Yeah, usually any civ that requires archer spam doesn't do too well here. It's weird, actually, because you'd think that, oh, man, if archer spam's not feasible, then spears defends against knight really well. And you'd be right, but the problem is that you eventually have to come out of your base. You can only stay in here so long, and if your opponent fast castles, they're getting relics. Like, there's problems like that to worry about, right? And also, it's just the inherent nature of, like, if you're never coming out your base, me as the knight spamming civ, I do stuff like this. Just usually without the outpost. Great read, though. Wham did creep out before he got seen. Scatterbrain now with the outpost locked in. Going to be a nuisance there, but a good place to anchor down. The boar, the deer are all here, so when he eventually gets out, it's going to be jackpot galore. Offside Puppy Paw. They need to make Gers bigger, guys, so we can get optimal Ger placement. Fearstone coming in. No trade, which makes sense. You don't want to trade against Night Civs. You most definitely don't want to trade against Jean. You're just going to feed her XP. It's the quickest way to lose against Jean, actually. All right, so Pradicky's up. 100% on Belarus to win. Wow. Okay. You don't think double Night Civ wins? I mean, they're off to a bad start. They lost their primary gold. But, I mean, Tortugud is still Tortugud. But are they too good anymore? They did just get nerfed again, right, chat? I think was it an extra 20 health removed? So they aren't as stupidly tanky as they were. Yeah, actually, you haven't cast a Tortugud game since they got nerfed again. So this is going to be very telling. Oh, Khan. With body blocks, you can get the kill here, actually. Oh. Okay, no, he's overthinking it. He's overcooked. Scatter. No, come on. Do it. Do the die. Oh, he's not going to go for it. He won't lose the Khan. So no worker kill there for him. Mount Lu Academy. Anno is doing pure fast castle. didn't even think about the army. Kind of feels like a bait, right? You drop Jiangnan like this, and then you're still fast casting. But he can add in stables, and then you can always have crossbowmen being produced behind this, which is a sick Giga Brain play, because you know your opponent's going to have mass nans. Scalabrand is existing. He's building Keshiks. Smart as well. We mentioned earlier in the day, Jean hates Mongols for this. Like, Mongols is surprisingly annoying for Jean. You wouldn't think it, but it's the Keshiks. She actually hates any Civ in the game that has heavy. Anyone want to watch a Pro V 2v2 Michi 2ag? What one was Michi? I forget which one that was. You should have just went with the obvious one, right? Black Forest. Yo, anyone want to watch a 2v2 Turtle Ridge game? I swear it'll be fast. Turtle Ridge is the one that has the giant mountains pushing to the center. But this ram, wait, the ram, hello? Okay, heavy damage done. He's not going to cancel it out, though. Cheeky coming in from Scatter there. Creates more space. Really smart, actually. So now you can start producing the first knights. He has got supervision to get them out faster. More Keshiks are on the way from Scatterbrain. Michi's the way where there's no way to the enemy. Oh, okay. You just play Forest nothing, though. Great trade, actually. Scatterbrain found a Tortugud on his own. 200 HP. Wait, he went building cards? Guys, he doesn't have the extra health on Tortugud. And they nerfed Tortugud that much that now the choice is Ass. Ram's already dead. And Ass Cheeks are clapped. What? Oh, God. Jean's going to be dead. That extra Keshiks come in, she's dead. And this is why you draft double heavy cav against Jean. Oh. Okay, so upsides for Wham and Puppy Paw. Upsides, upsides, upsides. Let's check the food of Anno. Oh god, he's got 18 sheep. Okay, I'm gonna need a few minutes to buffer the upsides in my brain here. This is a bit rough, guys. The Keshiks are scaling really well, and Puppy Paw is stuck with weird stuff now. He tried to go for a 1-1-1 comp, which is really good for Golden Horde in 1v1s, but doesn't seem to scale the same way in 2v2s. And now the ball, the timing on this, oh god, please get it up fast. Okay, Keshiks don't realize it. They're going to turn now. A little bit of a Hodor moment. He actually commits onto the Tortugud. He hasn't got ranged armor, though, is the weird part, but the boar is actually griefing him. He's attacking the red units. Turns around the archers. I mean, he can hang here for a bit. Tortugud are really low damage. Spears are now arriving. That would be the perfect moment to leave, but not Scatterbrain, no. He just 8 clicks in. He's like, the longer I'm here, the less boar gathering, and the boar is still hitting onto red units. Please kill the boar. The boar's going to kill you. No, come, guys, it's 15 damage. Kill the boar. Thank God. Okay, so now you can heal off the building. Pretty sure that's -5 villages for Puppy Paw. The boar that he wanted to eat the ass off just clapped his ass cheeks back. Damn. Saying eat the ass off just reminded me of that Cartoon Network. You know the one I'm talking about where they ate, was it cow butts? They're obsessed with eating cow butts. You guys know the one I'm talking about? I forget his name. Okay, so Lancers are getting a little bit annoying. 5 so far from Alantan. He should also start to think about Relic soon. No, he's actually being pretty ungreedy. Oh, wait. Oh. Guys, look at the placement. Look at the placement and see why I'm gagging. He didn't stables drop his Jiangnan. So he's pumped out 6 Lancers and he's not been pumping towards an army. Dude, I feel like this happens so often with Jiangnans. Because if you're fast castling and your units are here, you're going to just drop the stable straight there. You don't want the idle time. You don't want to wait. Shakes down to the base. Yeesh. Damage buff coming through. TC5 should scare him eventually, but there was no workers underneath the town center. We have got Lancers from Yellow also showing up. This is the bigger problem. These guys will kill in 2 hits. Actually, no, he hasn't got +1 yet. But, you know, while Scatterbrain is on this side, everything feels a bit scramble-brained for Puppy Paw Wham. Like, they're currently rushing to try and put out fires, but you know with the way that this is being played by the Belarus team, the number of fires is only going to go up. John can't even get the kill secure there. Yeah, Sky's idea is really smart, by the way. Just massing this many Keshiks, you might go, okay, they're not that good, though. Why not go Castle? Because it's just the raw quantity. Like, if you've got more heavy knights than your opponents, and you do a little bit micro, then the fact that they're more plastic doesn't matter because they have healing. Right? So you can pull them out, put them back in. Pulling in deep, Anatan. Already starting to reach dive point on the TC, it seems. Keshik's still idling the ball location. Lot of heavy injuries here now, though. This guy needs to be a bit careful in positioning on approach. Lancer dive coming through and more following. No, that's it. Wham. Has he got wheelbarrow? No! It's a Wham tech bubble! No wheelbarrow. Okay, they'll get away, but the idle time is a big deal. And the second wave's on the way. The crossbows, look at them. Look at them and weep. 9 moving in now. The villagers don't know where to go. Home, but home may be where the heart is, but it's got to be where half your organs aren't at this rate. Keshik charge in, cuts him off. That's triple knight caught and brought low. And now the crossbows, they force the action. Knights charge into them. Lancers arrive. A click with villagers is a quick way to headbutt your keyboard and scream out loud. Usually the words, why God, why, being uttered alongside it. And why? It's quite simple. We like 5-game series. We need 5-game series. And you all deserve a 5-game series, which is what you're about to get. Whew. 5 games. Bring it on, baby. It's a good way to end the day. I think we can all agree. How does Wham so reliably have Goldman? Poor guy. I mean, he's like, I think he's become appreciative of the memes of it, right? Like, he's become a good sport about it. Like, you'll hear him in interviews say, like, no, like I think he was at one recently. He's like, yeah, like, no one forgets text like me. And I like that he embraced that. I think embracing it is, like, very important. Like, Doubt. Doubt is the best example in Age of Empires of this. The Doubt Castle. The fact he was willing to embrace it and own the egg on the face made him 20 times more lovable, right? You just have to own the stupid, right? It's like, you know, the other day we had someone making like a crude comment about the mum thing, and I'm just like, yep, you gotta wear the egg on the face. Hating it and like banning it and scrapping against it is like the bad way to go. So he's got like the right idea on how to build character. And it's like, it also just makes you relatable. Dude, I hate perfectionists, like, in esports. Like, yeah, we know you're the best guy in the world. Can you do something stupid now? Tournament brackets, exclamation mark bracket. So, final game of the day. What are we getting here, chat? Currently drafting. Wait, what is this? Someone's doing an Elite Classic draft. We've got Artaxerxes and someone's called Kitboga. Wait, Kitboga isn't like a fake name on AoE2, is it? Someone's a big Kitboga fan, it seems. If you're not familiar with Kitboga, you've missed out. Definitely the type of stream that is worth watching at least once in your life. He scams scammers. So he'll waste their time. He'll like phone them up with a voice modulator and pretend to be an old lady being scammed by them. And he'll waste hours of their life. A true hero. No Jiggly in this tournament? Nope. Clearly, he fears the manly power of Palutena. He's like, what's the point? He's gonna rinse them all. Ooh. I think this might actually be Rocky River, guys. Macedonian Dynasty and Malians for Belarus. And the Canadians chose Mali and Iobit. Actually, no, this could actually be Gorge, right? Because I didn't see their map draft. I don't know if they've done their map draft. I didn't see it. He beat you in 2v2, you thought he was practicing? Haha. He ain't nowhere to be seen. Check that. Actually, can we run ads? We got a sec. I'm gonna run ads if they're available again. Oh no, it probably just ran the minimum 30 seconds to grief you guys. So sorry about that. Holy crap, I'm hungry. I guess I haven't eaten a crazy load today. Yeah, I swear, like, solo casting makes me so much more hungry. I mean, it makes sense. I switch on pretty aggressively for the observing, and then, like, type casting, very high energy. Then your brain has to think for analytical pieces. Like, you're doing, like, 3 rolls of calorie burning. It's weird. Which strat Jiggly went after Triumph buff? Oh, wow. I couldn't imagine for a second. What's Jiggly known for? What's the thing he always does? He didn't go Doggerfrax, did he? Must be Doggerfrax. Wait a second. That doesn't sound right. I just realized all these tournaments, I haven't had any variety days this week. It's going to be hefty non-stop, isn't it? Because we're going to do like this. We're going to do the Grand Finals tomorrow. And then we're going to do the Elite Classic on the weekend. Non-stop. Lots of Keshiks. Yeah, Keshik Cataphracts. Because why build anything but heavy cav in a team game? Everyone knows heavy cav wins everything. Right? Actually, let me double check that. Perfect meaningful music when double checking this. Oh, sorry. Wait, where? So this was won by Heavy, not the Cap. Well, actually, it was the Heavy Cap in the end, but obviously the Minute Arm set it up. They did indeed lose to Mass Heavy Cav and Archer support. This one was not Heavy Cav, right? No, it was Light Elephant. We cast some Silver League during the week. I don't know, maybe. We'll see. I haven't really thought that much about that. I need to get some variety days in. I think it's nice for my sanity. Like I said, I love AoE4, but it's nice to be able to mix it up a bit. So I've been talking about the idea of like doing some Deadlock podcasts. I wonder if there's an appetite for that. I don't know. Like, I feel like when you watch a lot of pub Deadlock, it's super snowballing. But not always. Alright, the boys in. Nah, they're still just in lobby. No. It's not morenights.com anymore. It's download morenights.com. That's the one that gives you the viruses. What's your big predictions for the remainder of the game shows this month? What's the big announcements that you're expecting? Like AoE 5 prediction, obviously. What else we getting? Try to think what we need them. We need Gangsters Organized Crime sequel. We were talking about that the other day. Need that 100%. New Zoo Tycoon. New Roller Coaster Tycoon. Transport Tycoon. What else, chat? New Cossacks game. StarCraft 3. StarCraft FPS / third person shooter. Warcraft 4. Oh, Guild Wars 3, actually. I just remember Guild Wars 3 is the big one that's being hyped up, right? Dude, I'm so game for Guild Wars 3. And it better be like Guild Wars 1. If it is, I'm sorry, guys. I'm becoming an MMO streamer. Guild Wars 1 is my childhood, bro. It's such a great game. The best MMO I've ever sampled. And I played quite a lot of ones. And it's weird because it wasn't like a true MMO, is the argument some people make. But like, I get it. It didn't have that, here's 1,000 people doing a thing, persistent world thing. But it was such an incredible game. Such an insanely incredible game. I don't think any other MMO, even to this day, has matched the layers to strategic depth and of the cake of skilling that Guild Wars 1 had. I'd love to be proved wrong on that, but like I feel like I'm down on the hill currently. Like skill builds, etc. Like I never played Ragnarok Online. Oh, it's gorge! Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for game number 5 in this pro level 2v2 tournament. It is going to be the Canadians up against the Belarus. One game to decide their fates. Puppy Paw in the red playing as the Ibids, teaming up his bro Wham in the purple as Malians. They face off against Scatterbrained in the green on Macedonians and Anatan of Oddie Sports as the Malians in the yellow. Oh, this is going to be a fun one. Yeah, okay. Macedonians actually making an appearance. A rarity, actually. We haven't seen much of Macedonians in 2v2s. Malians has been an anchor point, though, especially on this map. Ibids has seen a lot of presence, too. Weird thing about Ibids versus Macedonians on their own. We've seen it a few times, especially on maps like Frisian Marshes, is it's so wrong that it works, but just raw Radari can beat raw Camel. So just something to be mindful of there. But obviously, we've got the Malian players to shift in. I think Radari could get their cheeks clapped against Mansa Musafadi. Because so far, the meta for Malians, much higher success rate with Farimba than with Fulani. You know what it is? It's the threat in a mirror. When we see French picks on both sides in this tournament, you get forced to do Royal Institute. And I think Farimba's the same way, where it's very hard to just say Fulani will be better, because Farimba allows you to just hone in on one unit type, and now you're building a premium version. What was the AOC? And Lineage 2, I can't remember if I played Lineage 2. I don't think I did. Nah, I played a bit of RuneScape. RuneScape was decent. But like Guild Wars 1 of the MMO category for me was top dog. I love that game so much. You know what was actually pretty cool conceptually, but didn't work out? Ark. Was it Ark is the MMO I'm thinking of? No, not Ark. Oh, what is the one I'm thinking of? There was one where you could like build your farms. No, it's not Lost Ark either. I forgot its name. You could basically build like hidden farms out in no man's land that people could yoink from, or you could pay to win and buy a territory and a house to build on. And it had like trade ship routes that you could have be robbed by other players. I've forgotten its name. Rams Mali is disgustingly good, but he's in front. Yeah, but if he goes Mansa Musafadi, he doesn't care. He could even go 2TC. We've actually seen once today an incredibly effective strat. Baltoon done it, if you remember. It was 2TC, Mansa Musafadi spam. And genuinely broke the game. Do the Ottomans ever get played in team play? Yes, we just saw them, but they did lose. Imperial Hippodrome coming through. Pretty standard there out of Scatterbrained. And should be another Mansa soon from Anatand. Yeah, overgather on the gold, right? Because he set up full houses, which is not what happened over here. Wham was lighter in the houses. I wonder if we'll get 2TC out of Anno. 2TC would make sense if it's macro here. Otherwise, it's kind of overkill because you can have an insane amount of gold. Because remember, the town center for Malians costs gold. Spend 350. So if you look at his tech timing, with the current approach, the passive gold income, he's going to have enough if he moves on to wood. But with only 7 on wood right now, don't think it's 2TC. Yes, Arcade. Thank you, Firich. Arcade. I don't know why I forgot his name. I got it mixed up with Lost Ark. I mean, it's got Ark in there. Yeah, Arcade early days was fun. I like the macro meta of just like setting up illegal farms in the hills and stuff. It was unique. Albion was a disappointment though. Albion never clicked with me. Albion, I switched off of that MMO real quick when I joined a guild, and they gave me a sword of like tier 4, whatever. And I went, off you go. I went, what am I meant to do? He's like, just go get a higher tier of weapon and armor. Because you lose it all when you die. And then it was like, so I'm just, like, it's just a basic linear scaling. And I get the most MMOs of that, but there was no narrative content for it. I was like, okay, this is kind of boring. Okay, so what are we looking at from Scattered? He's front player, so you assume he's going to be spamming a lot, but looking at the macro, this is correct for Castle, isn't it? 10 on food, 3 on gold. Are they going to double greed? It looks like it. Cow coming in from Manatan. Wham's going to be adding in racks super early. And Puppy Paw is going fast Castle. Yeah, so Cambulance is about to come out. This is really cool, actually, because you can combo meal some feudal units from Wham with the healing and try to pressure a bit. Yeah, Puppy Paw, I feel like he was always going to fast Castle here. I don't feel like Ibis has any other option when Marlians is on the other side. Because the problem, guys, is if you're up against Marlians, you can't build your best unit for your late, which is Desert Raiders. Because Desert Raiders get destroyed by javelins. You're already a unit that has no ranged armor, and your ranged tags, so you take more damage from jabs. And then there's a range discrepancy. They only have almost double your range. So Scar definitely rushing Gauge up now. Ooh, will it be Golden Horn Tower or will it be System for tempo? I mean, when you fast castle like this, System does make some sense. It's just System is terrible if you wait 2 or 3 extra minutes. Because remember, System to me feels like a 1 pump and then done because its economy boost is so bad. But if you're rushing 7-minute tech up, it can make sense. It's just the benefit of Golden Horn Tower is you can drop it on your teammates' cows to protect them. Champs are riding in. Wait, did Scatter reinvest? What happened to the food? I feel like it slowed down. Outpost coming up here. And yeah, that's sadness of the horseman. Dervish healing every day of the week. Desert Raiders queued. 1 minute 38 out. Wham's jabs and Don's is kind of a problem, though. Strikes you as a System guy. I think with this pressure coming in, System kind of kills you, though. Maybe I'm wrong, but it doesn't feel 100% safe here. It depends if, like, you feel like Wham's baiting you. Like, if you feel like Wham's actually secretly being greedy, just System. But if you think he's inting you, then Golden Horn Tower. And GH is coming in. Yeah, it doesn't protect the cow. Does secure their 8k, but kind of weak on the east side, right? But still, like, the idea here is you're probably worried about cavalry, which would require your opponent's dive into Golden Horn Tower range. Do jabs deal bonus damage against each other? Yes, because they're range tag. So if it's got this detail here, ranged, like, these are the things you always look out for. Light, ranged, infantry. Every one of these words has different measurable counterplays. Like, there are unit types that get plus against infantry, unit types that get plus against light, unit types that get plus against ranged. Same with melee, same with cavalry. It's like every word is... This is the interesting thing with that, like, that wording system. Every single word has a reasoning to be there. Like, even worker tag has a reason to be there. So it's a nice system you can actually trust, which is cool. Like, I think the one exception is maybe religious doesn't have a bonus against, but I'm trying to remember. But the reason that's important is religious tells you that you can't wallow, so it still has relevance in informing you. Should be able to kill the Desert Raider eventually. There's a Hippodrome Horseman, right? Or, oh, okay. Wait, no, Ego Chow him. Ego Chow the crap out of him. Come on. Religious units can capture sacred. That's true. They can capture sacred sites. Tags also affect hotkeys. Yeah. And like even things like military building or population building, there are some layerings to the cake there. Is that I think Pit Mine is categorized as getting buffed by population buildings, maybe? There's no way to fully test that unless you can add Chinese buildings to this civ. But like military buildings will have an impact on things like the Abbasid new administration wing. I just realized we're like a minute out from live, so I'm going to speed up while we've got not too much action. Oh, Ridari. It's just a scout. Farimba's coming in though, boys. And I think it's about to get mirrored by Wham. Well, lol. Gonna end up being a whiff, at least by some time. Dervish can get struck down here, right? Like double Ridari. He seems hesitant though. Donzo's were catching up. Love that he's hanging around to cap the Sacred Site. Grand Fulani is on the way. We have the branch point. The two different strats. Now, this worries me because I actually think Farimba's stronger. Especially with Ridari strat. Because, like, you're just putting your best foot forward. That's a full aggro build. It's not half aggro because Macedonians just attack. So I think this is smart play. Whereas, like, for Iabid plus Malian, now they can think more about the width of the map and trying to play relics and scale a bit. But it does mean you have to survive the onslaught. And, guys, it is indeed going to be the Mansa Musafadi. Love this cool Banatan. You're probably up against Camel Lancers. And also, it just gives you a bulky lob to attack with, right? Like, Mansa Musafadi will bog down Donzos, which enables Ridari. It's also quite a fast unit. 1.38. And a charge up to 1.69. So it does reveal it early. We'll just be able to sidestep that. He's at least made aware of it early on here. Now, why that's important is with Wham teching up, your natural instinct when you get Fulani is to go Sofa, right? I don't know if Sofa is a good idea. I don't think it is. Because Sofa get disintegrated by Mansa Musafadi. They lose 25% of their damage to armor because Mansa have that much armor. And then they take 25 damage, which completely eclipses the imported armors. So correct call. Wham is just choosing to scale more infantry. Really, you want archers here, surely, right? Archers is pretty cool because you'll counter the Musafadi, but also what you do is you get toxins, and that's super effective against quite high HP units like Ridari, because you just whittle away at them over time. Cam Lancers. Oh, nice target fire here. Snipes come in from the Ridari, gets one, looking for the second. Donzos are on the way now. Goes Axe Throw, which is unnecessary, and it hangs around a bit long there. Donzo throws. I believe they did get the one kill. Might even be able to get the second if he moves with this. Great micro there. Puppy will just start step to stay in range. Expensive losses. These Ridari aren't cheap because, you know, Macedonian economy kind of sucks. If this was a Fulani build, he could afford sucky economy because he could get slung food. But remember, this is Farimba. So you're not going to get assistance early on. One positive of Farimba is with Mansa Musafadi, it is cheap to blow. These Musafadi only cost 75 resources each. So you can 200 pop very fast. The reason that's important is once you 200 pop, your only options left are go Imperial Age or give resources to my team. Both great. Mansa, a lot of them. Oh, he's been forced to mirror. This is a bit sucky for Wham because his Musafadi are just so much worse. Like, look at it. You get +1 damage, you get +5 melee armor, and you get 10 more health. That's pretty grim. I mean, even I can't remember the bonus damage is higher. No, the bonus damage is the same factor. Yeah, goes in for the clash. I mean, this is a great trade for Anno. He's going to take a few Camel Lancers with him. Man, he got a lot there. Double Desert Raider and double Camel Lancer down by the looks of it. Re-engage is going to lead to more losses. We'll better clear it up in the end, but great distraction. The other side, dive in, not too successful. Couldn't find a kill shot. And, oh, the Ridari again. I mean, this is a dream for Ridari, just flank raiding. This is the weird thing about the strat. It's like Scatterbrain is focused on flank raiding and Anatand is focused on 8-moding. And it works because Muso are so cheap. And eventually, because of the way Scat is playing, he should scale while killing economy. He shouldn't really lose too many knights. So you go fast forward 5-10 minutes and you get to the big fight. 30 Ridari? with full upgrades, that's going to wash the entire army. Like, actually, Macedonians, I think, has been undertapped in this team tournament because the cool thing about Macedonians is they benefit most when they get to fully invest in one unit type because they have so many upgrades. And what's been the theme of a lot of civs in team games? That's an ugly trade there, though. Radari, -3. Where did this many Camel Lancers come from? 16. Has he got 4 or 5 relics already? 3 relics, bang. 6 relics? Oh my dear God. Is Puppy Paw Canadian or Swiss? Guy's running his own bank operation here. 6 relics. Clearly Magic has taught him the money-making ways in life. It's wild. Some relic retrieval on the other side, so Anatan's at least going to try and take some back, but majority's already gone. And look at the switch. Love this. He's counterplayed by archers on his Musafadi now, and this is where Farimba is 10 times more powerful than it was a year ago. You can buy the other contracts for 350 resources. He's switching Freeborn. Freeborn are the anti-range units that have a lot of ranged armor. And they don't take bonus from archers. Nice little hit there. Start step across. Second wave. Dude. He respects the Radari so much. He's just not letting them get sacked. Cool thing as well by doing it this way is the crossbows are scaling for scatterbrained. They haven't been sacked. I'm not sure how I feel about moving them up right now, though. This is a bit dangerous. And the Archibald, completely out of position, actually, chasing the Radari. Crossbow. Okay, he's got a few Radari in there. And they're only Desert Raiders, so yeah, snipes them down quickly. Maybe Sofa, because melee. Yeah, you could go Sofa against the Freeborn. But, like, you still have the Musafadi problem, right? So I think you want to shrink the count entirely, which seems to have happened. Yeah. I think the idea of Farimba is still better in my mind, but not maybe the execution. I think they had to play this way because it's Radari. But, like, imagine a Zerging Civ alongside this Musafadi strat. So I think that's what we had last time, kind of. Just look at the count now. Like, Fulani's better now. I sound like I'm backpedaling, but I think it's like Farimba with the right strat makes sense. But Radari, if they get there insane, the problem is Anatan done the Zerg strat. He tried to protect the Radari, but because they've never fighting with the Radari, he now has no army, and the Radari count isn't there. I think the real issue was that Papi did really well saving his camels. Yes. I think he chose good fights with the camels for the most. There was a few scrappy ones against Muso, but he always found them split. I think he had the right idea that, like, I have better mobility, so I don't want to fight into mass Musafadi or I die. So instead, what I'm going to do is split the map a bit and then take on a third of your Musafadi and then fight the other third and then the other third. And now you get to this point. Castle drop coming in from Wham. Lugus out the siege. Second wave of Camel Lancers on the way. It's now Mass Freeborn. Problem with Mass Freeborn, Camel Lancers can beat those. They're beefy, but they will lose to camels. The archers that will feel sucky against this. Castle drop. Does sneak a few Radari off. Finally, a fight Radari will lose. Yeah, they're looking so OP in this game. Camel Lancer reaction over here. Radari are going to hemorrhage a few of Wham's workers. But won't stop it. Castle up. Just in time before the Freeborn dive gets a little bit too deep there. Freeborn are more expensive than the Muso, by the way. Right? Like, they cost... How much more was it? I always forget the number. Was it 120? It's 150. But still, you're now spending more without a Fulani economy than you were on Mass Musafadi. And the Freeborn... against Camel Lancers. This is not great. Guys, they have ranged armor but no melee. It's just raw 175 HP. Good against spears, but against Camel Lancers, it's just going to be a wipe. That castle drop. Now just anchoring on some food. Trebuchet's coming out, so Anatan's spreading himself even thinner to try and solve everything. And now the Knights, they dive in. towards the workers. Scattered his economy a bit stuffed. Now the clash again. You just can't build Museo against this comp anymore. Just great coordination between Wham and Poppypool. I think they just understood exactly what they were up against and prepped the counter at the ideal time. Not too early, not too late. Maybe this is why we don't see Macedonians. I felt like the idea of Macedonians here, like I think this is on the Canadians playing well, but the idea of what should make Macedonians feel kind of cheesy isn't there because they just don't have the count. 52 archers now. I think that at this point they're just kind of in the death swirl of like, look, it's final game, we're not dead yet. Start to feel a bit dead here. It's 6 relics behind this. Maybe he went for the 7th, wouldn't surprise me. You know, it's 2 TC now from Poppypool. And remember, Wham does also have Fulani. So extra food income there. If we switch over to incomes, I'm impressed Anatan has 1,900 food right now. But that's because he's ejecting the cow. This is true desperation mode. He's not getting infinite food, permanent food. He's eating it all. Meanwhile, Wham's food count up to 1,200 already. And then the difference between Poppypool and Scatterbrain, like, yeah, economically, they're looking ahead. I bet Camels and fast castle time is really strong in TTM too. Agreed. Like, the maps are pretty big. I think there's some civs that can do very well against it and be a nuisance. Like, we saw Mongols are surprisingly effective because they're Dark Age rush. Cam wants a raid. Find some of Scatter's workers. Moves away from the rest of the army. And more idle time coming in. Scatter just kind of running around like a headless chicken here. The army difference is insane. You're playing a Zerg Marlian strat and you're 40 plus behind. And this is how you ensure to stay behind. That's -3 Radari. Those things are meant to be unkillable. They don't feel it. And Lance, oh my god, he's still fighting. He found them again? Butchered the workers. He's finishing them off. Yeah, this is bullying at this point, guys. Please don't report my stream. I'm not condoning the bullying going on here. This is an awareness stream. Say no to bullying. Say no to Marlian picks? Wait, no. Wait, no. Macedonians are the bullies. So the bully finally got bullied back. It's justice. As someone who's bullied in high school, I say hell yeah. Screw the bullies. Macedonians about to take a fat L. Ice Frog about to buy Microsoft and then buff them. Boom. Back on track. Triple Sacred Site now locked in. Ram spam underway. A lot of them coming in, actually. I'm trying to think what their back and forth is here now. Round of applause for Belarus creativity. Yeah, it was a cool idea. It's just like, as we see, Macedonians just don't... I think, like, yeah, the nerfs over time, but it's also just, like, the linearity of the strategy. Like, the idea, if you get there, you get all those pets, incredible. But in a 2v2, where one player can, can specialize a counter, I think they come online a bit too hard. Whereas Macedonians are kind of slow. Mark down. Ram's moving in for the TC now. Some backstab reinforcements, but oh god, that's not a fair fight. Mass camels coming in. They killed the Warcam. I know, they changed it from like every 6 to every 7, right? Which is really expensive in Radari. The way this is eventually going to play out is Macedonians going to get tuned to the point that they use for like ass, and then the economy is going to get well. That's the way they're clearly approaching this. But, like, that's the other thing with like all these civs in this game. I think the most predictable one is what Macedonians will do. Whereas Marlians could do Sofa, they could do Javelins, they could do Mansum Safari, they could do a bunch of things. Macedonians can only do one thing, and apparently that is lose. GG called. Canadians will be clashing up against Baltoon and Kilyardi in the winner bracket finals. Which I don't believe is today. I'll double check. No, that's tomorrow. Tomorrow it's currently scheduled for about 6:30 Central Europe time, but I don't know if that'll hold or if that'll get shifted at all. I don't think it could get shifted that much. But we'll see. Because you've got loser finals after that, and then you've got grand finals, right? So I think we'll probably look to be live for like those 3 series. I think there's some other stuff in the lower bracket that needs to resolve, but I think we'll look to do 3 series coverage tomorrow. And that'll align nicely on like the evening, so I can do a bunch of my work in the day anyway. But I don't know if Carlo has got more games lined up that he's going to be hopping into now. But wait, I don't know. He's playing some sort of video. Oh, no, he's done. Okay. Well, big shout again to Night Shift Gaming 5 for organizing this. Carlo, he's put $1,000 of his money on the line for players to play for to give us these entertaining games. So, absolute legend for that. But I think we're going to get ready to wind down. YouTube, thank you very much for watching. We'll be back. We should be live by the same time, probably maybe a bit earlier tomorrow. But Twitch, please hang around. We're going to find someone to raid. But thank you very much, guys. Appreciate you always. Weekend, we'll also be casting the